everyone. Welcome to another Tachyon stream. Just gonna make sure the audio works. I'm starting a couple minutes early to make sure that the audio is coming through, no stream issues before we get going here. Okay, it seems to be coming through all right. That's good. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We've got a few different topics we're going to talk about today. We want to talk about the Ahsoka trailer. I've not seen it yet, actually. I deliberately did not pre-watch because I know everyone's sort of talking about this right now, and I'm like, what the heck? I want to look at it fresh. I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan. I grew up with the original trilogy and also with the prequels in my later childhood years. And I've always been a big Star Wars fan, not really impressed with the direction it's gone with the sequel trilogy. But some of the stuff Disney's done, I've liked. Like Rogue One, I thought was pretty good. Solo, I didn't really care for, but like it wasn't complete trash. Like I can tolerate it and accept it. I did enjoy Rebels and Clone Wars. I've not seen all of Clone Wars, and I really loved Andor and The Mandalorian for two very different reasons. Andor is such a great political drama and great character-driven show, and it's extremely well written. You could take all the Star Wars elements out of it, and it'd still be an amazing show. Whereas Mandalorian is sort of like a space western, and I like that it doesn't take itself too seriously, and it's a very different kind of show than Andor. And it's also very character-driven too, but it's not super serious. It's got funny moments, it's got comedy mixed in. It's a very different kind of show. But they're both very good, and they can both exist in the Star Wars universe, which I really like. There's a lot you could do with the Star Wars universe. But Book of Boba Fett, a little bit of a disappointment to me. Not like I didn't hate it like a lot of people do, but disappointment. Obi-Wan, I was absolutely critical of. We can talk about that at a different time. But let's see the Ahsoka trailer. Going full screen here.
War is inevitable. One must destroy in order to create.
Wait, was that Count Dooku? Hang on, let's go back. What the fuck?
We are no Jedi.
I started hearing whispers of Thrawn's return as heir to the
Thrawn! Fuck yeah! I know they already hinted that he's coming back in The Mandalorian, but fuck. Dude, Thrawn is probably one of my favorite characters of all time, not just in Star Wars, but the Thrawn trilogy by Timothy Zahn laid out a much better roadmap for what they could have done with the sequel trilogy than what we actually got. I was actually talking with somebody the other day about this in real life. They would say, you know, they were saying like, yeah, look, we can't do it because the character, obviously the actors are older, and I get that, but there were definitely a lot of different directions they could have gone with Star Wars with the sequel trilogy, and instead they just completely trashed it. They had no direction, no vision whatsoever. They had J.J. Abrams putting out a very mid at best film with The Force Awakens, in my opinion, which is just sort of a rehash of A New Hope, and also didn't really do justice to Han's character. Then you had Rian Johnson, who wanted to like subvert expectations but did a horrible job with it. And then you had J.J. Abrams coming in a third time to try and save it. Just a complete shit show. No clear direction or vision from the beginning. But Thrawn here, fuck yeah. Let's see how he looks.
Empire. What happens when we find Thrawn?
Power, such as you've never dreamed.
I've spent most of my life fighting a war.
Okay, Hera and Chopper, okay.
That's why I'm trying to convince you to help me prevent another one. You and I both know who could help you with this.
She's still just as stubborn as ever.
Sabine, okay. So they're clearly bringing back a lot of other characters. I saw Mon Mothma as well.
Bet your master found you difficult at times.
Anakin never got to finish my training. I walked away from him, just like I walked away from Sabine.
You never made things easy for me, Master.
As a Jedi, sometimes you have to make the decision no one else can. But I'm counting on you to see this through.
I don't remember there being hints in Rebels of Sabine becoming a Jedi. Well, I guess she did. Didn't she have the Darksaber at one point? I could be mistaken. But no, I don't think they ever like hinted at her becoming a Jedi, so it's an interesting twist, but
Nice haircut. Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of our personal feelings.
Buckle up.
If we don't stop Thrawn, everything will be in vain.
Hmm. Hmm. It's not terrible. It's not terrible, his look. But I can live with it. It's not bad.
You have no power.
Anakin spoke highly of you.
I'm not here to discuss my past.
We have a lot of work to do.
Once a rebel, always a rebel.
Okay, all right. I'd give that a shot. Definitely. Now, I'm not at all impressed with Disney, but some of the stuff they put out, it's been like 50-50. Like, actually, it's probably more like 70% bad, 30% good. But when they do it good, they do it really, really, really good. So I'll definitely give it a shot, and heck, might even do like a review of the first episode or something on this channel. Well, I'd have to actually get Disney Plus then. But at some point, we might have to talk about the show if everyone's interested in that, or we have a good guest who wants to come on and talk about it. But yeah, I think that that was a good trailer. I know some people were saying online that they revealed too much, like Sabine being a Jedi. And maybe, I don't know how integral to the story that is, if that's something that would come up in episode 1, so it's not really that big of a deal, or if that's something that would be revealed in like episode 5, and now it's like, well, spoiled for everybody because they have seen the trailer. So yeah, I don't know how big of a spoiler that is, but I know people online were complaining that that shouldn't have been in the trailer because it just reveals too much. Which I know that's a problem with a lot of trailers that I have. I have a problem with a lot of trailers where they show you like the entire movie. It's like, well, why would I go watch this now? But I don't know. This could be a very minor thing that's brought up pretty early on in the first episode. Who knows? Guess we'll find out. All right. Now I know there's been a Skullgirls controversy, and I was on the Spores channel like 2 weeks ago, or 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they were talking about this. Him and Shadow Pate and Lisa were both talking about it, and I was in the conversation, but I didn't know anything about the controversy, and I still have only known a little bit. From what they explained it to me, well, let's just read the thing. From what they explained it to me, basically, the developers went in and edited one of the characters and a few other things actually too, which I didn't know they edited the other things. But yeah, here, let's just get in here. Skullgirls update controversy, also known as Skullgirls censorship changes controversy, refers to the discussion surrounding a June 2023 update to the indie fighting game Skullgirls that altered or removed some suggestive imagery and themes, including the sexualization of an underage character and symbols reminiscent of real-life Nazis. The changes were met with vocal protest and review bombing on Steam. What's it at now? Oh. Let's see. Well, that's not the original game. Did they take it off the site? No shot. They did. Or is this it? Oh, I think from what other people were saying on Twitter, I think they actually ended up. This product has experienced one or more periods of off-topic review activity based on your preferences. The reviews within these periods have been excluded from this product's review score. Yeah, I'm not a fan of review bombing. I don't think it's like a great thing to do. But in this case, like if you actually brought the product and were upset, like that's a valid critique that they changed things about the product. So that shouldn't be. But if it's just like, oh hey, this developer said some controversial thing, or we disagree with their politics, or whatever, like no, like I don't think that if you didn't even play, you never even played the product, never even played the game, then I don't think you should be able to critique it by leaving reviews like that. Critique it, sure, but leave reviews when you haven't actually played it. Like, I don't. I'm not a big fan of that kind of behavior. Um, but if you actually bought the game, sure, yeah, 1,000%. Critique it for whatever reason you want. Though some longtime fans of the game argue the changes were minor and that those upset were protesting perceived political correctness rather than how the changes affected the game. On June 24th, 2023, Skullgirls director Charlie Price posted in the Skullgirls forums about an update that addressed some of the game's edgier elements. The key adjustments included the removal of some symbols from the villainous Renor family and Black Egrets group that bore a resemblance to Nazism, like red armbands. The toning down of some sexually suggestive elements, including the groping of an underage character and upskirt shot of said character, and adjusting some racial content believed to be in poor taste. The full list of adjustments was posted in a separate thread. Okay, so a lot of it's just boring combat adjustments and then art adjustments. Yeah, I've not really played Skull. I'm not a fighting games person, but obviously I used to cover a lot of gaming censorship related topics, and it's still a topic that is of interest to me. Online reactions. The changes on June 24th, 2023 quickly led to the review bombing on Steam, as the game's overall very positive rating on the platform was tempered by a mostly negative rating from recent reviews. Most of the recent negative reviews complained about the update and the developers removing or adjusting some of the game's contentious elements. Some users criticized that the changes were not in line with the original creator's vision, alluding to the collapse of Skullgirls' original studio, Lab Zero, after its head, Mike Zammott, joked about the killing of George Floyd and was accused of allegedly inappropriate workplace behavior. Since the collapse of Lab Zero, the studio's Hidden Variable, which worked on the mobile port of the game, and Future Club, a studio founded by ex-Lab Zero developers, have been working on Skullgirls. As word spread of the update on Twitter, several users denounced or complained about the changes. For example, on June 27th, user It's Claptrap decried the changes as a form of censorship, gaining over 590 retweets and 3,700 likes in one day, shown below left. Also that day, user Saved You a Click FGC voiced support for those complaining, gaining over 370 retweets and 2,100 likes in a similar time span. If you're defending the Skullgirl censorship due to philia and the Black Egrets, reminder that the devs are altering the art book, deleting the police brutality big band experiences, censoring/covering all fan service, not just philia, deleting Soviet announcer voice pack. It's always it's always reveled in fan service. It was refreshing during a time of overtly clean media that hardly did anything daring. Censoring fan service is removing a piece of Skullgirl's identity, and not only that, removing concept art from the art book is literally removing history as well. If you disagree with all the changes made to Skullgirls related to character designs, artwork, etc., let me say this: don't be discouraged. You're 100% in the right. Your anger and disappointment are justified, and I support your criticisms all the way. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'll just finish it. We're almost done. In contrast, others argued that the backlash to the changes was overblown, noting that many were perceived by them as minor and served to make the game slightly less graphic. For example, on June 27th, 2023, Twitter user GalaFGC posted a home movies parody of people complaining about the changes, gaining over 2,500 retweets and 13,000 likes in one day. On June 26th, user RKMGTG posted a collage from the Steam review page, which implied those review bombing the game had not invested any time into it and were not sincerely upset about the tweaks. Yeah, if you haven't actually played the game, I don't know if you should be review bombing it or reviewing it in general. Another point of controversy was the removal of 4 pieces of guest art from the gallery of the game, which was accessed as paid DLC. Oh, damn. For example, on June 26th, yeah, this was what I was going to bring up. If people actually paid money for it, then changing it, oh, taking it out after they bought it, that is insane. For example, on June 26th, Twitter user Lumpy the Cook criticized the move in a tweet that gained over 1,000 retweets and 6,400 likes in 2 days, shown below top. Also that day, noted animated pornography creator Zone Zama, who created some art for the game, chimed in saying he wouldn't be offended if Skullgirls developers wanted to remove his art from the game. His work has not removed. This is worded poorly. They need to edit this. His work has not been removed from the game since, what it should say. This statement subsequently irked those who were upset about the changes. Okay. Well, let's see. I'll give my preliminary take first, and then we'll watch some other views on it. My preliminary view is, first off, if people paid for DLC featuring these things that were then either taken out of the game or drastically changed, then that's not cool at all. That's extremely scummy business practices. They shouldn't do that. That's my first point. Second point is, if you had an underage character, you probably shouldn't be sexualizing them. Yeah, no, you shouldn't be. Like, the developers shouldn't have done that to begin with. But now that the game's literally like a decade old at this point, like going into a decade old game. Let's see. 2012, 11 years. 11 years. Going in and doing an update to an 11-year-old game to take out content and change things that are artistic in nature, like, no. Like, if you were doing like a remake and you're trying to do like not just like a graphics update, but like a full-on remake of the game, then sure, yeah, take that out. But taking it out 11 years after the fact, I don't know. That's a bit much. Just whatever. Just say, hey, look, we made a mistake. We shouldn't have done this to begin with. Whatever. And the Nazi imagery thing, I don't know. Maybe there's story reasons for that. Clearly, right? Clearly, you don't have red armbands and stuff like that in a game unless it's deliberately meant to invoke that. So keep it in there. Keep that in there. Yeah, that's, oh, well, Nazis are bad. Well, yeah, sure. I assume that the characters who are portrayed in a Nazi-like way are probably the bad characters. I don't know. I have not played it. But that would be my assumption. I assume that they're not the good guys. So yeah, let them be bad guys. All right. My boy Appabend, someone I used to hang out with in Gamergate, been on his show a couple. Well, actually, no, I think I've been on his show maybe once or twice. I don't. Dude, it's been so long. He's been on my program though, my old program, a few times. I think I've been on his a couple as well, but I'm not 100%. It's been so long. We did talk in streams several times back in the day. He has got a video on this, and so does JT Vega, and this is one of the people who's criticizing the Skullgirls thing. So.
First reboot video, and what topic are we going to discuss? Skullgirls? A game from a decade ago? The same topic that I discussed on the APB show? Stream channel, link down below, or subscribe? Wow. How meta. Okay then, Let's talk about it. Last week, there was a huge controversy involving the video game Skullgirls. I haven't played the game in a while. I played the game like literally decades ago. It was fine, not my cup of tea. It's a fighting game that's apparently good enough to be even played on competitive esports like EVO. Why is it a huge controversy? Well, it's because there's quite a lot of content that got censored. There are loads and loads of content that got censored on Skullgirls. I can link you guys a video covering some of the censored content. You can go ahead and check it out. They change or remove loads of artwork and visual details or other stuff for reasons that they actually explain in the blog post, and we'll get to that in a bit. Now, if you go to Skullgirls' Steam page directly, you will notice that the game receives overwhelmingly negative reviews because the censorship update is a stab in the back for the players who have supported the game. Loads of players opted to just get the game from the 7 Seas. I found a copy of the second encore version of the game with bonus content and the old uncensored content remaining. So the 7 Seas are still an option for a lot of you fans out there if you still want to play the game without the censorship. Now, I don't want to give a comprehensive breakdown of all the art assets that got censored. I will, however, provide feedback for their justification on censoring the art content and why they chose to censor them. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these are some real classic censorship excuses. And it just reminds me so much of the times where I am at my old classic avatar. And speaking of throwback, I'm sure you'll miss this voice.
As we look ahead towards the future of Skullgirls, we have reflected upon past decisions regarding certain content that has undermined many things.
There's one YouTube channel in particular, Censored Gaming. I wonder if they're still around because they cover exactly what was changed in games like this usually. Okay, but they're not. Yeah, they're not really active anymore. Looks like, or very rarely. You went away. You went away right during the time of big controversy, Censored Gaming. Right when a huge controversy hits is when you went away. Of course.
Things that make Skullgirls truly unique and special.
I really love this statement in particular, and I just absolutely love how insanely meta it is when compared to the reboot of this channel. How can something from the past times that made it unique and special be undermining the things that made it truly unique and special? Aren't they the ones that make them truly unique and special to begin with? This whole thing just makes no sense.
As such, as part of our most recent rounds of updates across all platforms, consoles, and mobile, we have decided to make some changes to certain legacy content in the spirit of better reflecting our values and our broad vision for Skullgirls moving forward.
First off, console and mobile, so I guess PC doesn't count in this matter, but only if you got the game from the 7 Seas. Second, better reflecting our values and broad vision is basically just corporate speak of, we only care what we think, not what you guys think. I guess this is to be expected with the people who used to develop the game are no longer in the team, and the whole team got absorbed by some big corporate executives that have no idea what passion is.
So Appa makes a point here, actually. Why not just bring it up with the community and ask them what changes they want to make? After all, they're the ones playing the game. They could do a poll on their official forums or whatever to determine what the fans actually think before making any sort of change. Like any sort of change. Like obviously, if you're a developer and you have an artistic vision, in this case, it's not even the original developer, but if you have an artistic vision, like you're not gonna like let the fans make every single decision based on poll. But if it's a major change where you're actually taking out a bunch of content and there's not really like an artistic reason for it, it's just sort of like, oh well, look, maybe we shouldn't have done this to begin with, or we don't like the Nazi imagery now, so we're gonna take that out. Like, just put it up, let the fans decide if you're really that worried about it.
So what are the changes that are made in Skullgirls? Well, the first one is about how the game is alluding to real-world hate groups. Basically, some of the characters have accessories that might be associated to real-world hate groups, and the game censors them so that they are not associated with them. This is the same thing that happened in the newer World War II Call of Duty games, and it's a good indication of why they suck. I mean, I get that these hate groups in the real world exist even to this day, and those people cause quite a lot of trauma to the people who have been affected by them, but the same thing can be said to pretty much any tragic event that happened in the game or in any fiction in general. I'm sorry to say this, but if you feel genuinely affected by the presence of unpleasant things that remind you of something in the real world, then it's more of a you problem than the game problem. This is why most of the fans of the game feel alienated. They don't feel offended by any of these content. And since the developers are changing stuff to make content less offensive, it begs the question, who are they changing them for? It's certainly not the fans.
Well, that's also a good point by Appa Ben too. I guess it's literally a video game, right? If you're offended by it, just don't play the game. It's that simple.
So when game developers make moves that are not for the fans, don't be surprised when the fans don't like it. The next one is about character sexualization and agency. Apparently fictional characters have agencies now. This one is just bizarre in the most baffling ways. Skullgirls is no stranger to characters that confidently express their sexuality. It's no stranger, in fact, that it's like one of the top selling points of the game. The fact that the game has fan service content. Like, that's one of the reasons why people love the game. It's called Skullgirls, for God's sake. However, I guess old Skullgirls is way too raunchy, so let's just change them. But here's the problem. The raunchy content is still there. It's only like 1% less raunchy. Like, look at the screenshot over here. I can barely tell the difference, and it still doesn't change the fact that the characters are being tied up in freaking tentacles. It's a very not safe for work scenario either way. So who cares if the frame doesn't show a character's top? Those tentacles are gonna strip them anyways. If you scroll through the changes that the game made in the video that I linked down below, you might notice a recurring trend. The changes that they make are insignificant. It's to the point where it boggles my mind in why they made the change to begin with. One of the changes, remove a comb from one of the characters. A comb. I didn't know this thing's gonna spark some serious controversies, but okay then, let's keep on reading. There are definitely instances where the characters are being being fetishized and or have sexualization imposed upon them. But isn't the point of a fan service game is to, you know, have freaking fan service? If you don't want to appeal to that weird subset of anime fans that love...
Oh no! I'm not sure if you caught that, but someone on their team left at the last second, so then me and someone else jumped down at the same time.
Of teenage anime girls. First off, don't make something that features an anime schoolgirl as a main character. And second, it's not a weird subset of anime fans that love teenage anime girls. It's like 99.9% of anime fans. So you better just give up on that prospect. Basically, what I'm saying is, if you don't want to appeal to perverts, don't make stuff for perverts. Schoolgirls trying to disassociate themselves with the perverts is about as convincing as Dead or Alive trying to disassociate themselves with the perverts. You might as well make something new at that point because your franchise has already been associated with fan service and perverts, and there's nothing much you can do to free yourself from that association. There are loads of other reasons like racial sensitivity and stereotypes. The developers are so confident that this will provide a more sound foundation for Skullgirls that it can all be proud of. Well, considering the insanely negative backlash that this got from all the players, no, it doesn't seem like you guys should be proud of these changes because the negative backlash is right there. But there are also backlashes to the backlash. A bunch of them always involve calling the fans who played the game non-fans. Apparently, them removing the weird content for the minors and the harmful imagery is not censorship. Wrong. It is censorship. Removing harmful imagery to not offend anyone is by definition censorship. And it doesn't matter if it's a minor who got censored or not. Oh, and saying weebs don't deserve rights. Funny of you to say that because without those same weebs buying this game wouldn't have been popular in the first place. You got these new fans of the game defending the game's changes and calling the fans of the original game predators to children, while they themselves were probably children when the game was released. How righteous of you to say that you are not a predator to children by the virtue that you are not attracted to fictional...
Yeah, I've not looked into that aspect of it. I think we do have a video coming up on that, but yeah, apparently the developers have actually like been like hardcore like dicks to the fans who've been criticizing them. Like they haven't just been like, "Hey, look, we understand your concerns." Like they've been complete fucking assholes. That's what I've read. So let's see.
Anime girls. At least the weebs don't have a track record of diddling actual real-life kids, unlike the moral guardians like you. So in conclusion, what the hell were these developers thinking when they made this update? It's not the significance of the update, because a lot of these changes are so minuscule to the point where it boggles the mind in why they do the update to begin with. It's what it represents that people are irritated by. Making changes to the previous content of this game in order to not offend anyone represent a stab in the back for those who have supported this game for so long. They are not offended by the content of this game. In fact, they love the content of this game. So who are they making these changes for? It's certainly not them. But hey, if you think that these changes are steps to the right direction, that's perfectly fine. You can choose to buy this game and hey, maybe enjoy this game when it's on Evo again because it is on Evo again. Maybe that's why they make all these stupid changes. But for the rest of the people who played the game and enjoyed it for what it was, these changes baffled them. And most importantly, alienate them. If you can't understand why that is, and you can only see it as, oh, these people are just mad that they can't see Philea's underskirts anymore. Good for you for minimizing their concerns into a simple underskirt issue, but that still won't convince a lot of these people to buy the game or continue supporting this game. You're only alienating these people more and more and convince them that it's better to just ditch the game and find a copy in the 7 Seas. Or heck, move on to Street Fighter 6. I mean, Capcom has been making some rather questionable design choices lately, but at least their game is better, and they respect the classic costumes. Failing that, Melty Blood is still an option. And that's all for the video today. Guys, thank you so much for joining in. Man, I love going back to my old roots. Oh my lord. And if you enjoyed as well, click the like button.
All right. JT's got a video on it.
I guess I better go and talk about...
See, this is why Zigzag Tug of War is such a great game to play, because you don't have to do anything. When you could like, you could like minimize it and be like, okay.
About the backlash about Skullgirls Second Encore. Keep in mind, the game itself is a pretty old game. I played this game before.
You're too quiet, JT.
It's been around for a long time. Like, this is a decade-old game. I played myself too, but I kind of.
Can you hear him okay in the chat?
Because they kept adding more content to it, and I was just like, eh. It was fun the way it was, but instead of making a sequel to it, they decided to keep going with it with adding more like characters and content to it. And I was just like, they added a character. Oh wow.
True. So actually, that's a great point with the sequels. If they are really unhappy with the original product that they developed, well, that they didn't even develop, that they took over from a different developer, why not just make a sequel and then like not have the things you don't like in the sequel?
Keep in mind, they were trying their best to make money off of this game, and of course the studio decided to make another game which didn't do so well for themselves. But as far as I know, Mike Z, the creator of the Z Engine, you know, that guy who got into some drama a few years back. Now, a lot of people are talking about this, bringing up the situation about Skullgirls and what they're doing because of the fact that they run out Alex Ahmed and Mike Z in this situation, and seeing how they are doing more damage to the to the game itself. As you can see, like, people are making like review bombs of everything. Now, the person basically, one particular review I kind of had to agree with, because I have purchased the Skullgirls game multiple times, and a particular one, when he basically said, ignoring whatever changes are, the reason I'm aggravated by this update is that they're removing content that I paid for. I paid for the announcer packs, I paid for the skins, I paid for the voice lines. The game is more than a decade old. Why is the content getting removed with no suitable replacement? Now, that's the thing that, keep in mind, is what this guy's talking about. I decided none of the content is being removed. Offended me. Why is it being taken away? Wouldn't it make more sense to add a menu button to hide the questionable content for users who decided they don't want to see it? Why do the users and the people who paid for this game in some state completeness now have a different product than when they paid for it? Now, this is what probably upset some people about the recent updates, because of the fact that what has been said right here, saying, hey, as many as you know, Skullgirls has a long, colorful history shaped by regular contributors over the years. As we look ahead towards the future Skullgirls, we reflected upon the past decisions regarding certain content that has undermined many things that make Skullgirls truly unique and special, such as the part of the most recent round of updates across all platforms, consoles, and mobile. We have decided to make some changes to certain legacy content in the spirit of better reflecting our values, our broad vision of Skullgirls moving forward. Below is an overview of many of those changes and some insight into the rationale for adjustments. Now, they basically said, illusion of the real world of hate groups. While Renor family and the Black Egets were intended to evoke a imagery of oppressive militant regimes, we felt that the way manifested more notably to the red armbands, flags of symbol.
Oh, so yeah, it was the bad guys. Clear, yeah. So what the fuck? Like, if the bad guys are evil and you want to draw a direct line with them and oppressive regimes, like you say, then like it makes perfect sense that you would have Nazi iconography or things reminiscent of fascism. Like, yeah, duh.
Was way too close for comfort, especially given the uncomfortable reality of some of these hate groups are still active in various respects to this day. Okay, I guess they really feel that way. The other one was, while Skullgirls, I'm just going to skip it. While Skullgirls is no longer a character confidently expressing their sexuality, there's an instance of the game where characters are fetishized and have sexualized imposed upon them. It includes a few depictions of unwanted predatory, particularly towards the younger characters. Now, there's also the racial insensitivity thing, which Sexploitation Pack have made adjustments to some of the content we believe was in poor taste in reference to racial violence of the Big Bang story mode. Now, yeah, but they really went into this, and that's why I stopped playing it, for that reason. Why are you guys going to get upset about this? You could just, tell them, I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this shit. I'm out. That's why I stopped playing this, because of the fact that they kept trying to promote themselves as the good guys, and already they're just screwing up the game by basically virtue signaling. Like, makes the game with Nazi-inspired groups, gets mad, and they look like Nazis. Makes horny game, mad, it's horny. Virtue signals about it. It's like, people took control of the Skullgirls. Sure got pretty full of themselves after they chased Mike Z and Alex Ahad out of the company. Now, keep in mind, Mike Z is suing them. He's pretty upset with what they're doing, and it's like, I have to say this. Everyone knows Mike Z is an autistic spectrum. I even said that. They took advantage of it because of his awkward personality. That also used they also used the drama of him chatting with a cosplayer, which I saw the logs, which was Bunny IU, which a lot of people remember that drama. It turns out Bunny IU was not a really good person and basically lied to people, especially reading the chat logs. Mike Z was really tame. He wasn't really sexual. He basically was asking her some really, nice questions, basically asking what are your plans for the future, like stuff like that as a cosplayer. That was the kind of stuff that, and basically asking him about streaming, which wasn't like sexual in nature, but she turned it into a drama that just, she felt creeped out about it. I'm just like, wow, that's low. And then we find out that she was friends with one of the developers who made that game. So yeah, this situation is pretty bad, because the developers right now are really pissing off the fans of this game, and no matter what's going on, it's just not going to really help. So I hate to say this, stop playing the game. It's that simple. Like, if they're going to be acting like this, it's best to let them not, the less of a player base it is, the better. They'll learn, because if they think
okay,
that
here's
their
the
values
thing.
matter.
Should I deliberately try to fuck this up in the game? Should I immediately try to create like the most congested bullshit thing ever? Because I 100% can. We'll see if anybody says anything. I'm sure Red will.
Because they're just basically enforcing their values upon others, and not everyone follows their values. I understand that some people, get upset, but here's the thing: you don't have to play this game. I stopped playing it for a long time ago. I understand everyone enjoys it; it's a fun game, but it's best not to play it if you feel upset about what they're doing to the game, especially with this person who made that point that they're removing a lot of content without replacing it, and didn't even think about the possible consequences of it. And right now, they're possibly paying the consequences of this. So anyways, guys, leave your thoughts down below and tell me what you guys think of this, because I got to get out of here. You guys have a good night. Peace.
All right.
Man, some days I look at
This person I don't know, so we'll see what they say.
this game and I feel just
If
like
it's boring, I'll just move on.
battered housewife or something. Like I don't know
Yeah, we'll do 1.5.
what the hell's going on anymore.
The art style is really cool. You gotta admit, like, the art style in this game is... Hang on, you guys can't even see it. Let me switch the OBS window. The art style in this game is actually...
I don't know, man. Some days I look at this game and I feel just like a battered housewife or something. Like I don't know what the hell's going on anymore. So this video is gonna be a lot of rambling, kind of off the cuff. I didn't really write a script for this, but Skullgirls. Hey, remember that game? Yeah, that game. I was a champion for it. I sat there, I stood there from the mountaintops, and I was screaming this game's name, and I was just, I was doing a lot. I was shilling this game pretty hard. And then this update hits, and you know what? There comes a point in life where you just gotta learn, you just gotta walk away.
Oh, he rage
quit! You just gotta
quit!
say, I'm done. Throw in the towel.
Okay, maybe I should have trolled that hard, but
when they did the whole Sonic Fox thing, they had the backlash. I didn't like it. I downloaded the mod. I actually made a video telling people how to install the mod, but I still stood by the game. When Mike Z had his awkward Twitter chat that got him canceled and blacklisted from the entire internet and games industry because he said very cringy things, I was like, all right, whatever.
all right, I'm not that interested. Let's move on to the next topic. I'm gonna lose though, because Green's already got... Not Green, I'm sorry. My opponent's already got 2 civilians, but... Yeah, I'm gonna lose, but it's gonna be a minute. All right, let's see what we got next. We got this wild situation here with Senator Tommy Tuberville.
To clarify some comments you made recently, I do want to give you a chance to clarify some comments you made recently on white nationalists serving in the military. For those who are watching, if they haven't heard your remarks, this is what you said.
Do you believe they should allow white nationalists in the military?
Well, they call them that. I call them Americans.
Do you want to explain those comments, Senator?
Yeah, first of all, I'm totally against any type of racism, okay? I was a football coach for 40 years, and I dealt and had opportunity to be around more minorities than anybody up here on this hill. But when our military was being attacked after 9/11, after January the 6th, and that was my first day on the Senate floor, I thought it was outrageous of what senators from the Democratic side, Chuck Schumer said on the floor that night, calling out people, calling people racist, calling people nationalists, white nationalists. White nationalists is just...
Wait, who did he call white nationalists? Did he call white nationalists like actual white nationalists?
Another word that they want to use other than racism. I'm totally against anything to do with racism. But the thing about being a white nationalist is just a cover word for the Democrats now, where they can use it to try to make people mad across the country, identity politics. I'm totally against that. But I'm for the American people. I'm for military. I'm for Christian conservatives, Democrats, whoever wants to be in the military to fight for this country, to protect this country. That's what it's all about.
But just to be...
There's a second clip too. Oh, I'm defeated. Okay. All right. There's a second clip too.
You said a white nationalist is an American.
It is identity politics.
You said a white nationalist is an American, but a white nationalist is someone who believes horrific things. Do you really think that's someone who should be serving in the military?
Well, that's just a name that has been given. I mean,
it's not. It's a real definition. There's real concerns about extremism.
So if you're going to do away with most white people in this country out of the military, we got huge problems.
It's not.
See, this is why I'm a bit more charitable towards Senator Tuberville. I don't think he knows what a white nationalist is. I think he's an older gentleman who probably doesn't spend a lot of time on the internet and probably doesn't know what white nationalism is. He probably thinks when he hears white nationalist, he probably thinks a white person who is nationalist rather than thinking, oh, white ethno-state. That's probably what he thinks. That's my reading of it here. Like, maybe I'm being way too charitable.
It's not people who are white. It's white nationalists
that have a few probably different beliefs.
Right?
That have different beliefs. Now, if
he doesn't know, or he's playing coy and he does know, and he's trying to signal to that audience. But there's no shot. I mean, he is from Alabama. Maybe that plays well there. But man, the amount of trouble he's got himself into with this, I can't imagine it was like a deliberate, like, I'm going to play coy here.
Racism is one of those beliefs. I'm totally against it. I am totally against racism.
But
there's a lot of people that believe in different things.
Is racist, Senator.
Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But if it's racism, I'm totally against it. I am totally against any type of race, or any type of racism. I don't care what it's in.
Okay, Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I know a lot of people have been like going hard on him, but I honestly try to be pretty charitable when I deal with people, and I'm not dealing with Senator Tuberville on a personal level, but I would bet that he didn't know what white nationalism was. I think he heard nationalists who are white, and that's what he assumed it was, and he just didn't know. So I'm gonna grant him some charity here. He didn't know any better, rather than like people trying to be like, oh, he's a horrible Nazi, he's a racist now. It's like, maybe, I don't know, but that's not evidence of that necessarily. Now, if he's got a bunch of other statements that are like all very similar, maybe we can have that conversation. But I'm generally pretty charitable with people, so I'll give the benefit of the doubt. All right, we got a couple other topics we want to cover. Hassan's reaction to Anna Kasparian. I don't know if I've pre-seen this or not.
A lot of people are like,
I know Stardust and I think Destiny might have like briefly, they covered one of his reactions, but I'm not sure if this was the reaction they covered, because, so we'll see.
oh, well, Jank's your uncle, so you, like, still work at the Young Turks or something. Like, bitch, I've been on my own since 2020. It's been 3 years. I have zero idea on anything that goes on in those, inside of those facilities. I don't know why people are just like, dude, you have to address your uncle's crimes. It's like, motherfucker, everybody has an uncle that they don't agree with. You know what I mean? I'm not the first, and I will not be the last. Anytime.
His uncle's crimes. His uncle's crimes.
They get into some shit, they yell at me. Like, everybody's always like, bro, Hassan, address this. I'm like, okay, sure. Both you and Anna were my favorites on TYT when you were there, and while I don't expect you to know what's going on, I do value any commentary you may have. I'm just really disappointed, you know? But yeah, I don't know. It seems like all the empathy and sense followed you out the door when you left TYT. I think that transphobia is insidious in the way that it starts taking over your mentality and your life, and I think that's what is going on. Probably, I'm not fully aware of what.
No shot. No shot. Yes. Anna and Cenk are transphobes now. What does that even mean? First off, and second, what? Has he even seen the interview, or is he just basing his entire reaction on what he heard other people on Twitter say?
What is happening? But the reality is this, right? My commentary on this issue is going to be probably identical to what I've said so far. That's part of the reason why I'm always like, ugh, we got to talk about this again. It's a situation where you can have like any kind of valid gripe, right? Or like any kind of minor criticism. But in many circumstances, allyship means you're not going to fucking like take a minute issue that's not even really an issue at all and like put it on the fucking forefront. Because the people that do that are people who want to constantly weaponize any kind of like cringe, for example, a marginalized community member might be behaving as. I've talked about this a lot, where it's like cringe is not illegal. And if someone is being cringe, for example, if someone from a minority group is being cringe, for example, that doesn't mean that like this is representative of everything. It's not politics. You're just like looking at every and any kind of reason you can to get upset at people. I don't even know what Anna said. said or did. I've only seen like some memes like this. You got to get your leftist card revoked. What the hell?
I think they're probably being transphobic, but I also don't know what she said. Like, why would he immediately jump in like that? Why would he immediately jump in and be like, "Oh, I don't even know what she said, but it was probably transphobic." Like, what?
Civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers when they disagreed in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. It's kind of funny because like this take is not all that different than what they have said in the past. If you like really listen to what DYT says all the time, like it's the classic like, well, you know, MLK was nonviolent, whereas Malcolm X was like not the best. Even though Cenk does concede and say that which by the way is ahistorical, but Cenk does concede and say that there's two sides to this coin. And that, you know, without Malcolm X, MLK doesn't work on his own. You know what I mean? So he does recognize that. It is pretty funny. I don't know who the fuck got barricaded for 3 hours. I don't even know what this is.
So this is something I've been thinking about too. Does there need to be a violent element for a political cause to work? And I don't think the answer, or a civil rights cause. I think the answer is basically no. I know some people say that like, oh, well, we're going to have like the super hardcore like Nazi tyrant people on one side, and then we're going to have like a nice group of people over here, and then people will be like, oh, well, you know what? Let's just give the nice people what they want so the Nazis don't come in and do bad things. It's like, okay, but the violent people don't do bad things, right? But I think that that's not true. I think that the violent, I think there have been studies on this actually that show vote declines. We could look this up. Vote declines. Let's do our research. Let's not just spread fake news. All right. Places with civil rights riots and voting patterns. Oh, hang on. Riots and electoral outcomes during or after civil rights. New York Magazine? Okay. Okay, here's this. Okay, JS Store. The persistent effects of U.S. civil rights protests on political attitudes. Abstract. Protests can engender significant institutional change. Can protests also continue to shape a nation's contemporary politics outside of formalized channels? I argue that social movements can not only beget institutional change, but also long-run attitudinal change. Using the case of the civil rights movement, I developed a theory in which protests can shift attitudes and these attitudes can persist. From over 150,000 survey respondents provide Data from over 150,000 survey respondents provide evidence consistent with the theory. Whites from counties that experienced historical civil rights protests are more likely to identify as Democrats and support affirmative action, and less likely to harbor racial resentments against blacks. These individual level results are politically meaningful. Counties that experienced civil rights protests are associated with greater Democratic vote shares even today. The study highlights how social movements have persistent impacts. Okay, so it doesn't say violent or peaceful, it just says protests. So protests equal more people being more tolerant. But I'm pretty sure there is a study that shows that if the protests are overwhelmingly violent or violent, then there was actually a backlash in areas with riots. They actually voted for Nixon. for a possible analogy to the current nationwide explosion of unrest in response to the killing of George Floyd, you have to go back to the 1960s, particularly to the long hot summer of 1967, when civil unrest occurred in 150 cities, most violently in Detroit and Newark. And the National Guard was called out in 34 states, and then the sometimes violent protests in 1968 in more than 100 locations, the most destructive occurring in Chicago and Washington. Following the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., these large wave of riots were preceded by the spectacularly destructive Watts riot of 1965 in Los Angeles, and smaller but intense 1964 uprisings in Harlem, Rochester, and Philadelphia. Yeah, but what electoral impact did this have? Another notable phenomenon in American society could be nicely bookended by 1964 and 1968, a radical decline in support for the Democratic Party, which was the national political party associated with the interests of African Americans. Let's see the source on that. In 1964, Lyndon Johnson and running mate Hubert Humphrey won 61.1% of the vote, of the national popular vote. In 1968, Humphrey won 42.7%. The lowest percentage of the vote won by a major party nominee since Alf Landon, FDR's victim in 1936. This dive in support, which continued through the 1972 presidential election, cannot be attributed directly or exclusively to white reaction to black riots. The Deep South's long developing alienation from Democrats was clearly more the product of peaceful protests, successful civil rights legislation, and court decisions, and was offset partly by the steady enfranchisement of African Americans following the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But in other parts of the country where white people were used to viewing civil rights as a drama confined to the South, riots were a shock to the political system. So this analysis shows that in the Deep South, the backlash would have likely happened either way, but that in the North, or in areas that didn't have segregation, it might not. But what are they? I want to see what they base this all off of. I want to see they have a study that they link to. And while many other disturbing things were occurring during those years, most notably the rapid expansion of the Vietnam War, the sights and sounds of inner cities becoming war zones, with helmeted white cops and National Guard troops battling black protesters amid burning buildings and looted shops, were indelible images of the era. Without question, the regular white Democratic voters were frightened or infuriated by all this chaos and began listening to conservative law and order politicians like Richard Nixon and his running mate Spiro Agnew. Okay, but I want to see what they base this off of. New study shows rights make about. Let's see the actual study. Okay, I think this is it. What? Agenda seating. How 1960s black protests moved elites, public opinion, and voting. Omar Wasow, Princeton University. Let's just go down to the conclusion for now. Actually, let's go through this. The United States in the 1960s and early 1970s offers a useful context in which to test competing elite and pluralistic models of public opinion and policymaking. In that period, racial attitudes shifted dramatically on a range of issues. At the same time, grassroots activists mobilized at a scale rarely seen before, and elite political actors pushed for both landmark civil rights legislation as well as new forms of social control, using a range of methods. I exploit fine-grained temporal and geographic variation in black-led protest activity to estimate effects on media and politics, examining the relationship between protest activity and news coverage, congressional speech, public opinion, and county-level voting patterns. I find results consistent with the hypothesis that black-led protests during the 1960s are independently influenced in media, elite discourse, mass white attitudes, and voting behavior. Further, I find that the types of protest tactics employed produce distinct reactions. Nonviolent black-led protests played a critical role in tilting the national political agenda towards civil rights and black-led resistance. That included protester-initiated violence. Contributed to outcomes directly in opposition to the policy preferences of the protesters. This analysis improves upon existing literature in a number of ways. First, in the 1960s, important variation in public opinion, news coverage, elite discourse, and voting, particularly about social control, is poorly explained by both elite-oriented and protest-focused theories of politics. I show that a focus on non-elite activists, in conjunction with their choices of tactics, better explains much of this variation. Second, among the most important choices made by activists is whether to adopt nonviolent or violent methods of resistance. Most prior work in American politics, however, has investigated effects of nonviolent or violent protest movements either in isolation or in combination without drawing meaningful distinctions between the two categories. In line with work in comparative politics and sociology, this study contrasts effects of protester-initiated tactics with particular attention to the multiple ways violence influences media coverage and voting behavior. Third, the mechanisms by which subordinated groups might influence political communication are often hypothesized without being directly tested. Lohman, 1993, for example, presents a game theoretic signaling model in which mass political action conveys information to political leaders, but the signal is communicated without any reference to media. I show empirically that disruption seeds mainstream news agendas, and that tactics influence the types of issue frames adopted by media. Fourth, most prior literature aggregates data by year and state or country, obscuring substantial within-year and within-region variation. I use day, week, and month-level time series and county-level geographical units to better identify causal effects of subordinate group protests, and movements. Finally, endogeneity is an issue of much prior literature. I apply Granger causality tests. Hang on a second, what the hell is that? The Granger causality test is a statistical hypothesis test for determining whether one time series is useful in forecasting another. First proposed in 1969, ordinarily regressions reflect mere correlations, but Clive Granger argued that causality in economics could be tested for by measuring the ability to predict the future values of a time series using prior values of another time series. Since the question of true causality is deeply philosophical, and because of the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, oh my god, after this, therefore because of this, okay. Hey, I was a little close. Fallacy, assuming that one thing preceding another can be used. Yeah, this is how most people actually kind of view the world. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. Like most people, you have all these analysts and pundits who are like, oh, well, why did this candidate lose? Why did Howard Dean lose the Democratic primary? Well, it was after his scream, so therefore his scream caused him to lose. The Dean scream. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, people want to explain the world, and we aren't really good at doing that. And usually there aren't like high-level studies showing why X, Y, or Z thing happened. Like at least not for years later, until years later. So people just sort of come up with explanations that kind of make sense, and maybe that's true, and maybe it's not, or maybe it's one factor among 10,000 other factors, and any one of them could change the outcome of an election. Such as, for instance, the one thing that Democrats like to say is that the Comey letter or the Comey statement made Hillary Clinton lose, which we don't actually know if that's true. Like, could it have happened? Maybe. Like, did that sway enough of the 10,000 people that she needed in like these Midwestern states? Maybe. Or maybe people just assume that because that thing happened before she lost, and therefore, because of that. I apply Granger causality tests, a panel. You know, I'm still not sure I fully understand what this Granger thing is, and I want to actually understand that. So the time series. When time series X Granger causes time series Y, the patterns in X are approximately repeated in Y after some time lag. Two examples are indicated with arrows. Thus, past values of X can be used for the prediction of future values in Y. Okay. So it's basically just taking two different graphs that have two different events and then studying that, I presume, in depth, where, okay, has this pattern been repeated in the other series? So there's a jump here. Does that jump show up here? Okay, maybe that's a coincidence, but if you see that every single time or over and over, maybe it's indicative of something. That's sort of how I read it. Or at least there's a very high correlation that indicates there might be something there to the correlation. Or maybe not. Maybe there's other factors that aren't being accounted for, right? That go along with these events, but that people don't recognize. Or that we're not properly controlled for. I apply Granger causality tests, a panel design with county fixed effects, placebo tests, and rainfall as instrument for violent protest activity to plausibly identify causal effects of subordinate group mobilizations. What explains temporal and geographic variation on issues of race in the 1960s? Okay. Figure 1 presents data on what Americans, when surveyed, indicate was the quote-unquote most important problem facing the country between 1950 and 1980. Looking at issues of race, two trends are noteworthy. First, from 1950 into the early 1960s, the percentage of Americans responding that civil rights was the most important problem remained low. In the early 1960s, however, it spiked from approximately 5% in December 1962 to 48% in mid-1963, and then faded as... Damn, that's actually pretty high. Then faded almost as quickly. Second up, until the mid to late 1960s, concerns about social control as the most important problem remained in the single digits and then gripped the country to reach an initial peak of about 41% of respondents in August 1967 before declining rapidly after 1971. The rapidly shifting attitudes observed in polls were also evident in swings in white voting behavior. Civil rights goes up. Reaches a crescendo in what, 1963? I think that's what it said, yeah. Then goes down. Where's social control at? Nothing, nothing, nothing. That in and of itself is not indicative necessarily that the violent riots were the cause, though. So let's see what else they bring up. In 1964, Republican presidential candidate Barry Goldwater promised law and order against crime in the streets, but lost in a blowout to President Johnson, a champion of civil rights. By 1968, though the tide had turned and Republican presidential candidate Richard Nixon successfully marshaled a tough-on-crime campaign to help win the White House, law and order rhetoric had been popular in the South for decades. It was not until the mid-1960s, however, that the slogan took root outside of the old Confederacy. In 1966, for example, Ronald Reagan echoed Goldwater and ran on Law and Order to win the California gubernatorial race. In short, the 1960s saw rapid temporal and geographic variation in white concern for race-related policy, first with civil rights and later with the rise of national coalition championing tough-on-crime policies. We don't need to get into those other theories real quick. Or agenda seating. That's not really the main. Like, this is interesting stuff, but I am on a stream right now, so. Okay. My goal is to estimate a causal effect of protests on voting, with attention to possible differential effects by tactic type. In addition, I aim to understand a plausible mechanism via media coverage. I began the analysis by using 3 statistical methods to test for a relationship between disruption strategies and the ultimate outcome of interest voting behavior. First, with county level data, I use panel models with county fixed effects to control for any time invariant characteristics. In addition, to address potential spatial correlation errors, I run potential spatial correlation of errors. What's spatial correlation? Spatial correlation means that there is a correlation between the received average signal gain and the angle of arrival of the signal. Rich multipath propagation decreases spatial correlation by spreading the signal such that multipath components are received from many different spatial directions. Oh, hang on, this is not in academia. Hang on, what? Oh, I spelled it wrong. I just want them to give me a definition. Spatial analysis fit each district's performance to its geographic location. Okay, so it's basically just using space, i.e. location. Right? Spatial. Okay. Now I lost my spot. Empirical strategy. Let's just go here. I run spatial models. Sorry, in order. Sorry. Okay. In addition to address potential spatial correlation of errors, I run spatial panel models that control for characteristics of neighboring counties. Second, to address heterogeneity of units, I use various matching and weighting techniques to approximate treated and control groups that are similar on all observed covariates, though may still differ for unobserved covariates. Third, to further address endogeneity, the property of being influenced within a system. I use rainfall in April 1968 as an instrumental variable that approximates random assignment of violent protests. Finally, to assess whether the estimated shifts in voting mattered in electoral politics, I run a counterfactual simulation of the 1968. Dude, if this is assuming these models are actually good and the data is good, like fuck. Okay. this this basically, if this is true, which I'm going to try and find evidence that it's wrong too, then this left-wing argument is just complete trash. Like, they should stop using it immediately if this is if this is all accurate. The agenda seating model makes specific predictions about the effects of subordinate groups protests on dominant group voting behavior. Aggregate measures of county-level demographics and voting may not accurately reflect the individual behavior of white voters. Consequently, I conduct a variety of homogeneous place and placebo tests. The hypersegregation of Americans by race offers one solution to the ecological inference problem through a form of extreme case analysis. By limiting some statistical analysis to counties that are 90% white, county level data on Democratic vote share serve as as reasonably good estimates of individual level white voting behavior. To test the mechanisms by which protests are influencing politics, I again use multiple methods. First, I present plots to show the punctuated patterns of protest activity corresponding closely to changes in front page news coverage, elite discourse, and public opinion. I also present results from Granger causality tests that estimate whether trends in protest activity, front page news coverage, congressional speech, and public opinion are able to forecast one another. As a further test of agenda seating, I show that violence by activists, even when controlling for violence by police, increases coverage and prominence in the New York Times. So violence is good at getting you covered in the news. In addition, I show that protest tactics influence the language and frames employed by reporters, again, even when accounting for state violence. Across all tests, I show differential effects by disruption tactic. Though the model predicts protests influence politics through news coverage, I do not use a mediation model, as I lack county-level measures of news in the 1960s. Table 2 presents an overview of the questions, methods, and data. Main findings are presented below in coefficient plots or figures. Regression tables and additional robustness checks appear in the appendix. Okay. Do protests sway voters? Protest equal voting? Protest election? Do activists lead or follow? Do tactics shape coverage? Issue framing, text analysis. Okay. Data and variables of interest. Wait, how much longer is this? I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Let's just go through some of the highlights here on the data. Like, we can go through it all later if you guys want to, but this is a lot. So all counties, change in Democratic vote share, and this is positive change. Each point represents a coefficient along with the 90% and 95% confidence interval. For the estimated effect of protests on change in county-level Democratic vote share in the presidential elections of 1964, 1968, and 1972, with county-fixed effects, models using DCA data measure protest activity using participants. With Carter data, arrests, other specifications seen. Okay. Okay, so positively correlated with an improvement in Democratic vote share, negatively correlated. All counties, nonviolent protests. Nonviolent protests are associated with a positive increase in Democratic vote share in all counties and in counties that are 90% white. What does the matched mean? The OLS matched weighted and second stage variable models all take the form of, okay. violent protests, DCA data. Okay, so depending on which data set you look at, violent protests either have a moderate but sizable impact on voting patterns, or if you look at this other data set, the Carter data set, it has a severely negative. So either violent protests are somewhat negative or extremely negative, depending on which data set you look at. Okay. Public opinion about civil rights, headlines with civil rights, nonviolent protest participants. Oh, that's a whole other topic, but that's interesting. All right. Anyway, actually, what's the name of this author? Can you not undo the closed tear history? Is wrong about riots. Is this like the only guy who studied this? Are we really basing all of our political discourse on this, on like one fucking study? Or well, there's no studies that show the opposite. Are there? Because I'm pretty sure like there have been studies on violence before that probably indicate that it results in I mean, there's obviously case studies on it, but I don't know about like detailed analyses other than this one. But I see no articles or studies showing the opposite. So I'm not sure why. I guess the left just adopted this view because it's convenient for them to adopt. Sorry, Hassan, but you're gonna say stuff like maybe you should like look it up a little bit.
The irony is that like all kinds of
how
political
caveated was his claim?
If you like really listen to what DYT says all the time, like it's the classic like, well, you know, MLK was nonviolent, whereas Malcolm X was like not the best. Even though Cenk does concede and say that which by the way is ahistorical, but Cenk does concede and say that there's two sides to this coin, and that you know without Malcolm X, MLK doesn't work on his own. You know what I mean? So he does recognize that. It is pretty funny. I don't know who the fuck got.
I mean, if he recognizes it, doesn't seem to be based on evidence. And we also have, of course, the example of gay rights, which we got without having to resort to violence pretty much at all. Like that was one of like the most peaceful movements probably in human history, and extremely successful in a very short time span. Would be a counterexample too.
Barricaded for 3 hours. I don't even know what this is. The irony is that like all kinds of political movements that have worked against hierarchical constructs are always going to be considered violent because they're uprooting the pre-established norms, the pre-established rules of society. So ultimately, it doesn't matter, even if it's like literally baby politics. In the same way that shitting on trans people and the violence that comes along with that, or the normalization of the violence that comes along with that, is not seen as violent because it is the pre-existing construct. You can go out and dehumanize trans people. You can go out and like misgender trans people, and there's going to be debate around whether or not that is even hate speech to begin with. That in and of itself.
Wait, how is I don't misgender people, but how is misgendering people a form of violence?
Is a clear and obvious indication that as long as you are on board with the pre-existing hierarchical standards, then you're never going to be seen as quote-unquote violent. So this is ahistorical, especially from that perspective, because the civil rights movement, regardless of all of the non-violent components, all of the peaceful non-violent forms of resistance, was overall at the time, and still even to this day, seen as a violent movement. The only reason why people don't consider it a full-blown violent movement now is because we live in the post-civil rights movement world where some of those civil liberties that were gained, which are being shred to bits every single fucking day, today are taken for granted. Like, you can't go back and be like, MLK was a bad guy, because we live in the post-MLK world. Whereas at the time, holy shit, people certainly were not fond of Martin Luther King. I think, what was it? Like, at the time of his assassination, he had a 25% approval rating. 66% of Americans disagreed with Martin Luther King. It's actually...
This is a little bit of a dishonest framing on his part. I was trying to do some research on this the other day, but Martin Luther King's approval rating was actually, I believe, net positive. It was, I think, negative, like 25% yes when he was killed, but at the height of the civil rights movement, prior to his assassination, actually, he actually had a very high approval rating. Luther King Jr. approval rating. The last Gallup poll, yeah, that's what everyone based this off of, unfavorable. But if you look at his polling prior to his assassination, like if you look at the years when he was mostly focused on civil rights, before he moved on mostly to, depends on what you mean by violence, which it can be useful to consider expansive. Well, I think you have to be very careful considering violence expansively. Like if we're going to characterize words as violent, I mean, you can hop on and debate me on this if you want. You got stream access, but no, I don't think you can qualify calling someone names or being rude or being an asshole as violence. You might be a dick, but that's not the same as engaging in violence. And the way we think about that and respond to that as a society are definitely going to be different. During the 1960s, King was a very divisive figure. The last Gallup poll to ask about his popularity during his lifetime, taken in 1966, found his unfavorable rating was 63%. This included 39% of Americans who gave him a -5 rating on a time scale, with -5 being the least favorable and +5 being the most favorable. King's highly negative rating came when he had turned his attention from southern de jure segregation toward de facto segregation in northern cities. Was 44% the highest he was at? But even before then, King was far from a universally liked person. In the middle of 1964, when Congress was in the midst of passing Lenny Landmark civil rights laws, King's favorability rating was just 44%. His unfavorability rating was basically equal at 38%. Okay, so I guess he wasn't net positive, but he was 44%. So it is a bit dishonest because everyone always uses Martin Luther King Jr. only had a 25% approval rating. It's like, yeah, at one point in time, at that snapshot, that moment. But prior to that, he did have a 44% approval rating, which is basically 50-50. Also Stonewall. I mean, the vast, I mean, there might have been like some violent incidents in the gay rights movement, but by and large, like, it was probably 95%, if not more, peaceful, I would say. Also, well, yeah, if you want to, I'm at work at the moment. Well, if you want to hop on after, you can. We can debate something if you want. Up to you.
And saying that this is the hill she's dying on. This is what listening to Jesse Signal does to your brain. She literally admitted to subscribing to his Substack and podcast. Oh no. Always amazing to see Anna and Jen keep seeing a song getting more and more popular instead of thinking, hey, maybe we gotta shift a bit more to the left, perhaps be a little bit more loose and casual to go to opposite of what if we were Tim Pool. I think one of those situations, one of the weirdest parts about like Twitter spats like this, if you are truly someone who doesn't want to highlight and promote more transphobia, is just eating shit sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta eat shit. You know what I mean? I do it all the fucking time. I don't know why other content creators don't recognize that like we come from a profoundly privileged perspective. So, you know, there's no reason to ever, if you are truly a person who cares about these sorts of things, there's literally no reason to fucking constantly fight over this stuff. I get into it regularly as well. I get into spats regularly as well. But the only difference is that like when I get into spats, it's usually on like marginal things that people still have a tendency to turn into like gigantic issues on Twitter. You said this during the last TYT drama, they refused to take the L. Yeah, a lot of what I'm saying is the exact same as the last TYT drama. Like there's still a gigantic subsect of Twitter that thinks I'm transphobic. You know what I mean? It's laughable, and it ultimately doesn't matter. You know, there are people who are like, oh, Hassan is fucking, he never listens. Like, he never listens to allies. He's like transphobic. He's racist. You know, who cares? Just do your thing. Getting shit on, taking it is absolutely just a part of being online. And Gen Xers who are on Twitter straight up don't understand that. Yeah, people I think like, well, we've put a lot of time and effort. Here's a Pulitzer Prize.
It's interesting too that Hassan even recognizes that there's an issue here, that there's segments of the activist community for trans issues, but also like just activist community in general, that will basically call you racist, sexist, transphobe, Nazi, whatever. Basically just segments of the left in general that will do that for no reason whatsoever, or because they have like extremely wild views. So even he seems to be recognizing that this is a problem, and he himself has faced it. And you don't think that that's going to turn people off? Like you're a millionaire, Hassan. You can take it. But ordinary people, when they get called racist and sexist, like things don't go well for them in their lives, generally speaking. Especially if it's a false accusation.
Winning picture of the black students who, amid disputes with the administration, took over Willis Strait Hall at Cornell in 1969. The sanitized and child-friendly version of history makes liberals into reactionaries. The very plain reality of the civil rights movement was that it was constantly accused of the exact same excesses of modern movements, but the modern trans right effort is significantly less militant, not more. Yeah, 100%. Is this it? Terrified swimming champion Riley gains his ambush by screaming trans activists and hit twice by a guy in a dress after saving women's sports speech at San Fran State University. And cops say there were no...
To be clear, I think that's probably true, that the trans movement today is far less violent than even the civil rights movement was. I think that's definitely 100% fair. Like I think that the examples of violence with the trans stuff is pretty rare. I don't think it's a largely violent movement by any stretch.
Arrests. Daily Mail. Is this it? Is this what Anna's talking about? Also, what champion, bro? She's the champion of sucking ass, okay? Dude, it's so transparent. Like, all you need to fucking say is trans people suck, and they're not real. And, like, there is a built-in audience that will go, oh my god, you're so brave. You're so goated. Oh, King, please. You are a champion. You're a champion in my heart. These fucking participation trophy-ass motherfuckers, dude. I swear to god. This is what she's freaking out about, not what you're looking at. This? Why Bonus Hole is going viral on Twitter and what that means? I don't think so. Wait, what? Yes, it is Hassan, Jesus Christ. Wait, what? I don't make things up, but my point is that this stuff turns people off. It's not really controversial. The Bonus Hole? What is happening here? What? No way. She's not saying Pussy 2. That's the reason why we're mad. There's a new hole? Is it Pussy 2? What's happening? Was Obama right? I just realized. Pussy 2 is trans pussy. That's it. Trans woman pussy is Pussy 2.
Okay.
AKA.
I did pre-watch this part. I saw this on Stardust stream. Oh my god, what the fuck? He goes on like this massive fucking rant about bonus holes.
Hey, the bonus hole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, Obama was right.
And Pussy 2.
Protecting the transgender community is important. However, when you move out of or move far away from making sure that they are not denied housing, making sure that they're not denied healthcare, when you move into like these more fringe areas of like, I mean, there was a story out of the UK this week, blows my mind. There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas because it might be offensive to transgender men.
Yeah, this kind of stuff I hate so much. Again, it's always like marginal shit. Like, who cares? And then you look into the story and it's always, bro, this is literally the Gamergate neck-bearded weirdos that used to cultivate a movement around like shitting on the Young Turks and all matter of progressive politics online.
Hey viewers, he's calling us out. Which is hilarious too, because this guy dude, Hassan has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Like, Gamergate didn't give a shit about the Young Turks. Like, I'm not even sure the Young Turks ever came up in conversation even once. I'm not even sure they covered Gamergate. If they did, maybe it was like one article or one video. Like, it wasn't like some big thing. Like, he's making it sound like, oh my god, the Gamergate neckbeards, we're attacking the Young Turks. It's like, no, I was there, bro. We didn't give a shit about the Young Turks. Like, you guys didn't come up at all. Like, not even like once, okay? Like, we did not care about you at all.
In the 2014, 2015, 2015 era of online politics. You read a one-sided article that looks at like some extremely fringe shit, and then you represent it as though this is like a community-backed movement, and then you get mad about it. It's like, instead of going, yeah, who cares about this? It's some random fringe shit. Shut the fuck up, please. And then move on and talk about the actual issue at hand, which is anti-trans legislation being passed at the state legislature level that is genuinely harmful, which I know Anna would probably consider as well. Like, getting annoyed at a singular trans person, or getting annoyed at like one random fucking fringe group being like, we can't call it a vagina, we need to call it something else. It's just it's silly. It's just unproductive. It's counterproductive if you...
We have good reason to think And right, maybe new studies will come out and will show that like violent protests are like super great at winning hearts and minds. I don't think that will be the case. That goes against my priors, and it goes against the data that we do seem to have. But what does this extremely cringe shit do? Like, does this extremely cringe shit like birthing person, bonus hole, Latinx, like does this stuff actually help you win elections or lose them? Because I'd bet, and this is anecdotal, but I'd bet 1,000% that this stuff hurts. Like we know that only 3% of Latinos like the term Latinx. So you can say, oh well, the Latinx thing is cringe, whatever. Just ignore it. Don't talk about the Latinx thing. There's more important things to talk about than the Latinx thing. But it's like, okay, but if you're out there saying this and people are encountering this in the world, and it's turning them off, like maybe you should spend some time and talk about that and condemn that. And in fact, I think even Hassan de facto agrees with this point because he spends like 45 minutes. Like the rest of this video is him talking about the bonus hole thing. Look at this. He's still on about it. He's still on about it like 10 minutes later. Look at this. Or 20 minutes later, whatever. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Wow. I better switch to the OBS. But yeah, he's still talking about it like 15 minutes into the video.
A lot of people are like, oh, well, James, to assuming they're real are now going to stop. The reason why the right turns these anecdotes into national stories is specifically demonize the entire movement. Assuming they are real, I just linked to it. The right turns these anecdotes to national stories because they know it will turn people off. My argument is a little bit more strategic and tactful to secure healthcare and housing for the trans community. That's my point.
Seems like a perfectly reasonable point.
Well said, Anna. So I get having disagreements on optics with trans people on certain issues, and I get feeling frustrated.
Yeah, look, he goes back.
Every
to
trans
article.
person is. That's just a criminal, okay? That's like individually a criminal.
So even he would seem to recognize that, okay, look, we got to nip this thing in the butt. We got to go out here. We got to condemn this whole bonus hole shit because this is fucking crazy. Right? Even he spends the time to critique this. So why is he upset that Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur are doing the same thing? Anyway, let's go back to where we were.
History makes liberals into reactionaries. The very plain reality of the he's like transphobic, he's racist.
But yeah, anyway, yeah. Dude, fucking everybody hates this shit. Like, they fucking hate this shit. Like, I don't think there's anybody who hears, like, bonus hole or birthing person and is like, okay, I'm going to become more trans sympathetic. I feel like they hear that shit and it turns them into, like, fucking, like, full-blown Nazis, or it moves them more to the right. And like when you experience enough of that and you move enough to the right, like you're probably gonna turn like into like a full-blown like fascist. We gotta save the kids. We gotta save America from the socialists who are trying to promote. Like that's why this rhetoric I feel is out there, because so many people have been black-pilled by this crazy fringe shit, and it wouldn't be a problem if like normal left-wing people like myself, including people who are like pro-trans and pro whatever cause you care about, would be like, okay, look, the bonus hole thing, no, that's crazy. Okay, let's just focus on like the important things, like anti-discrimination laws and like things that actually matter in the world, and not this crazy thing. So that's crazy. Let's just move on from that. We don't support that. And okay, then you can have like the real conversation. But if you're out there defending it, or you're out there being like, oh, who cares? Who cares that we're redefining words? Who cares that I called you Latinx? Vote for me anyway. No, like that's not going to win people over. That's not going to be effective. I'm like if you truly care about being effective, like why would you do this shit? Why would you purposely try to push as many people away as possible? I mean, like that basically seems like what it is. It seems like you've created this thing. We're not even you don't even have a vagina anymore. You got a bonus hole. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? Who thought this was a good idea? Oh my god. It's just so frustrating because I feel like we're not making any progress here. I feel like maybe we are actually. I mean, I don't know. Like, because the fact that the Young Turks, like the largest progressive alternative media channel, the fact that both of their hosts, Cenk and Anna, have been out there condemning this stuff as of like 4 days ago, 6 days ago, 7 days ago. Actually, it might be like 8 or 9 days now. The fact that they're out there condemning this stuff maybe we're going to see a change, and we're going to see a more thoughtful and nuanced conversation moving forward that's focused on the things that that actually matter, including things that actually matter to trans people, and not like this crazy bonus hole thing that like I bet even most trans people would probably look at this and be like, okay, that's probably too far.
You know, who cares? Just do your thing. Getting shit on and taking it is absolutely just a part of being online. And Gen Xers who are on Twitter straight up don't understand that. Yeah, people I think like, well, we've put a lot of time and effort. Here's a Pulitzer Prize winning picture of the black students who, amid disputes with the administration, took over Willis Strait Hall at Cornell in 1969. The sanitized and child-friendly version of history makes liberals into reactionaries. The very plain reality of the civil rights movement was that it was constantly accused of the exact same excesses of modern movements, but the modern trans right effort is significantly less militant, not more. Yeah, 100%. Is this it? Terrified swimming champion Riley gains his ambush by screaming trans activists and hit. Wait, what? I don't make things up, but my point is that this stuff turns people off. It's not really controversial. The bonus hole? What is happening here? What? No way. She's not saying pussy too. That's the reason why we're mad. There's a new hole? Is it pussy too? What's happening? Was Obama right? I just realized. Pussy too is trans pussy. That's it. Trans woman pussy is pussy too. AKA the bonus hole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, Obama was right.
And pussy too.
Protecting the transgender community is important. However, when you move out of or move far away from making sure that they are not denied housing, making sure that they're not denied healthcare, when you move into like these more fringe areas of like, I mean, there was a story out of the UK this week, blows my mind. There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas because it might be offensive to transgender men,
yeah, this kind of stuff I hate so much. Again, it's always like marginal shit. Like, who cares? And then you look into the story and it's always, bro, this is literally the Gamergate neck-bearded weirdos that used to cultivate a movement around like shitting on the Young Turks and all manner of progressive politics online in the 2014, 2015, 2015 era of online politics. You read a one-sided article that looks at like some extremely fringe shit and then you represent it as though this is like a community-backed movement. And then you get mad about it. It's like, instead of going, yeah, who cares about this? It's some random fringe shit. Shut the fuck up, please. And then move on and talk about the actual issue at hand, which is anti-trans legislation being passed at the state legislature level that is genuinely harmful, which I know Anna would probably consider as well. Like getting annoyed at a singular trans person or getting annoyed at like one random fucking fringe group being like, we can't call it a vagina, we need to call it something else. It's just it's silly. It's just unproductive. It's counterproductive if you are interested in defending trans rights. And look no further than.
But you can just condemn it and move on, right? You don't have to cape for it. You don't have to ignore that it's a thing. You know, like if a conservative brings up the bonus hole to you, and you're a trans supporter, right? Just like if somebody brings it up to me, like if I'm debating somebody on trans stuff, and I'm the pro-trans side, let's say, and they're like, oh yeah, but dude, what about the fucking bonus hole, man? I saw the bonus hole. That's crazy, man. Like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna be like, well, look, it's like we have to be understanding that some people are gonna have different definitions of words, and they're gonna like, I'm gonna be like, okay, no, that's crazy. I agree. Can we talk about something else? Because we both agree on this. And they're like, okay, like that's how it should go.
The likes of Ben Shapiro, who regularly do turn this into legitimate discourse, right? I mean, look at it this way. Are we really going to act like trans people are not genuinely consistently under attack by the right-wing media apparatus when, like, Anheuser-Busch made one fucking beer can with Dylan Mulvaney's face on it, and now they still haven't shut the fuck up about it. Like, the Republicans still haven't shut the fuck up about it. Like, they saw Dylan, one of these sick perverts, who almost always is a chaser, by the way, literally was refreshing Dylan Mulvaney's, like, Instagram page to be like, oh my God, she posted a photo. And then they found out that Bud Light had done like one SpawnCon on her fucking profile, and they turned it into like a matter of national news. I don't want to talk about this shit. I don't think it's important. I think it's very fucking stupid. And I think that whenever there are certainly cringe trans people too. I mean, cringe is not unique to any kind of subsect of society. And trans people or activists can sometimes be very fucking cringe. They can be empathetic, but then simultaneously be incredibly fucking cringe. Like turning that into a matter of national news instead of just going, fuck that, who gives a shit, move on. Well, then you're participating, whether willingly or unwillingly, in just justifying a space for more transphobia to exist. So what happened? Let's see.
Hang on a second. I'm curious about something. What was Hassan's take on the Covington Catholic kids? Did he talk about this? Or he probably called up something else. Nick Sandman? I think that was the name. Maybe he didn't talk about it. Okay. All right, fair enough.
Let's see what happened with the situation that she's talking about.
Offensive to transgender men. You know, one of the potential replacements or substitutes could be bonus hole.
Wait, bonus hole? Wait, it is actually bonus hole. Why bonus hole is going viral on Twitter and what the term means? First of all, is it going viral on Twitter?
I don't know what's going on with any one particular alternate term for any body part, but it's not illegitimate to feel uncomfortable with a given term and prefer a different one, Char42 says. She continues with, it's not good to try to standardize it, though. It's a local issue within friend groups, really. But I wouldn't want to throw all peers under a bus by dismissing alternate terms. Like, this is something, too, that I'd considered. Like, if you're in, like, a group of friends and, like, you want to call like your like they kind of, like, this is something that guys do, right? They'll call their dicks like fucking weird nicknames, like fuck, what I'm trying, gotta drain the snake or whatever, right? Like they that's 100% like a thing that happens. But like if there were groups out there that were calling for us to change the word penis to snake, like I'd be like, what the fuck? Or actually, snake's not even that cringe. Like pick something else, like we're gonna call it the long snake or the bonus snake. I don't know. Like pick whatever you want. Like I feel like that'd be pretty fucking wild. Like okay, you want to do that amongst your friend group? Like that's totally cool. Whatever. Who gives a shit? But when you like want to change this in the world, and you're like gonna create an activist movement to make this a thing, to try and like force this on everyone else, like that's fucking wild. Like, yeah, sure. Like, yeah, if you're in a friend group, like, and you want to talk about that and use whatever term you want, like, yeah, sure, whatever. But don't put it on other people. And also, if you're an activist, this is something I made a video about. My most recent clip video, or less, on my main channel. That is not my second channel. My most recent one on my main channel was actually talking about this, about when I was a representative of Gamergate. Like, Char, there's a reason, or Hannah, there's a reason you're in my chat right now and you're still talking to me. And we had a conversation, a pretty good conversation, I think painted trans people pretty well like a week ago. There's a reason you're still talking to me. Because as a representative of Gamergate, I viewed it partly as my responsibility to always put my best foot forward. I recognize that people look at me, they don't just see Tachyon, they don't just see Netscape, right? They see Gamergate, or they used to, right, back then. So I had to always operate with dignity. And like, did I have like some fuck ups and like, was I a dick occasionally to people? Like, probably, yeah. But 99% of the time, I always tried to put my best foot forward. I always tried to represent myself well and represent Gamergate well, because like I'm not just me. I'm representing a movement, and people are relying on me to do a good job with that. And so if I'm an activist for a cause, I feel like I have to always try and be on my best behavior and try to win hearts and minds and not be an asshole. Like, or not come up with crazy stuff too that's going to make us look bad. Hannah says, or I don't know, if you're meeting and going out or hooking up with a trans person, it's sensible to be like, okay, not sure where they're at with that stuff, and could always ask, most like, oh, sorry, did I miss something? But I wouldn't want to throw all peers under the bus by dismissing alternate terminology. Or I don't know, if you're meeting and going out or hooking up with a trans person, it's sensible to be like, okay, not sure where they're at with that stuff, and could always ask. Most likely, if you're straight up hooking up, they're chill though. Well, I don't know how it works for trans people with hooking up. Is like the internet a great resource, or do they have special bars, or do you just? I mean, because I imagine I should have brought this up in the interview. I imagine it's probably difficult because like you could be dealing with like some like super far right person and you don't even know, or I mean I don't know, maybe these days you could tell. Like these days, everyone wears their politics on their sleeve, right? Anyway, I'm gonna jump back to the video.
Gives a fuck? What, you know what else goes viral on Twitter? The most unhinged Nazi propaganda. Who cares? After spending a little time on social media, you have to be wondering what is a bonus hole and why the term is all over your Twitter feed. Whose Twitter feed is this all over? It's not all over my Twitter feed. What the fuck? In 2020, Joe's Cervical Cancer Trust, in partnership with the LGBT Foundation, LGBTQ plus charitable organization, began suggesting the term bonus hole be used as a way to support trans men and non-binary people. According to their glossary, a bonus.
Okay, so this isn't just this isn't just a group of friends, right? This is actually a real organization, two real organizations, including an LGBT organization and the Joe's Cervical Cancer Trust. Okay, like these are two like real things in the world. I assume. I assume that these aren't like fake organizations. Okay, it's like a real organization. Okay, what about? Don't have a Wikipedia page though, so maybe they're not that big. LGBT Foundation. Is this a real group? Well, they have a Wikipedia page. If you go to an LGBT bar or whatever, it's usually pretty safe, and you'll get picked up like anyone else. That's what I'm familiar with. Okay, well, thank you for answering. That's interesting. I had no idea. I don't think I've ever been to an LGBT bar. Like, I don't think any of my I've never I'm by myself, but I've never been to one, and none of my friends who are in that group, I guess you can call it, whatever. None of them have like dragged me to one. Unless I was in one by accident and didn't realize. Like we went like just bar hopping, because we've been bar hopping a few times. Maybe we went into one by accident, but I feel like you might notice.
Alternative word for the vagina, and recommend checking what? Whenever someone like Yahoo says it's going viral, it's absolutely not. Yeah, dude, if this shit was going viral, Washington Post would be covering it, which by the way, they probably will now. Bro, this is literally like trans girls calling their gawk the princess wand. Guys, find out about the new viral phenomena, the gawk, the girl cock. This community.
Well, hang on, this was like two real organizations in the real world, including one that has a Wikipedia page that said this. Like, this wasn't like some super fringe like 5 people on Tumblr thing.
Of memers have decided to call their girl penises gawks, and it's going viral. And what we need to do now is arrest every trans person. I just asked my trans friends who were chronically on Twitter, and none of them have heard of it. Lamau, I'm chronically online. I haven't heard of this either. According to their glossary, bonus holes an alternative for the word vagina, and recommend checking to see which words.
To be clear, I'm not saying that this is a mainstream thing that people use, but it is something that's being promoted by 2 organizations in the real world, like not just people on Twitter.
Someone prefer to use. So like, how is this news is the real question you got to ask yourself. Because here's what I mean. Here's what I mean. Do I think this is like something that is very important for the movement? You know? Fuck no, I don't. No one is going to be like, wow, you're not a real ally, Hassan, because you're not considering bonus hole. Like, this is some silly ass bullshit. If you are cis and heard of this, 99% chance you are falling down the Glinner rabbit hole. This is why I hate covering these kinds of idiotic fucking stories. Ultimately, I need to learn about bonus hole, and I don't want to ever learn about bonus hole. It's like, this isn't even Twitter shit. They are saying it's Twitter. It's worse than Twitter shit. You want to know why? They're faking and acting like it's Twitter shit when it's not even shit on Twitter. This is so stupid. On their website, Joe's Cervical Cancer Trust using the correct language when you're talking about someone's gender identity is a simple and effective way to demonstrate support and recognition. Goes on to say the patients may seek care elsewhere if they feel hurt or distressed when a term is used that doesn't align with their gender identity. But bonus hole went viral today after conservatives like Leo Kearse and Oil London tweeted about it. Oh, that's why. Kearse is a right-wing UK-based comedian, and London is a British media personality who's most well known for writing a book about his experience detransitioning and the issue of supposed trans ideology. Basically, he's a TERF. I like that.
I mean, isn't this exactly sort of like the point I was making? That when you have crazy stuff like this, and you're not representing your movement very well, then you're going to get a backlash. And of course, conservatives are going to jump at this. They're going to jump at this 1,000%. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they jump at this? Right? They have every incentive to do so. And normal people are going to see this, both from the fucking crazy group and from the news articles covering it, and from the conservatives. And 90+% of the people who see this are probably going to lean towards the more conservative side, or the anti-trans side, or whatever it is you want to call it. Like, they're going to lean more towards that side after reading an article like this, or even just running into it, whether that's on social media or real life.
Yahoo News, boomer ass fucking Yahoo News is more progressive than the Associated Press, who's like, we can't use TERFs anymore. Sky News Australia covered this before you. UK charity group suggests bonus hole is a more inclusive to vagina. 3 days ago, 9,000 views, bro. This shit didn't even hit like the transphobia sphere. That's the point, because it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. Now it's more relevant Because Anna took the fucking bait on some random shit from some random fucking website that was like, oh, maybe we can call, you know, non-binary pussies bonus holes or something. And then all of a sudden now it's like an issue that everybody needs to fucking discuss. Why? The world is a massive place. There are always things that are happening that are idiotic, things that are happening that are silly, things that are happening that are stupid. Oftentimes, you have to make that assessment. You have to look at it and go, how many people are actually using this? How many people are actually using this terminology? Are they using it just on their own, in their own circles? Or are they actually saying other people need to use this as well? And if it doesn't hit those metrics at all, if it doesn't hit any of those markers, then why the fuck is this existing in your mind? Like, you know, remember formative memories and don't fucking put bonus hole in your mind. It's so stupid. This reminds me of how trans memers started using transing as a joke and the conservatives now use it seriously. Yeah, Anna, Joe Rogan, and Bill Maher fall for every fucking chain email story, I swear. Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. It is such a dumb thing to be upset about. And the only reason why I believe you get this kind of shit on your feed, and the only reason why you would take this seriously, is if that kind of transphobic sentiment is starting to take root in your mind. I have disagreements with extremely online activists all the fucking time. That's part of the reason why there is a gigantic group of people on Twitter, regardless of what their political background is, that says stuff like, I hate Hassan, I want to go to his house and fucking murder Hassan. And then I'll look at their profile and they're like a neurodivergent minor trans person. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck happened? Like, what do you mean? You want to come to my, it's almost always Germa fans too. They fucking hate me for some reason. I don't know why, even though I love Germa. And most of it is because they see shit clipped out of context and they fucking lose their mind over it, or it's like petty squabbles and minor disagreements that they hyper fixate on. Who gives a fuck? Ultimately, stay the course. If you truly do care about advancing, I don't know, if you truly do care about advancing trans causes or just ensuring that trans people are not getting absolutely eviscerated in out of public life, then don't talk about bonus hole, please. This is just bait created to make like some random fucking transphobic British person Substack pop off. It's so dumb. Bonus hole. I love that. God, what's next? Honest question. What do you think the impact of comments like yours? Do you think this group you refer to, assuming they're real, are now going to stop? The reason why the right turns these anecdotes into national stories is to specifically demonize the entire movement. Assuming they are real, I just linked to it. The right turns these anecdotes to national stories because they know it will turn people off. My argument is a little bit more strategic and tactful to secure healthcare and housing for the trans community. That's my point. Well said, Anna. So I get having disagreements on optics with trans people on certain issues, and I get feeling frustrated that you can't even get your points across without people immediately, you know, saying you're transphobic. Here's the thing. Here's the reality. Ultimately, you can have like an optics conversation without jumping on the silliest things, the silliest stories possible that are exclusively turned into national news stories that demonize trans people. Everybody understands. Every fucking trans person understands, for the most part, that this shit is like stupid. Most trans people look at this and go, oh, here we go again. When you end up making it seem like this is emblematic of the entire trans movement, well, then you're basically helping out the transphobic people. It's kind of like, what's that lady? There's like that fucking psychotic trans woman, what was it, Yaniv or whatever, who was like a pedophile or something. I don't want to fuck this story up, but it always, like, back in the day, there was like one trans person that like the right-wingers loved pointing to be like, to point to be like, look, like this person is a pedophile. Like this is how every trans person is. That's just a criminal, okay? That's like individually a criminal person. You don't ever do that with a white woman, or you don't ever do that with a white man. You don't ever do that with a cis man. You know what I mean? You don't ever go, well, you know, all white men are engaging in tax evasion, or well, this white guy, this cishet white guy hit my car and then drove away, which means all white men do this all the time. Like, I can't even make a good analogy to this because it's virtually impossible to see the dominant in-group in the similar way that you would a marginalized community. To be clear, since apparently this has to be spelled out, no one, literally no one is saying that the word, they can't even write the article correct. They said the word bonus hole is mandatory for anyone to use, be they cis, trans, or non-binary. It's simply a suggestion presented for trans men and non-binary people, and presumably anyone who prefers it can use. Folks, this is not hard to grasp. Offering alternative terms to people who are seeking medical treatment is an easy way to be respectful of the gender dysphoria some trans men and non-binary folks might be experiencing. Whether or not you use bonus hole or not should be a personal choice. Sadly, some online just can't or won't understand nuance. And for the TERFs who see this as some sort of vernacular takeover, in the words of Taylor Swift, you need to calm down. All raps back to Taylor, baby. Yeah, I don't know, man. Why the fuck is this a story? And we can't control what all activists are going to say and do. They're always going to exist, and there's always going to be some weird ones. As people with platforms, we have to be mindful of what our focus is and how that may impact people who are watching. You cannot be serious with this argument. Why are you giving into the rhetoric of we can't defend things that some people view as unpopular when you and Jank used to rail against that thinking? You can just admit that you're laundering transphobia with you talking like this. She's a public news figure. Like if a CNN anchor did this shit, we would be all over it. Yeah, a CNN anchor does have a significant amount more prominence than I think Anna Kasparian. I'm not Anna. I'm not Jank. I can't speak on how they feel. But my assumption is that they've been.
I'm not sure that's even true, though, that a CNN anchor has more... hang on, let's see. CNN viewership. Ratings. Is there like a simple way to see this? Is it Nielsen? I should probably go back real quick and make sure my base. Right now they're just getting destroyed for no reason. CNN averages 494,000 primetime viewers. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think, no. Young Turks is like 5 million, and that's just on YouTube. They have presences elsewhere as well. Young Turks. Yeah, 5.49 million, and that's just on YouTube. So, no, I don't think that the average random CNN host, maybe they're primetime people, but even then, probably not, have more influence. Well, maybe in terms of politics, in terms of like, they can get Congress people to go on their shows, probably, sure. But in terms of viewers, I don't think that's true.
Getting shit on by the right for years and years and years and years. And the reason why they've been getting shit on by the right for years is not valid reasons. It's literally because they have been fighting against transphobia, anti-science rhetoric, fighting against racism, refusing to back away from police brutality. They've been doing that for a long time. And I think, pure speculation, I think that they get very frustrated, especially when they want to have like an optics conversation on how to present your best foot forward or whatever in activist circles. And I think they want everybody to just like shut up and agree with them. And I get that because
Hassan must not like me very much. First off, I doubt he knows who the fuck I am. But yeah, I'm having the optics conversation. So
I also feel that way sometimes when I'm just like, man, I've been getting fucking death threats since like 2014. I'm not a transphobic person. I'm not a racist person. Sometimes when I'm talking about optics or when I'm talking about activism or how to put your best foot forward and I'm speaking over marginalized communities and I'm speaking against, it comes across like I'm speaking against marginalized communities. I'm doing that because I feel like I do know better on how to present your movement to a broader audience. This does not mean that I'm a transphobic person. This does not mean that I'm a racist person. The difference between me and
oh, okay. Actually, I think we might have the same take here on this.
And in this particular instance with like Anna, however, is that I'm not going to look to like a random, otherwise innocuous, silly fucking news story that is the type of news story that the right would absolutely latch on, to fucking create this this massive issue and highlight it. Some of those people in the orgs don't relay the point well. I agree, coming from you and how you present it makes it easily understandable. Yeah, except those people are trying to do the right thing. And also, those people are overall irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? It's dumb to hyper-focus on this shit. Does that make sense? Why I don't cover it? I think it's fucking stupid to cover something like bonus hole. It's kind of like, I'll give you an example that's even a broader example, right? Neopronouns. I don't fucking understand it, and I don't want to, and I don't care, and I'm never gonna fucking talk about it. Obviously, there are plenty of fucking debate perverts who are regularly in here who are like, Hassan, give me your thoughts on neopronouns. Give me your thoughts on neopronouns. Give me your thoughts on fucking neopronouns. And it's like, nope, not gonna do that. Don't care. Not happening.
Wait,
and in a lot of instances,
what the heck's a neopronoun? Neopronouns are a category of neologistic English third-person personal pronouns beyond he, she, they, one, it. Neopronouns are preferred by some okay, yeah, I've seen this in the wild, like Zer.
It comes across real fucking cringe, except for all the times you've talked about it. No, I haven't talked about it that much, and it's not really a thing that I talk about at all. It's pointless. It's pointless to talk about this shit. Do you get it? It's like getting mad at some fucking 14-year-old on Twitter who's using neopronouns now, you know what I mean? And the neopronouns are like dear or something. And now you're like, whoa, what's happening to society? It's like, dude, calm the fuck down. Calm down. It's not like a significant thing. There's no like, government mandate. Shut the fuck up. If you were to look at the neopronouns discourse, you know who uses neopronouns more than like actual trans people? Fucking right-wingers who are always like, my pronouns are suck my ass.
Actually, I don't think first of all, the otherkin thing I think is pretty fringe. I don't think that that's ever going to go anywhere in society. I think that that's going to be a fringe thing forever, probably. But the neo pronouns thing, like Zer, yeah, I don't know. I see that shit like in the wild. Like I don't know if I've ever seen it in real life. But like on Twitter, you will see people with that in their bios. Not just like not if you go looking for them, but like you'll just randomly see it in people's bios. At least I have for sure. I don't know about other people. Maybe you have a really weird feed that other people don't have.
It's literally fucking right-wingers that use neopronouns more than like actual fucking trans people. Shut up. Shut up. Don't talk about it. It's just so stupid. Some deleted tweets from Anna the Juniper. Yeah, I showed some of this already. I don't give a shit how many viewers turn on me. I will never minimize any political violence of any kind. It's what losers do when they can't strategize and win an argument. You're fucking brain dead. Don't gaslight me to say that barricading someone in a fucking classroom for 3 fucking hours is non-violent. This week had nothing to do with the KKK. Disgusting. Barricading speakers is not violent. You are genuinely stupid if you cannot see how insane it is. You're comparing trans people to defending ourselves to groups like the KKK. The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies of the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagree with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through non-violence of showing America their humanity. I think people feel like everyone has to immediately respect their positions, especially when they're talking about like optics or putting your best foot forward. I myself have done this many times. This, however, does not change my perspective. And I also don't cover that endlessly in the same vein as like I don't talk about fucking neopronouns. There are always going to be certain things that you don't agree with in a broader movement. You have the capacity as an ally, even though I fucking hate that term, right? To look at something like that and go, oh yeah, this is fucking bullshit. Like, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it. I don't give a fuck. The hundreds of pieces of...
Shockingly good take from Hassan. Actually, maybe not that shocking, but damn, yeah. No, I'm 100% against this whole fucking ally stuff. I really am. This idea that, oh, you're an ally, like, it's so cringe. I think we should view humans as individuals with their own thoughts and ideas and not like, oh, well, you're an ally. Like, that's such a fucking cringe thing. Like, no, I'm a person who thinks, and that's all there is to it. There's no allyship. I'm just a human being.
legislation that's passing at the state legislature level, or the temper tantrums that fucking right-wingers throw when like a trans person does like a 30-second spot for Bud Light, and it turns this into like a national trans panic, as though Bud Light is like personally transing you with a gun in your own home. All of that stuff is significantly more important. And I think if we're going to talk about trans issues, instead of talking about like ridiculous random people saying bonus hole, I choose to cover those things. And the reason why I choose to cover those things is because those things are actually important. You intentionally misunderstood what I said, you moron. Lol. No, I didn't. You said barricading people you disagree with is nonviolent. If an alt-right group did that to a trans speaker, I'm sure you change your tune. You're dishonest, childish, and batshit crazy. Not sure if you noticed, but states currently using violence against trans people. Curious as to see why you seem to care about the grifter who terrorizes trans people than trans people who are being affected by this legislation and violence. You don't watch the show, so you have no idea what I talk about or how often I defend the trans community. I think the fringe shit and activists like you turn the country against people. You're just too stupid to see it. So here's the thing. Offering a blanket, oh, you barricaded this person, you're engaging in political violence in a situation like this, and I don't even know what this fucking situation is, but offering that blanket is basically centrism. The same kind of neck-bearded centrism that TYT has been attacked by for years and years and years, which is why it's so odd to see. It's why it's so fucking odd to see this coming from victims of those supposedly centrist commentators. Ultimately, the reason why Anna has responded that way is because she does cover state legislatures doing anti-trans legislation. I mean, here, let's look at it. This is the reason why Anna says, you don't know what I cover. Here's why. Republicans censure first trans woman elected in Montana, Zoe Zephyr. Inspiring Nebraska state senator shows Democrats how to fight. Tennessee passes law that bans drag shows and gender-affirming care. Do you guys think that in any of these videos, TYT is taking an anti-trans perspective?
You know, he started off very skeptical and like saying that, oh, I bet they're being transphobic. But I'm glad he's at least now recognizing that his initial take was wrong. Like, props to him for that.
No, of course not. The only issue where there is a disagreement, I know this, is trans people in sports, okay? They feel as though, and I can't speak on every single person that works there, but I do think that in certain circumstances, there is definitely that little bit of transphobia that's like baked into the conversation, where instead of going, I don't give a fuck if like a 14-year-old trans girl is actually participating in high school sports, which like normalizes her existence a lot better, and also on top of that, like allows them to have a level of gender affirmation. And I think overall, this like hyper focus on said 14-year-old in like different states and like literally crafting state legislation to dunk on that 14-year-old is actually fucking stupid. That's my perspective on it. And that it is completely crafted by psychopathic right-wingers and originally focus tested by like right-wing insane zealots that have lobbying groups and whatnot. Insane right-wing lobbying groups focus test what method of attack is the most successful against trans people. They find out that it's fairness in sports, just like affirmative action is fairness in getting into school. Like Americans want to believe in fairness, they want to believe in meritocracy, and that doesn't exist in the real world, but it doesn't matter. They still want to believe in it. So you do market research and figure out that if you slap on the fucking unfair sticker onto an issue, you can get a lot more people to come to your side. So they do that, and that's why TYT thinks like it's an irrelevant issue in the grand scheme of things, but that doesn't overall mean that they're like transphobic or that they are going to stop covering anti-trans legislatures. They are covering it, right? So for that reason, Anna thinks like, no, I am covering this shit, except I have a disagreement here with barricading people you disagree with being nonviolent. Yes, it does mean that they're transphobic. Yeah, it does, except every single person in the United States of America is transphobic to a certain degree. Do you want me to go back to the same conversation over and over again? Like, if you are a trans person.
Wait, hang on, I gotta re-listen to this. Did he just say if you oppose barricading speakers, you're transphobic? No shot.
And that's why TYT thinks like it's an irrelevant issue in the grand scheme of things, but that doesn't overall mean that they're like transphobic or that they are going to stop covering anti-trans legislatures. They are covering it, right? So for that reason, I think for that reason, Anna thinks like, no, I am covering this shit, except I have a disagreement here with barricading people you disagree with being nonviolent. Yes, it does mean that they're transphobic. Yeah, it does, except every single person in the United States of America is transphobic to a certain degree.
Yes, it
Do you
does.
want me to go back to the same conversation over and over?
Yes, it does mean they're transphobic because of this like one disagreement about barricading. Like the barricading speakers thing has nothing to do with like transphobia though. Like I think Char, you would agree with me, right, Hannah, that this like if you disagree with a specific tactic that a specific activist has taken, that means like you oppose the activist movement. Like that's, or no, even worse, right? He's trying to say that they're bigoted, right? That's what he's really trying to say. And he's saying, oh well, everyone is to some extent, so it's okay. But I don't think that's a good take.
Again, like if you are a trans person, I don't know if you are or not, you probably know that already. It's the default position. America is transphobic. You know that is the case. There are plenty of trans people who were transphobic originally. They'd internalized transphobia even. You know what I mean? Yeah, so you know that already. So because of that reason, you just have to like parse through just any kind of discourse, because there is like a sea of transphobic shit, and you have to basically pick your battles in that regard. It still doesn't matter. It still should not happen to, it should not come from like an otherwise progressive institution. I don't agree with that. A lot of these things that come out about trans people and what they're doing and what they care about is all in the same vein of like just creating just awful discourse around trans people. Just trying to fucking throw shit as best as possible. Be like, trans people are cringe, trans people are violent, trans people are pedophiles, trans people are fucking trying to, groom your children. There is a wide spectrum of anti-trans sentiment, all of which plays the same role, which is when you think about trans people, if you ever consider like a trans person, you want to think that they're somehow bad, or you want to think that they're somehow toxic. Okay, you want others to think that they're somehow toxic. That's what transphobic people do. In many ways, this is why I say transphobia is a mental illness. By the way, trans people didn't barricade anyone. That transphobic fifth place loser swimmer barricaded herself because she didn't want to deal with the protesters yelling at her. It's a total lie that anyone barricaded her but herself. Yeah. And in most circumstances, the story in and of itself is also different than the way people cover it. Different than the way transphobic people weaponize it, right? There's always some like some minutia that they utilize or that they weaponize against trans people. First-hand context, I work at SFSU. The whole Riley Gaines drama was a publicity stunt bullshit. They came back to campus for more drama but got ignored. They're not victims in the slightest. Red meat for chuds, and it's as inane as bonus hole. Exactly. Thank you. That is what I'm trying to say. And hyper-focusing on that and turning it into a larger issue like the trans people are doing political violence to their enemies is transphobic. You're creating more transphobic takes. You're giving more room for people to legitimize these otherwise really stupid stories. And I know TYT, and I know their coverage on issues like this in the past, and this is definitely different than the way that they've covered it. Ultimately, this discourse continues in the way that it is because you can just, you just think it's like disposable. You know what I mean? You just think that the issues and the people are somewhat disposable, so you don't care about like what kind of negative sentiment it's presenting. At a certain point, it moves beyond like, I'm trying to have a conversation about optics, about the optics of like activism, and moves into, I'm dunking on, trans activists on the timeline regularly, while also hyper-focusing on some of the silliest points of contention that aren't even real issues at all. Because ultimately, if you care about practicality, if you care about praxis, if you care about like, ensuring that the trans community puts their best foot forward, like all these activists put their best foot forward, right? And it's not like a genuine disagreement with like most trans issues, then you wouldn't be consistently talking about this, because lighting a fire under this over and over again as like right-wingers celebrate all this shit that you're saying, it makes the discourse way worse. It's just yet another rendition of like trans people are cringe and stupid and annoying.
I don't see what's wrong with the just condemn it and move on.
And that's why it's kind of valid for us to ensure that they are not playing in sports in any way, and that like maybe there's going to be some drag bans, but we can turn the other cheek towards that. Even when Anna and Jank have consistently defended against those systemic forms of oppression, especially when it comes to legislation.
Sometimes I'm a little scared or I'm afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my race because I don't know if I'm going to unintentionally step in it, right?
Yeah.
Like there's and I hate that.
Right.
Like there's this like, because like if all of the messages toward me and people who, I'm Armenian, but still they call me white passing, so just gotta go with that, right? If people who look like me are constantly told you are inherently racist. Okay, you are inherently a bad person.
I
mean, if that's the start, and I had this debate with Jenk when it came to our rhetoric in regard to the other side, right? If the starting off point is you are trash and we think you're evil,
yeah,
then
totally.
how does that? You're never going to move in a better direction. You're not going to move the country in a better direction. You're not going to improve race relations. You're going to make it
Here's
worse.
a question for Hassan. Does he think that Anna and Chink are going to go through their entire lives now in every single show talking about bonus holes because of this incident? Does he think that that's going to be like everything that they... I mean, of course he doesn't, right? He even said that they've in the past covered things in a way that he agrees with. So why would he be like, oh, well, now that they're bringing this up, they're adding so much fuel to the fire just by bringing it up. Well, they're bringing it up and condemning it, which I think they should be doing. And then I think they're pretty much moving on, right? If someone else brings it up to them, they might talk about it. Or if it comes up in a relevant conversation in some way, they might talk about it. But I don't think they're going to be out there every single day talking about bonus holes on Young Turks from now on and promoting like this idea. Char says, the problem with just condemn and move on is that it's usually a scenario where good ideas are being exercised clumsily and we don't want to throw the baby out the bathwater. Okay, well, what is the good idea with bonus hole? Or I know you're speaking in generalities, but is there a good idea with bonus hole or Latinx or birthing person or the Z-zer pronouns, right? What's the good idea that we're missing? I'm serious. I'm being genuine. What's the good idea? And you can take any one of those. You can take all four or whatever. You don't have to defend every single bad thing that someone said or every clumsy attempt at saying something even.
And that's what I see happening. I think a lot of
I think the way to think about this is all lib shit, dude. This is literally liberalism in action. Here's why. It stems from like people having honest disagreements or debates or worse, Twitter spats, and what that does to systemic forms of oppression. It does nothing. Every single random fucking account on Twitter could say all white people are evil and deserve to suck shit, and that doesn't move the needle at all. Here, let me explain to you in a way that like I know Anna and everyone else at TYT has experienced through the Gamergate era. This discourse that Anna is engaging in right now is identical to the men are trash.
Gamergate didn't give a shit about the Young Turks. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, dude? This guy's got no idea. Like, what the heck? We didn't care. We didn't care about the Young Turks. Like, why does he make it seem like... I need to say Gamergate era. Like, is he talking about, like, the general move in society in certain areas, at least? Well, I mean, I think a lot of society moved in a more anti-social justice warrior direction, quote unquote. Like, if he's talking about like that, but Gamergate era, like, dude, GG, and he said earlier that Gamergate cares about the Young Turks, that they were attacking the Young Turks. It's like, bro, Gamergate didn't attack the Young Turks. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, we don't give a shit. Like, we might have like criticized like one or two things over the course of like what Gamergate was like fucking 5 years. Over 5 years, was there ever anybody posting on Twitter criticizing Young Turks? Probably, maybe. Maybe you guys said something about GG that was incorrect. I don't know. Or that we disagreed with. The good idea with other body part terminology is that it could be more comfortable for an individual to use if their dysphoria is severe enough that standard terms make them feel bad. I don't know if I buy that. I mean, not on a societal level, certainly. Like, if you're a therapist in a clinical setting, and someone's like, please don't use the word vagina, don't use the word penis, because it makes me uncomfortable. I've got a lot of dysphoria regarding, like, okay, like, even then, I'm not even sure that's the best approach. Like, there is sort of this coddling approach, and again, I'm not a psychologist, I don't know fuck, I'm just spitballing here, but there is this sort of coddling approach that we have in society, and I wonder if this, like, okay, if you're upset about this specific thing, you should avoid that thing. I'm not sure that that's actually good. Like, maybe in some specific circumstances for some specific people, it might be. But we do see, like, the trigger warning stuff. I'm pretty sure studies have come out and shown that trigger warnings are actually counterproductive, that they don't help people overcome trauma at all. Yeah, and yeah, let's look this up again. I don't want to promote fake news, so now I got to switch back over. I'm not in the middle of a game, am I? Oh no, I am. I purposely picked a game where it's where it's just me by myself. The other people I'm playing with, I'm not on a team, so if I fuck up, I'm not going to hold them back. And I'm 100% going to fuck up. I'm just going to half-ass this defense. But that's okay, it's random unit defense. It's not much you have to really do anyway. Alright. Trigger warnings effectiveness. I'll do the New Yorker. I feel like they generally do a pretty good job. Earlier this year, Brandeis University's Prevention Advocacy and Resource Center released a suggested language list developed by students who have been impacted by violence and students who have sought out advanced training for intervening in potentially violent situations. The students' purpose, they wrote, was to remove language that may hurt those who have experienced violence from our everyday use. They proposed avoiding idioms like killing it, take a stab at, and beating a dead horse. I was struck that one of the phrases that they recommended avoiding was trigger warning, and that they proffered and that the proffered explanation was sensible. Warning can signify that something is imminent or guaranteed to happen, which may cause additional stress about the content to be covered. We can also never guarantee that someone will not be triggered during a conversation or training. People's triggers vary widely. This is a very long New Yorker. It's going to be a very long article. So where do they get to the meat? If those suffering from PTSD were responding to trigger warnings by opting out of reading or discussing the flagged content, then as McNally has pointed out, that would be concerning from a mental health point of view because the clinical consensus is that avoiding triggers worsens PTSD. Oh, I didn't know that, actually. Huh. As McNally has written, I mean, it makes sense, right? Intuitively, I think, that if you purposely avoid the things, if you don't confront the things that bother you, they're going to continue to bother you. In fact, they might bother you even more because now you've avoided it for like 20 years, and the one time it happens, 20 years later, you encounter it, like, oh my God, you don't even know how to respond because you've not built up any resilience. I feel like that's one thing that in society we've done a really bad job at. I feel like promoting resilience in people. And like obviously, look, people are going to have shittier situations, like some people, and some of that shitty situations is because of stuff that's beyond your control. A lot of it's probably stuff that's beyond your control, right? People who are born poor, people who are transgender, people have different experiences in life. People who are in single family households, whatever. You could even say that they have certain privileges and disprivileges, even, right? And obviously, people are going to have like very different experiences in the world, and some of them are going to be very negative, and it's going to be outside of their control to some extent. But we should probably, as a society and culture, promote like a degree of resiliency. You need both, right? You need to have the conservative view on a personal level, 1,000%. On a personal level, you need to have like an internal locus of control where you can address things in your life and make changes in your life that are positive, and not just like blame the world. It's society's fault that I'm poor. It's society's fault I didn't get that job. It's society's fault that my grades are bad, right? That's a horrible fucking mindset. You need to have an internal locus of control and like control your own destiny in life. And like you're gonna face certain challenges, including some that might be as a result of society. You need to have that approach. Like the conservative mindset on that is like fucking spot on. But the conservatives go too far in that they ignore the political side, the systemic side, you could say. Like, yes, it's important that you teach that you encourage poor people to better themselves 1,000%. But at the same time, you also have to like recognize, okay, there are a lot of people in our society who, through no fault of their own, are being born in like the world's shittiest situations, or who lose their job and lose their health care. And like should have like government programs in place to try and resolve this, right? You should like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't tie having health care to having a job. Maybe everyone should just have health care as being a citizen, and we can eliminate that systemic issue. But we're also not there yet. So if you're an individual and you're like, oh well, I better just blame all my problems on society and like instead of improving my own lot in life, then you're not going to go anywhere. So you need both. You need like the liberal view, which is let's address the systemic issue and let's address the societal issue. Let's solve that problem. And you need to have the conservative mindset in your personal life to try and improve yourself and strive to do as best you can within society as it exists. And not just hope and pray that maybe someday it'll get better. Chat says every person is a person in progress and is always working on improving themselves as many ways as they have bandwidth for. It's not really others' place to be like, no, this thing is the thing you need to be working on. Learning to endure things that make you involuntarily feel bad and then proceed recklessly to make those people feel bad. Plus, I don't understand the insistence that the person must identify and use any specific term, especially if it's painful for them. I'm not sure that could be critically argued. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a psychologist. I don't know. Like, if you're a psychologist, I think that if you're a psychologist, like, you would probably want to encourage your people to overcome them, right? Because if this New Yorker article is right, then avoiding those avoiding triggers is actually bad. But also, there was I don't think this isn't going to reference the study. There's actually a study I think that shows that it backfires. That they actually have a negative impact on people's mental health. Oh, resilience. Yeah, you're stealing my word. What the fuck? What study are they citing, though? I want to find the actual study. Several studies show that providing explicit alerts to students that upcoming class content might induce unpleasant reactions offers little to no benefit and often backfires, only making them more and more anxious. But is there like a meta-analysis? Meta-analysis of trigger warning effectiveness, or impact, let's say. Overall, we found that warnings have no effect on effective responses to negative material nor educational outcomes, comprehension. However, warnings reliably increase anticipatory effect. What is this? OSF? What the hell is... Okay. Do you want to dive into this massive fucking paper on trigger warnings? Or do you just want to just move the fuck on? Because I'm kind of leaning towards moving the fuck on. I feel like, at the very least, we could say with a fairly... Let's see, what is it? Let's see what it actually shows first. Because I want to actually understand this. Because I'm probably going to talk about this at other points in my life. And if I want to be a lazy fuck, then I don't deserve to be on YouTube. Trigger warnings, content warnings, or content notes are alerts about upcoming content that may contain themes related to past negative experiences. Advocates claim that warnings help people to emotionally prepare for or completely avoid distressing materials. Critics argue that the warnings both contribute to a culture of avoidance at odds with evidence-based treatment practices and instill fear about upcoming content. Recently, a body of psychological research has begun to investigate these claims empirically. We present the results of a meta-analysis of all empirical studies on the effects of these warnings. Overall, we found that warnings have no effect on effective responses to negative material, nor on educational outcomes, i.e. comprehension. However, warnings reliably increase anticipatory effect. Findings on avoidance were mixed, suggesting either that warnings have no effect on engagement with material or that they increase engagement with negative material under specified circumstances. Limitations and implications for policy and therapeutic practices are discussed. Huh. So basically they're bullshit. Like, unless, hang on. evidence that trigger warnings are good for PTSD. Well, if this is a meta-analysis of all the research, at least up until the date of publication, then that should be good. That should be pretty slam dunk unless new studies come out. And I mean, when was this? Last edited, created August 23rd. But when was the study conducted? Yeah, is there no way to like see a table of contents? I should be one to bitch about that. My own book doesn't have a table of contents. I know I'm a huge dick. In fact, I was at a party in real life with like 25 people. It was a party I hosted, ironically enough. And one of the people there was like, "Oh yeah, you wrote a like they wanted me to read my book out loud." And they're like, "Wait, you don't have a table of contents?" And I'm like, "Do I need one?" It's like, yeah, as it turns out, you probably should. But you know, whatever. It was years ago. Or I still stand by the book, by the way. I feel like the last chapter I could rework a little bit, but other than that, I mean, I stand by the book 100, like 95%. Anyway, this seems like relatively recent, at least within the past few years. Some research does suggest that trigger warnings may be able to reduce stress, but only very, very marginally. A 2018 paper, though, concluded that trigger warnings were not only largely ineffective, but also in some cases amplified the anxiety people reported in response to distressing materials. Okay, so there was maybe one study that showed. I so fucking lost that defense game. There's no shot I won. Yeah, okay. No shot I'm even still in it. Effective. Oh, hang on. Some research. Students are requesting that professors are issuing trigger warnings, content warnings, cautioning that college course material may cause distress. Trigger warnings are meant to alleviate distress students may otherwise experience, but multiple lines of research suggest trigger warnings could either increase or decrease symptoms of distress. We examine how these theories translate to this applied situation. Across 6 experiments, we gave some college students and internet users a trigger warning, but not others. Exposed everyone to one of a variety of negative materials, then measured symptoms of distress. To better estimate trigger warning effects, we conducted many meta-analysis on our data, revealing trigger warnings had trivial effects. People reported similar levels of negative effect, intrusion, and avoidance regardless of whether they had received a trigger warning. Moreover, these patterns were similar among people with a history of trauma. These results suggest trigger warning is neither meaningfully helpful nor harmful. Okay. Wait, this is the study that's supposed to defend trigger warnings? Okay, like I've become like even more convinced now that this was that they're not great. Dude, we're almost done with this video. It's been so long.
Discourse. Gamergaters loved latching on to like
Dude, what the fuck? Gamergaters. Gamergaters.
all men are trash as like the absolute worst, most unimaginable thing that someone could fucking say. And at the time, TYT would look at that accurately and go, who gives a fuck? Who cares? It's just like some person saying some dumb shit. It doesn't mean anything. It's completely meaningless. The idea like all white people are inherently evil is not a serious thing that people believe. It's not. Some people might believe it.
I mean, bro, I don't know. Assad, dude, it does seem increasingly like we're living in a world where people do believe that. And I think that it's influencing the way they interact with the world. Like we saw with this, Destiny pointed this out with the city bike Karen situation. So many people. Oh, dude, we got to find his clip on this. We got to watch his take on this. That's going to be way more interesting than finishing this stupid video about bonus holes. Destiny City, or I think his video was Bike Karen. Because I think it was Vosh or somebody. Dude, an hour and 27. Now forget it. Anyway, I'll summarize his take. Destiny's take was that people basically are assuming that she's evil because she's white. They are assuming the worst possible motivations of her because she's white. Same with the Amy Cooper story, by the way. But people are assuming the worst possible motivations because she's white, and she's white, and there's these three or four black men around her, and there's a dispute over the bike, and nobody really knows like who has the bike, who doesn't, whatever. Like that. The receipts did come out, and they were trying to save the bike for later, or they were trying to run a scam, one of the two. But let's be charitable and just say that the men's motives were ambiguous, but she clearly did pay for the bike. And a bunch of people, the left, lost their mind, dude. All the left, like most of the left-wing content creators out there, all had horrible takes on this. They were all like saying that, oh my God, she's racist. She just hates these black people. And turns out, whoops, actually, she had the receipt for the bike, and they had to walk it back. Some of them walked it back. I'm sure a lot of people out there still believe that she's racist. Just like the Amy Cooper thing. A lot of people still believe that she was racist. But they just assumed, oh, this is a white woman, and she's doing her white woman thing. Vosh even said that the other day. That, having a white woman moment. Like, people fucking do believe this shit, man. They fucking have, they do have these horrible views towards white people now. It's really actually become, like, a real thing. Like, it might have started on Tumblr as, jokes, but, it became real racism against white people. And, I'm not saying that white people have it worse than black people in the United States on average. But I'm not saying that at all. But this anti-white racism stuff, it's becoming a real fucking thing that's actually infecting people in the way they think about the world. And you're assuming that the white people are. And Destiny brought this amazing point, which was, if it was a black woman surrounded by 4 white dudes, all of the commentary would be exactly the opposite, right? If it was a black woman and she was surrounded by 4 white dudes who were giving her a hard time about a bike, 1,000%. We'd be hearing about how it's understandable she feels this way because of rape culture, and we would hear all of the talking points come out. We would hear everyone's opinion would be 100% reversed on this, and that's probably true for the right too, right? Maybe some people on the right would have been like, oh well, they'd be switching sides too, and be like, oh, you can't just assume that the white guys are racist. Or the white guys are doing something wrong.
But who gives a fuck? And ultimately, white people still run society. You know what I mean? Who cares if some random fucking Twitter user's like, oh man, white people are inherently evil. It's not you as a...
I mean, this is a problem I have with groupthink. White people run society. It's just not true. Right? Individuals run society, and most of those individuals are white, but also a lot of them are black too. like President Barack Obama, the most powerful man in the world, the leader of our country, right? I mean, most of them are white. Actually, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think actually the people in power are about actually equal in terms of their demographic groups. Let's see. Congressional Black Caucus percent. Oh, hang on. We just do the math on this ourselves. 54 divided by 435. Was that 12% of the population? So yeah. Black people are represented about their percentage of the population in Congress. Now, that's not true in the Senate, to be fair. Zero. And that's not true for the Republicans. Well, of course, there are black people who are Republican, but not, or black people in Congress who aren't members of the Congressional Black Caucus, though. Non-black membership. Okay, all past and present are members. But yeah, there are non-members. But... I mean, I don't really care that much, but 12.5, that's about the percentage of black people. Or this is 11. Well, that's from this year, 1162, 11.5. Okay.
White person still have that privilege. You as a white person can still completely fucking, override all of that shit. It's just hurt people who are just trying to fucking, be as exaggerated as possible in the way that they cover shit. It's hyperbole. I mean, it's all in the same vein. I think what Anna is saying in all these clips that are popping on Twitter, it's all in the same vein of like hyper focusing on random gripes and turning it into like major points of contention, which is what right wingers do usually. You know what I mean? And they do it very successfully. So if you are a progressive commentator, as they are, and as they have been, and they've been victims of this already many, many times, like, I don't know why you eat debate. They are not. You can say they're not, but like, I worked there. They were. You know what I mean? They have been shit on by the very same people who are now hyping up these sentiments. They've been shit on in the same exact way, as a matter of fact, that like TYT thinks all white people are evil. Like, it's like, no one fucking thinks that. It's like an idiotic fucking take. Okay? They say that about me all the goddamn time too.
Do you think that you get to call yourself some sort of like principled leftist who's out to do the right thing? How can you call yourself the home of progressives when you are actively cutting deals with fascists about the rights of trans people and then spreading transphobic nonsense to an audience of like millions?
Oh my god. I saw this video. The one that Hassan's watching now. This person, she worked at the Young Turks, and like her take on it was like the most cringe. She quit because Anna was criticizing the bonus hole thing. Like, this is like insane. This is you literally quit your job over this. Like, this is insane. And like, yeah, her takes were absolute dog shit, I'd say. This entire video I watched, I don't know if I saw the whole thing. I saw most of it, but it was complete dog shit. Like, it's like, oh my god.
Millions of people. It is deeply irresponsible, and fundamentally, it's pathetic. This is genuinely embarrassing. The degree to which this is irresponsible just knows no bounds, because there are so many people that are literally looking to people like Jenk for opinions, and he's literally just giving them an open invitation to be as transphobic as they want to be, because it's politically strategic.
Open invitation to be as transphobic as they want to be.
For once.
Open invitation to be as transphobic as they want to be. Bro, like, what the heck? Like, this is an insane take. Like, you criticize bonus holes. Now you're just like, it's open season on trans people at TYT. Oh my gosh.
In your life. Think strategically about what that means.
This is really good. Yeah, this is exactly what is going on. I think she's 100% correct on that. Like, the giving up on certain talking points specifically so you can be strategic is, I think, silly. And it's the exact same kind of triangulation that old TYT and TYT still to this day will shit on the Democratic Party for. It's just that they don't think it's worth fighting for. And that's the reason why they don't want to like educate people on why it's fucking silly and move on from it. Or they just legitimately disagree with it. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's great. That's a great point by Ben Carollo. Benny, you guys said her name is, right? She's trans, I think. She was a trans content creator at TYT. I don't know. I haven't fucking been involved in TYT for a very long time.
That means that you're going to continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're going to lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who are passing draconian, disgusting legislation in various states right now as we speak against the transgender community.
Look at this. You're going to push your Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything the trans activists want. Like, shut up. Literally, shut the fuck up. This is so embarrassing. Like, Anna Kasparian. Like, look, I'm going to be real. This is my personal opinion, but whatever. I think Anna Kasparian is genuinely personally transphobic. I'm just going to say it right now. She's like saying and doing all of the things. She's referring to every trans person as a trans rights activist. Referencing every trans person as a trans rights activist is just on its face, literally.
No, that's not what she said. I remember I watched the whole fucking interview. We watched it on this channel. That's not what she said.
transphobic. And it's one of the things that transphobes have been pushing for a long time, is just calling every trans person a trans rights activist. I mean, and the media more broadly does this as well. And this whole idea of like, you're gonna lose the Republicans if you cater to these trans people, once again, is entirely debunked. Most people are fine with trans people, and when Republicans make their entire platform about attacking trans people, it actually does undermine their political success. We just live in a country that is very much not a democracy, that has all this gerrymandering and all these other things, and so Republicans still have like seats in a lot of places. I know, wild concept. But genuinely, if you...
Okay, I mean, look, I'm a very strong critic of gerrymandering and of the first past the post system. I would agree that the electoral system in the United States today is one, because of gerrymandering especially, and the first past the post system to a lesser extent, and money in politics to a lesser extent, but gerrymandering especially is inherently anti-democratic and does result in Republicans having more seats than they should. But even countries that are democracies, they all have right-wing parties and conservative parties in them. And because that's always going to be a percentage of the population. Right-wing people aren't going to disappear. Conservative people aren't going to disappear. They're not going to go away. They're not going to go bye-bye. They're always going to exist. So you have to live in a world where these people's ideas and concerns are taken into account to some extent. That doesn't mean you give up your belief system, but I think you should probably be magnanimous in your victory. Or is that even? Am I using that word right? Magnanimous, define. Generous or forgiving? Yeah. I feel like we should be magnanimous in our victories, and like not just trying to rub every single cultural victory into their face. Like, no, okay, yeah, look, we won gay marriage. That's great. We can celebrate that, but we don't need to. Like, honestly, we probably don't even need to have the White House with the Kellers on the night that the Supreme Court thing, because it's divisive over conservatives. Like, but whatever. I mean, I guess that all worked out because now most conservatives are even pro-gay. So
look at their poll numbers in response.
So maybe the magnanimous didn't matter as much, but I feel like we mostly were. I feel like we mostly were pretty magnanimous in the gay thing, but a lot of the other stuff, I feel like we're not very magnanimous. We just want to shit on people. That's what everyone wants to do. Maybe it's social media. I don't know. Oh, StarCraft, this game is a big part of my childhood. The Blood Knight says. Char says it's doing the same thing as right-wingers, executing their playbook. What in particular? Oh, hang on. I'm sorry. I missed a comment. It's not that criticizing bonus holes is promoting transphobia. It's that entertaining and lending weight to that trans people are crazy and going too far. Because, look, it's not just a narrative, Char. I feel like it's not trans people necessarily, right? It's trans activists, but they are going too far. Right? I know we disagree on the sports thing, but like that's like the prime issue, I feel. The sports thing, and also I feel like some of the stuff with the kids, like there's a reason that all of the other first world countries, or a lot of the other first world countries, are taking a step back on the types of treatment that they have for kids. I feel like this is something that you need that people who are trans activists should probably recognize, that look, there is a lot of overreach, and maybe some of the arguments against some of the trans stuff, not the that you shouldn't be allowed to exist or have jobs or have houses, right? Like none of the actual discrimination, but like the sports stuff. Like, okay, look, we really do need to have a real societal conversation about this. You can't just say, you don't do this, of course, but other people say, if you disagree on the trans sports stuff, or if you think that maybe we're going a little bit too quick with the kids stuff and we need to analyze this from a more nuanced perspective, that you're transphobic. And yeah, you don't say that, I know, but other people do. Other people do say that. As long as there's at least two wings, one will be more conservative. That's just how things are. Yeah, conservatives are always going to exist. I feel like this is something that I've come to understand a little bit better, and it sort of changes the way you think about politics. Like, I brought this up on my first stream, that I feel like a lot of our politics are kind of like determined by our personalities, and like a lot of that's genetic. So, to some extent, like obviously our specific political policy positions, those are malleable, highly malleable, and they're going to change based on the circumstances. based on ideas you've heard, the way you interact with the world. But like more the most part, not entirely, but for the most part, a lot of the way you think about things, the sort of like foundational values that you have in your personality type, that's mostly or not mostly, but a lot of it is genetic, and that's always going to exist. There's going to be genetic predispositions that lead people towards conservative attitudes. And so it becomes extremely important, or liberal ones, or whatever. The more egalitarian impulse versus the authoritarian impulse versus the hierarchical impulse, I guess the more conservative one versus the egalitarian impulse, the more progressive one, perpetually locked in some sort of battle throughout all of human history. And that those things manifest themselves in different ways. And we should encourage people to manifest those things in positive ways. And I think right now, the right especially, but also the left to a degree, but the right especially, is not manifesting conservatism in a good way. The people who have always been predisposed or were always predisposed towards conservative attitudes, they could have gone a different direction than like the one they're going down now, where they're like embracing borderline fascism and borderline white nationalism and xenophobic leaders who are strong men who don't want to leave office when they lose elections, right? There was a different path they could have taken. There's a different way that conservatism could have manifested itself in society and in the world, but it didn't. And it didn't, I think, in large part because the left was way too extreme. The point Hassan is getting at is it's one random shitter on Twitter going too far and it's blown out of proportion. I mean, like sometimes that's the case, and sometimes it's also official organizations. Also, like the Latinx thing, let's not kid ourselves, right? This was not one person on Twitter. It's like every single left-wing media outlet was all of a sudden using Latinx in their fucking. I was listening to like fucking, was it like 538 or New York Times, one of their podcasts. Like major fucking like mainstream stuff, and they're using Latinx unironically. Like insane. Like like it's not just cringe stuff. Like some of this stuff is, I think the bonus hole stuff I think is a bit cringe. Is a bit probably. That was pretty French-ish. I mean, like obviously there were two real life organizations, one of which appears to be like a pretty big organization that were promoting the official usage of this term moving forward in society. Like that's fucking wild. But that's pretty, like, you didn't see like the mainstream media pick up on that too much. But like Latinx, 1,000%, like the birthing person thing, the fact that the birthing person thing, that wasn't pretty cringe either. That was, people were actually using that. Like I don't feel like that was like one or two people on Twitter. Like that was like a thing. And then I think it's mostly been walked back now because like people realize how dumb it was. But like it was a thing for a while there. Like not as big as the Latinx thing, but it was definitely a thing.
To them focusing on just trans people existing, it's not working. It is genuinely not working for them. It is undermining their electoral success. But of course, you can't not take the opportunity to blame trans people for their own oppression. Am I right? It's really great that Anna Kasparian is doing this.
And by the way, you schmucks, you're falling exactly into the right-wing trap. The Republicans...
It's not responsible wielding of that spotlight and exacerbates transphobia. Wasn't that part of it, that Hassan reading it out loud about it just being a suggestion? Was it just, I mean, even if it's just a suggestion, that's still way too far. Like, I feel like you should have like some degree of basic optics. I mean, bro, like half the people on the left think that I'm a member of like I was a member of a hate group 5 years ago. Like they actually believe that. They actually believe that I was a member of like a hateful neo-Nazi group because I was part of Gamergate. And like even I had better optics. And even Gamergate, I think as a whole, generally had better optics. Like, and obviously there was some pretty fringe stuff in Gamergate too, like the GG Revolt stuff. Like those people were like legit bad apples. Maybe not all of them, but most of those GG Revolt people, yeah. That was like they were like the legit harassers and like legit bigots. And we didn't want anything to do with those people. But we had better optics and a better concern for optics than a lot of like activist movements do, which is insane. Like, we're a bunch of fucking gamers getting smeared who have like opinions that mainstream people, I guess, don't like very much. Getting smeared as like being being sexists who hate women and want to drive them out of games, right? That was like the main thing. And yet we cared more about optics than like real world activists who care about real world stuff. I mean, I guess video games are real world stuff to an extent, but
They tried everything. They tried anti-gay stuff. It didn't work. They tried trans bathrooms. You remember that? That didn't work. Kicking the transgender community out of the military. That didn't work. They drilled in until they finally found a little tiny nugget of like, hey, trans folks in like competitive sports seems a little bit much. And you don't engage them in that fight. They lose on everything else. But idiot activists, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there and go, no, I'm going to fall right into that trap, and I'm going to fight on the only losing ground we have, so we can elect more Republicans, so they can pass more anti-LGBT.
I mean, the counter to this is really simple. It's like civil rights movement, deeply and undesirably unpopular.
right, if you're winning on like every issue, and because like your arguments are good, like why would you then pick like a horrible argument to like try and win that horrible argument when like you don't have the data on your side? Right? Like, I feel like, yeah, I don't think that you shouldn't give away, like, get rid of your views. I mean, because they're politically unpopular. I think you should advocate for them. But if you're actually wrong, then you should drop the bad views. And I feel like with the sports thing, they're actually wrong. And it's not just me. Like, this is like a super majority opinion in the United States. And even Shank talked about it here, where they did a focus group where they were talking with people, conservatives and liberals, a focus group of 2 families, and he said every single person except one in the focus group, every single person agreed, no, they shouldn't be allowed in sports. Yeah, I never really knew what was going on with the GG Revolt people. That I kind of just tried to stick with the friends I made in the group, tried to keep them together. Yeah, I mean, I interact with the GG Revolt people quite a bit. I haven't posted there a few times before it went too crazy. For those who don't know the backstory, the uninitiated, the main Gamergate forums, including Gamergate HQ at the time, had banned some people who they thought were like bad actors. And I don't know all the juicy drama. I mean, I did probably 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, but they banned them from the community because they thought they were bad actors. And they made their own community called GG Revolt. It was a forum with like 80 members on it. 80 posters. You don't have membership, it's anonymous. 80 monthly posters. 80 unique IP addresses posting there. Including people like me who were there to debate them and like, disagree with them. So like not everybody who posted there was like a Nazi. Like there were people out there who were disagreeing with them too, or who were posting there because when it started out, it's like, oh, we're going to be the Gamergate forum that is 100% pure free speech. Now, unfortunately, when you have a small community like that, that's 100% pure free speech, things don't often go that great. It attracts a certain kind of person, and then all the normal people. And there were a lot of normal people who went to GG Revolt in the beginning, and they're like, you know what? I'm going to post here. I'm going to give it a shot. It's just a GG community. It's 100% free speech. Maybe it'll be fine. And then 100% pro-free speech became, oh, shit. Like, I don't know. There's like a couple Nazis here now, or like people who are like really bad. And then it became like, yeah, maybe we should leave. And like more and more normal people, including myself, were like, no, we got to get the fuck out of this forum. And so we all left. And after like 6 months, it was just like the Nazis. If there was one GG-aligned person who did something optically bad, I imagine take issue with people saying GG activists are going too far. Actually, no. Honestly, I want to read the rest of your comments too, but I feel like if somebody criticized like hey, look, Gamergate people are going too far because of this, I honestly feel like we'd be like, hey, that's actually a step up compared to like the normal, you're all a bunch of sexists. Like I feel like that would be a step up, right? Like, I feel like, okay, we're criticizing, and maybe I'd agree. In fact, I would agree with you, Hannah. I made so many videos saying that people were going too far in X, Y, or Z regard. Like, I made like hundreds of videos on my channel dedicated to Gamergate. Well, maybe like if you count live streams, it's like 150 or something videos and streams altogether. And I 100% did call out people who were going too far, right? I would agree with you. I would condemn, and then I'd move on. And I guess it didn't work as a strategy because people still think we're the bad guys. But I still think it was the morally right thing to do. Anyway, I'm going to continue. Sorry, I'm going to continue reading your thing. Media expression in places like TYT will always serve to paint with broad brushes unless really particular care is taken. And I guess the concern is that was not done here. Well, they weren't even talking about it on TYT. They were talking about it. Anna was interviewed on another podcast, where she brought this up. Right? It wasn't even on the Young Turks. A handful of people workshopped bonus hole, and probably internally, and then people ran with it and used it to discredit trans rights, and TYT contributed to that. But they did publicly suggest using this language, right? And it wasn't the Young Turks. She was on the Sitch and Adams show, which is like a medium-sized podcast, like not one of the biggest in the world, not super small either, like a medium-sized podcast. And they're pretty like center-left-ish. I feel like Adam might be slightly more center-right, or he might be more like center-left, but he's more to the right than Sitch. But yeah, like, not like some crazy like Nazi pod. So many people on the left were saying, "Oh, they went on a far-right podcast or a right-wing podcast." It's like, bro, like not at all. Like they're like milquetoast moderates basically. Like Sitch is probably more of like a social democrat almost, so he's a bit more progressive, but yeah, like these are not right wing people, and like even if they were right wing, like Adam is a bit more to the right-ish, and he's a pretty reasonable dude. So it kind of sucks that they got smeared as being right wing or far right because of all these people disagreeing with Anna's decision. We have Blood Knight says, "We were enemies of the media. Nothing we could have done would have stopped them from vilifying us. It was still the right thing to do to call out bad behavior, even if only for the sake of making the group better." Yeah, I mean, I agree. Enemies of the media. I'm not sure how I want to think about this. I mean, obviously we did critique the media, but I don't think The Economist criticized Gamergate because we critiqued the media, right? Like, yeah, 100% games journalists, we criticize 1,000%. They viewed it as oppositional. They shouldn't have. The games journalists had a perfect opportunity to say, "Hey, look, some of the stuff that we're seeing, we don't like. You know, there are people, not even necessarily Gamergate people, but there are people who are like actually harassing Anita Sarkeesian, and that's bad." And I'm not saying that the Gamergate people are doing that, right? So maybe some of them are, maybe some of them aren't, but there are valid concerns you have with different with our outlets, and we want to take that into account, and we want to take these ethical concerns seriously. We want to reform. Like they could 100% could have done that, but instead they chose to view us as oppositional. And then I feel like the mainstream press, multiple things. One, the mainstream press doesn't give a shit about gaming, so they just took whatever the game journalist article said, Kotaku, IGN, whatever. They just took whatever they said and just reprinted it, for one. And two, I feel like the only writers for the mainstream press, for the most part, who wanted to talk about Gamergate were people who had an agenda, right? So the journalists who work for CNN or The Economist and want to talk about Gamergate, they're not going to be ordinary political people. They're going to be people who have an axe to grind, probably are a bit more social justice aligned, which like it's fine if you hold those views, but it shouldn't influence your objective reporting if you're trying to present yourself as an objective journalist. So you had both people who were in the mainstream press who didn't give a shit and were like, "Oh, whatever, Kotaku says this, we'll run with it." And then two, you had people in the mainstream press who were ideologically driven, who were like, I don't like this. I don't, I consider myself a social justice person. All the people on my team are on one side of this. I'm just going to go ahead and go with that side and back up my people. I think that that's probably more likely than like the mainstream press going after us because we criticize journalists. I don't even know if it was always them having agendas. Often it was just what makes the better sounding or easier to write story. I mean, yeah, probably that too. Especially like it's such a fucking bullshit cop out that I know maybe Hannah, you're in the chat here. Maybe you disagree, but I feel like they'd be like, "Oh, well, we can't talk to anybody from Gamergate because they got no leader." Right? That's like one thing we'd hear often. Who's going to be the person to represent Gamergate for the story? Well, they can't find anybody because there's no leader. But bro, these these same media outlets were extremely pro Black Lives Matter, right? Also no leader, but they found plenty of people they could interview for Black Lives Matter. They couldn't find a single person they could interview for Gamergate. They couldn't look at who has the most popular Gamergate videos, right? They would be interviewing me in some cases, right? They didn't look at who's written highly in-depth articles arguing for the other side for Gamergate, right? There were plenty of people who did that, right? Ezra Klein actually wrote an article about Gamergate that was pretty balanced. You could find people who wrote pro Gamergate or neutral articles and be like, let's interview them. What perspective do they have? David Pakman, right? Let's talk about him. Or Kathy Young, like these like pretty mainstream figures that they could have been like, okay, let's interview these people, see what they think. Let's interview fucking Tachyon, right? Let's interview him. Let's interview Christina Hoff Sommers. There were so many people they could have talked to. And if they said, look, this is one aspect of Gamergate, maybe even like the mainstream. And, it was the mainstream. Us being the mainstream GG. But, if they really wanted to cover like the harassment stuff, they could talk to trolls. And they could even go to like GG Revolt, where like you have like actual sexists. Or people who were more like super crazy. They could even go to like GG Revolt and interview some of those people, right? Part of being a journalist and doing your job is doing the research, doing the homework. So yeah, sure. Interview, 10 different Gamergate people, 10 anti-Gamergate people. Interview like 2 or 3 like neutral people like Ezra Klein. And then interview 2 or 3 GG Revolt people, right? You could 1,000% do that. Although, I guess in that case, that's a copy and paste from Kotaku group. Yeah, I guess that's the lazy group right there. Whatever. Let's just run with this. It sounds like a good story. It'll get us clicks.
Popular. Saying that like this in and of itself at the time is not a worthy cause is exactly what Martin Luther King was criticizing when he talked about the white moderate. Yeah, Benny is on the money with this, I think. It seems.
But I think the real icing on the cake here is this tweet where Anna Kasparian has decided to unilaterally declare Jesse Singal to not be a transphobe, despite, and this is what's really wild.
What the fuck? Jesse Signal, which by the way, I didn't even fucking realize his name was Singal. I thought it was Signal this whole time. He's a transphobic person. That's all he does. All he does is fucking...
I don't actually know if that's true or not. It's so freaking funny, though, that like all the woke people hate Jesse Singal when he was one of the woke people 10 years ago. Like, surely... I don't know if you remember, Hannah, but Blood Knight, you surely remember. Jesse Singal was like one of like the most die-hard progressive people out there in the world during Gamergate. Like he was like super hardcore on he was against Gamergate. And he regularly write articles trashing us. He'd regularly like talk shit on Twitter like all the time. Like he was a big Twitter shit talker. Never actually did any debates though, I don't think. I guess he lacked the courage of his convictions. But now he's like the anti-woke guy. It's so like he's like a complete like 180. But I don't read his stuff. I mean, I wonder if he ever apologized for getting Gamergate wrong. Actually, let's look that up. I don't want to talk shit about him if I don't know. Go apology for Gamergate. Oh, hang on. Just I did include his name. See it right here. Look at this. Should stop lying to journalists and itself. Yeah, but where's his apology? I am just okay. To his credit, he did a Kotaku in Action AMA 9 years ago. Jesus. But where did he ever apologize for getting it wrong? The name sounds very familiar, but I don't remember anything about him specifically. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. I mean, he was like a. I don't know if he was like hardcore, but he was definitely anti-Gamergate and seemed like he was like pretty friendly in the social justice camp. And now they all hate him because he's criticized some of the trans stuff a little bit.
Complain about trans people. He's got trans on the mind non-fucking stop.
I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Single that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person.
I'm not gonna lie, that in and of itself is significantly worse than any of the other tweets that you guys showed me today. You could have just shown me that, and I would have. That is the worst thing I've seen so far. It's the whole it's the whole show me why J.K. Rowling is transphobic narrative. You know what I mean? You're right to treat transphobia like a disease. No, it's 100% mental illness. It really is. Society's transphobic. You wake up, you grow up, you develop object permanence, and you also develop certain sets of standards. Transphobia is one of those standards. I've had this conversation a million times over. So there is absolutely there is like a level of transphobia that everyone has in the beginning. But then there's two avenues that you can go down. You either look at that situation. So that's the reason why most people have apathy towards trans people, right? The overwhelming majority. They just don't give a shit. They think trans people are kind of weird, but they don't think about it that much. So there's two different ways when you see a trans person in the real world, or when you are met with trans issues, right, that get blasted in front of your face. You can go either way. You either go down the route of not being transphobic and educating yourself about culturally speaking what role gender is played in society and how different that is from our current understanding of it. You look at biology and you become not transphobic. I myself have gone through a similar journey. Or you go in the other direction. And the other direction is really scary because a lot of people do take that path and they just become incredibly transphobic, further and further and further, every single day. Every new day, there's another thing that you look at that makes your that melts your mind a little bit further about how trans people are a certain way. It's really sad.
Well, Hassan actually, I don't know if I agree with Hassan here on this, but he actually does have an interesting point though. I have seen this with I don't know about the trans thing in particular. I don't really know enough about that, but there is this when you're encountered with the woke stuff, with the anti-SJW movement, when it became big, 10 years ago, when all these anti-social justice YouTubers and bloggers and journalists came out, it became pretty cringe after. I'd say most of them started out really with good intentions and good arguments. A lot of them did, but over time, that whole space, or at least a lot of that space, where these anti-SJW YouTubers were, just became oh, everything is social justice. Everything is woke. It's sort of what was it? What Nina Sarkeesian said about wokeness? I started to see the world that way, and once I did, I saw it everywhere. It's it was like that for the anti-SJW people. I feel. They started to see wokeness, and they criticized some of the actual worst aspects of it. And then 5 years later, these people were saying everything is woke. Every movie that comes out is woke. Every video game that comes out is woke. Every comic book, every TV show, everything is woke, 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 woke. Maybe that's because of the financial incentive. That's what gets you the views. I don't know. But I think part of it was just a genuine change. I feel like they saw it in some places, and that made them very. I think they were more or less right in some of their critiques. A lot of more, but then they just everything became woke to them, and that's all they could see. And I think that's the same with the left-wing people too. I feel like with a lot of the left-wing people, everything is racist. Everything is racist. And and there's no charity at all, right? Everything must be racist. I'm viewing everything through the prism of critical theory, and I must deconstruct every aspect of society, and now I can talk about how everything is racist. Air conditioning is racist, right? Like you could go through and you could deconstruct everything, and be like everything is racist. Like remember that was the thing. Sexist air conditioners was an article that was ran in like the Guardian, that air conditioning is sexist because men and women have different preferences for air conditioning. And they were talking about it in the workplaces, that men and women have different preferences for air conditioning in the workplaces. Um, and because I think men and women on average have different views towards air conditioning, like how not air conditioning, but towards temperature. There are differences in like women prefer colder environment or warmer environments, men prefer colder environments, like things like that. And also, women can choose to wear more or less clothes in the work environment, whereas men can only are forced to wear a suit or forced to wear a very limited number of outfits relative to women too. And like there's certain, which is like actually kind of like a sexist thing against men, that we don't that in the workplace we have to wear like way stricter outfits, whereas women can wear almost anything they want. A journal Char says a journalist could do that, or they might have interviewed Milo as the representative of GG, and maybe it's best for everyone that they did. Oh my god, true. Oh my gosh, yeah. I Milo. Did you see his debate with Destiny? Oh my gosh. Oh, it was. He's fallen off. He's fallen off so bad. Like he was never like a great guy, I don't think. But he's just fallen off so bad. Like, oh my god, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this is way more interesting than the last 1 minute of Hassan's video. Plus, he's basically done talking about the situation anyway, I think. Okay, all right. Destiny versus Milo.
How dare you?
Blood Knight says, "Everything is racist, everything is sexist, and you have to call it all out." A quote which, to be fair, to be honest, often gets misunderstood. Yeah, actually, that was taken out of context. What Anita said. So people, this is one thing that GamerGate people did that I think was a little bit dishonest. Was very dishonest actually. I feel like they should have interacted with this better. Anita Sarkeesian's quote: either they didn't see the full context, they only saw part of it, or they saw the full context, but because it fit their worldview, they ran with the most uncharitable interpretation possible, which is something that people often do. But the Gamergate people did this with Anita Sarkeesian's quote. When she says, I started to see everything as racist, everything as sexist, and I had to call it all out. She even specifically says, like, she either said it before or after. She says, that's how I used to see the world. She doesn't say that's my current viewpoint. She says that's how I used to see the world. And so people uncharitably took that quote and they criticized her for it, when it's like, no, actually, if you read the full context, she's saying that that's how she used to be, not how she currently is. A critical theory lens is a way to analyze things, and it's a fair way to do so because yeah, I'm actually not I'm fine with analyzing things from a critical perspective, but it shouldn't be the only perspective that's allowed or automatically assumed to be the right perspective, right? I actually think we should view things from like every perspective possible, right? We should view it from a conservative perspective, a liberal perspective, a socialist, Marxist perspective, a feminist perspective, sure, a critical race theory perspective, right? Let's analyze things from like every perspective possible so we best understand it. But that doesn't mean that every single way of analyzing something is going to be right, or that they're all equally good or lead to equally good solutions being presented. She even said it made her insufferable to be around. I think she did say there. Yeah, she did say that it made her insufferable. Because men and officers wearing suits and women want to wear summer dresses. Char says, It doesn't mean final conclusions about things are being made. It just means that hey, if you look at it this way, there is something to be remarked upon here. Yeah, I mean, well, that's maybe what it should be, but I feel like in many cases it's not that. Um, I talked the other day in real life. I had a teacher. I had many teachers, some good, some bad. Uh, this particular teacher, I feel like she ran like a fun classroom. Like her class was actually like really fun. Um, but couldn't handle any disagreement at all. She was like an environmental justice activist in addition to teaching. So, and her class was about the environment. It was like environmental history or whatever. I don't know, whatever the fuck it was. Um, but it was all purely from the environmental justice, racist, or critical race theory lens. That was the whole class. Or so every single like and I was actually it was one of the only times in school where I was afraid to speak out. Right? I was actually afraid to speak out. So I just went along with the flow, pretended to agree with all of it, and just fucking did my own little fucking side project where I focused on writing about Chernobyl. It's like, hey, like that's way more interesting than this environmental justice stuff, which I learned interesting things in the class from that about that perspective, but I still remember. She said she was making a point about racism and environmental justice, right? Obviously, that's a big part of the environmental justice movement. But it was only from this one perspective, and so a student disagreed. And rather than like having a deep dive, nuanced conversation about this, she wanted to like promote her views, and she was like, "No, that's not true. It's racist because of the impact it has. The intent doesn't matter," and like just shut down the conversation. And so it was like, yeah, that was. Now to be fair, I've only had like I went to college, you know, conservatives want to bash college. It's all a bunch of fucking crazy leftists who hate free speech. Like the professors are gonna brainwash you. Like that's all. That's mostly not all bullshit. It's mostly bullshit. I had two teachers who I think were like crazy leftists, and I had one teacher who wasn't a crazy leftist or anything, but was a fucking piece of shit who didn't do anything and just literally had us watch YouTube videos all day. It's like, why the fuck am I paying you? But aside from those like three bad teachers, most of the teachers I had, out of like probably like the 25, 30 teachers I had, or yeah, but maybe like let's say 20, 25, like three of them were fucking god awful. Or two of them were definitely god awful. In that way, and or two of them were promoting leftist ideologies. One of them was just a lazy piece of shit who didn't want to do any work. But I also had some like really amazing teachers too, who like really gave a shit about their students, about the work, and like were challenging their students to think academically. I had a foreign policy teacher, I don't even know what her views were. Like, she was so good at running the class. I don't even know if she was a conservative, a liberal, a libertarian, a socialist. I have no fucking clue. Her own views never came up at all, ever. And then I've also had teachers who were a bit more transparent about their views, but never held it against their students. Right? I had teachers who would hear out the arguments and engage in like a vigorous debate and conversation about the issues, and like never be judgmental, and still give you a fucking A. Like, okay, you disagree with me on abortion or whatever, and you still get a fucking A on the paper. Yeah, and I remember I wrote an article. Oh, I'm not going to get into this. I did not an article. I wrote a paper once that very strongly disagreed with my teacher, and I still got a fucking amazing grades in that class. And like the whole class, I was pushing back on like everything, and it was he was probably one of the best teachers I ever had, because he would critically challenge me to think about things from different perspectives and like disagree, and, like ask really good questions about, okay, why this, and then he would never hold it against the students. So there, that's my experience with college. It's the conservatives want to put this idea out there that like it's this horrible brainwashing factory, and maybe it is in certain schools, but there's also probably a minority of professors who are like actually trying to promote this crazy shit, or who are unable to hear other perspectives. Bit of delayed message, my internet cut out. Blood Knight says, okay, yeah, I covered that. Char says, Hannah says, it doesn't mean final conclusions about things are being made. It just means that, hey, you should look at it. Yeah, okay, I covered that. To be honest, they could have made a good case for men shouldn't be forced to wear suits if they wanted. That's true. They should. That's a bullshit argument. They shouldn't. I mean, that's a bullshit thing that they have to wear suits. Or even just business casual is like fucking bullshit. Business casual. Okay, so I gotta get like a button-down shirt, a fucking tie. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It was a thing. She even made it her unsufferable to be around. I think after the thing with the Ghostbusters woman, I don't remember her name, I kind of lost respect for Milo. He doctored a fake tweet from her, basically slandering her. Yeah, Leslie Jones, I think, or was that her name? Yeah, the Ghostbusters girl. Yeah, I mean, Milo he had a lot of problems. Oh, you think you thought he had a lot of problems then. Oh my god.
How dare you show up here? I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like or not. Maybe if it's your kid, but I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case. I mean, you know all about kids liking, huh? Isn't that? Would I?
Okay, at first, the most immediately apparent thing. Like, first off, his style, like, not bad, actually. Like, it's not horrible. Right? It's got a look. He's going for it. But it's pretty fucking weird. It's weird for someone who is supposed to be a Christian nationalist and following, like, the teachings of Christ. Like, I don't know a lot of men of God who dress like this. Like, not that I judge people based on that, but, like, I would not look at this guy and be like, he is a pastor. He's a Christian nationalist leader, right? This is when he was trying to be a leader of the Christian nationalist movement. And he actually bashes video games in here too, believe it or not. It says a bunch of crazy shit like how we should cut people's tongues out if they disagree with him.
I have to give you some credit for having the cojones to show up in Tennessee barely a month after the bullet-ridden bodies of children have been buried, as a sort of representative for...
Like, what the... It's like the most cringe argument ever. You have a lot of nerve showing up in Tennessee after the bodies. Like, bro, like, what the fuck? Like, I came here to debate you about fucking Christian nationalism, and you're like, how dare you? How dare you? It's like the most obviously fake... That's Milo. Bro, that's fucking Milo. He's a lot different now.
A culture that did it, and offering anything but condolences and sympathy. I think it's disgusting. I think it's shameful. How dare you? How dare you show up here offering anything but sympathy? Because, I think, I should stand or something. We're familiar with what happened in Tennessee. We're less familiar with the reasons why. But the reason was that at any given time in society, there are about 20% of people who are just fucking nuts. And those people will glom on to whatever the fad is for people who are fucking nuts. So the current fucking nuts is trannies. You can see in the social trends when you plot anorexia and bulimia, which was the big thing when I was growing up, against the new nuts. That there's basically about 1 in 5 people who are just not really all there and will kind of do whatever. But
is he one of the 1 in 5 people?
When you hand those people, those unstable and dangerous people, a victimhood script, when you give them a license to commit violence in the name of their supposed identities instead of giving them the treatment and the love and the prayers that they need, you turn those people into killers. You turn those people into time bombs. And there used to be something in America that would protect against that. It was Christianity. I think it's shameful that anybody would show up so soon after a tragedy caused by the kind of ideologies that you support, and do anything but offer sympathy and condolences and celebrate the ideology that has protected us against this sort of thing for so long. It's outside the scope of our evening this evening to prove or disprove the truth of Christianity or Christ or whatever. But I'll make a few points. There is no America without Christ. And the reason for that is that this is an intrinsically and fundamentally Christian nationalist country, by which we mean it's built into the architecture of the nation. There's no getting away from it. You can lie about it. You can pridefully claim that, you know, you can be good people without Christ. You can't. You're just inheriting a system of good and evil from the culture in which you grew up, which accords with the natural law. America was founded, as Adams told us, with a constitution that is wholly unsuited to the governance of anyone but a moral and religious people. And when he said religious, he meant Christian, although he himself was wandered through various different kinds of heresy. What Adams said was that this country is, that its founding document.
Honestly, Milo is so fucking small now. I bet he'd even come on and debate me. I bet he would. I bet he would. Oh, we gotta make this happen. We gotta make this happen. I'll take him on. Christian nationalism. Let's do it. Let's do it.
That its founding architecture, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, were wholly and fundamentally unsuited to the governance of anything but a moral and religious people. Do you think that America...
He comes on my show. It'll be like the biggest viewership he's gotten in years. Aside from this this debate.
Is comprised of a moral and religious people today? Obviously it is not. And what he meant specifically was Christianity, because the way that America is set up outsources morality to Christianity. And without it, it doesn't work, because jury trials don't work when people vote with race instead of conscience and truth. Society doesn't work when people don't obey contracts, don't obey their word, when they're oath breakers. The architecture of America rests fundamentally on a bedrock of Christianity, without which the entire thing falls apart. And that's exactly what's happening. And you don't have to take my word for it, you don't even have to take Adams's word for it, but one of your own Supreme Court justices, somebody who was famously left-wing, Rehnquist I think it was, can't bother to look it up, but he said that everything in America presupposes the legal system, the social system, the government, everything in America presupposes the existence of the Judeo-Christian God. Without that, it all comes tumbling down. And without that, it is coming tumbling down. And without that, we're not able to give people who have terrible sicknesses and weaknesses and defects the help that they need. Instead, we hand them victimhood scripts and they shoot up schools, they shoot up churches, whether they are young white guys.
They shoot up schools. They shoot up churches.
On antidepressants, or whether they're transgender people who are told that it's white Christians are responsible for all of their miseries. It is Christianity that keeps us nice to each other, that keeps us being good to one another. And if you toss it...
Bro, I'm pretty sure like all of the history of Christendom would be like kind of in opposition to this. Like, I don't know, bro. I'm pretty sure. In fact, I know for a fact that as societies become more secular, they become more violent. It's secular democratic liberalism that promotes a culture of peace and prosperity and cooperation. Like, dude, anyone who hasn't read it yet, Steven Pinker's book Enlightenment Now, he goes through all of it. Dude, this is the best time to be alive in all of human history. We're less violent, we're more prosperous, we're more free, we have less combat deaths, less war, we live longer, we live healthier. Like, we're doing so fucking good. We're doing so fucking... And of course, there's still problems, and we should address those problems. But, like, by and large, we live in fucking paradise compared to any other point in human history. Like, this guy wants to take us back. He even says later in the debate, I think he says either the 1200s or the 1400s. I don't remember which. I guess we'll find out if we watch the whole thing. I don't know if you guys want to do that. It's only 37 minutes, but I'm watching 1.5. I mean, it's not like there's many trans shooters. Also, is he implying that there were anemic or bulimic shooters, or were they prevented by Christianity? It's a weird talking point. It's a weird talking point. Like, I'm an atheist, agnostic atheist, I should say. But I think that religion has some utility in society. I think that it probably is the case that even though it's not true, or there aren't good reasons to think that it's true, that religion does promote a sense of community, and that is useful for people. And I don't think that the secular world, the atheist world, has done as good of a job with creating institutions that replicate that. I think it can, and I think for a lot of people it does, but there's a lot of people who aren't finding that missing community Because what is a church, right? Or a synagogue or a mosque? It's a place you meet. It's every single week where you have to like get dressed up all nice and shit too. You can't just go in looking like a slob. You got to get dressed up all nice. You have to present yourself in a certain way, in the best possible way you can, and you have to meet with other members of your community where you're going to talk about a shared experience or shared experiences, and you can bring up political and social issues and other things, and also like, oh gosh, you know, John got cancer, let's do some fundraising and pay for the treatments. Like, yeah, like there's a lot of utility in that, that I think we're not as good at replicating. And I think in some ways the government should fill a role, right? The fact that you have to go to church and fundraise, you know, $10 million to pay for your cancer treatments, like it's probably absurd. That shouldn't be happening in a developed society. Like we should just have the government take care of healthcare for people. Yeah, I mean, there's just no justification for the privatization of healthcare, really. And like, you can do universal models of healthcare that are multi-payer systems, that are single-payer systems. Like you don't have to just copy Taiwan's system, or you don't just have to copy like the British NHS, or you could have a wide array of systems. And I'm pretty open. I'm at universal. My view is universal healthcare, no matter what it looks like, basically. So that's a way better way to deal with healthcare than I got to go to church and ask all my friends and family members and fellow congregationists to give me $5 each to pay for my cancer treatment. Like that is not a good way to run a society. But the fact that you do have that social safety net, or you could have that social safety net, is probably a good thing.
Out, as happened in 1776, you have a really big problem on your hands because, and I'm going to say something very radical and difficult to say in Tennessee of all places, there are freedoms afforded to Americans that are too radical and
he's just so fake. He's just so fake, right? He's whatever he needs to be, right? You know, 10 years ago, he was like a basic bitch conservative. Then he was a gamer-gator. Then he was a libertarian. Then he was a liberalist. Then he was a white nationalist. Then he was a Christian nationalist. Like he's just and look, people change their views over time. I get that, but every single time, he's just like completely rebranded himself as something new, and it doesn't feel genuine at all. Like I'm generally pretty careful not to call people grifters unless I have good reason to think so. But I feel comfortable calling Milo a grifter. I feel like grifter gets thrown around a lot by people to dismiss people, but in Milo's case, it's pretty genuine. He is a grifter. Or I have every reason to think he's a grifter, I should say. There are good reasons to think that.
and too daring without the insulation of Christianity. The First and Second Amendments don't work unless everyone's Christian. They don't work, and they're not working. They're not functioning. You can't give crazy atheists guns. You can't let shameless liars say whatever they want about other people in public without consequence. There's a sort of unwritten rule that sits behind everything in America, and it is that.
God, I don't want to get DMCA'd by watching this in full screen, but his super over-the-top expressive mannerisms and like wild flailing is just too perfect. I want to capture it. Oh, it's so perfect. He's so cringe. I need to get going, unfortunately. It was nice catching up with you again. Yeah, thanks. It was good seeing you again, too, Blood Knight. Oh, hey, hop in the Discord, by the way, if you're not in there. I can give you stream access if you want to come on sometime.
These are all the things you get to do because we know that you can handle it. We know that you can be trusted with this because you love God, because you respect life, because you won't take other people's lives, because you'll keep your word. Without that, the First and Second Amendments become a sort of license to abuse one another or to kill one another. They become a license to lie. They become a license to murder. They become too much freedom, because there is such a thing. And without an underpinning moral architecture, this country doesn't work. And it's not working. And since this country has fallen away from God, the Christian God, this country has begun to fall apart. And that's why all of this terrible shit is happening. That's why all the awful stuff on TV is going on. It's why you can no longer trust people to keep their words if you don't know them. It's why everybody keeps voting with their skin color, or their sexuality, or gender, or whatever bollocks it is today. Because they're not unified under Christ, because they're not one under Christ, because they're not brothers and sisters in Christ. It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not. The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, or you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading us all to hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life, you should go to Canada. You should go somewhere else, where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here, it doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him, when instead people replace prayer and the rituals of the church with antidepressants, with compound interest, with games and drink and drugs and fornication, kind of thing he does with his wife, offering her around town like she's common property. America doesn't work when we behave that way, because we'll all just end up murdering each other. That's all.
Destiny, you have 10 minutes.
This is terrible.
It's not every day I'm the progressive. Oh, what? Here? Yeah? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm not used to arguing for more freedoms against conservatives on stage, but I guess that's where we're at right now with the conservative movement, or whatever part of the conservative movement this is. Today, we've got viewers gathered from all across the world tuning in to a debate between me and Milo, where Milo is going to argue that we should turn the USA into an isolated, authoritarian, zealously religious country. I think that technology is Pandora's box that has changed this country and this world forever, and I don't think we're ever going back to the days of public squares and mail service by horse. Cultural exchange is happening, whether you like it or not, quite literally at the speed of light. Even right now, potentially hundreds of thousands or even millions of people around the world are listening to me and Milo have this debate. The only way to stop this type of cultural exchange is through the militant authoritarianism that Milo is talking about on this stage. That might be through his being against the First Amendment, that might be against his taking away of the Second Amendment, and that might be through the institution of a state religion. This means the destruction of our freedom of speech, our ability to produce media, satire, and comedy, and our ability to communicate openly on the social media platforms we've all unfortunately grown addicted to. After Milo gets his way and abolishes the First Amendment, is he going to be the one deciding who we can or cannot make fun of on Twitter? Is the world really going to return to how it was before birth control, before women had the right to work, before gay people were allowed to get married, before we were allowed the ability to freely worship whatever God we wanted, or abstain from worship altogether? I reckon that we cannot close Pandora's box. Christian nationalism, as it stands today, isn't even a coherent ideology. Its proponents will argue whether there's an ethnic component, whether one needs to be Catholic or not, and whether one needs to even be a Christian or a supporter at all in order to idolize somebody for a Christian nationalist ideology. How many more porn stars does Donald Trump need to work his way through behind his wife's back before Christian nationalists stop worshiping him as their savior? As small as Christian nationalism is as a movement, even with it being as small as
True.
it is, there is still endless infighting. Anyone who's taken a gander recently at Milo, Ali Alexander, or Fuentes' Telegram account can attest to that. And now, with an already fractured and fighting minority movement, some want to put even more restrictions, such as race, lineage, sexuality, LGBT status, or geography on who ought to be allowed to join their movement. The glory days of Christianity are largely over. While the number of worshippers have ebbed and flowed through time, it's impossible for us to return to where we came from. In 1999, almost 70% of Americans were part of a church, synagogue, or mosque. And just 20 years later, in 2020, according to Pew Research, that number has fallen to just 47%, a minority of the population for the first time in U.S. history. We need to be realistic about the coming years. We need to help our young men and women find purpose in the world and stop pretending like some Christian nationalism is the answer. We need to find ways to get our young people engaged with their friends, family, and their communities in ways that synergize with the technological explosion the entire world has experienced. If Christian nationalists want to continue to practice Christianity in America, then I say we let them. However, we should never allow them to take away our right not to do the same.
We will now have 5 minutes of rebuttals from each of you guys, so we'll start with Milo. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. If the movement, such as it is, I didn't realize there was one, but if Christian nationalism is not yet adequately defined, it's because nobody used it before 2 years ago, which it seems to me to be perfectly reasonable. Trump is not a religious leader in any sense, and you're making a classic mistake of people who don't understand religion, don't understand God, and don't understand their own country when you say, hold Trump up as a kind of moral example. Render unto Caesar. We don't expect that our presidents should be like Jesus, because they're not here to do Jesus' job. So, no. It's interesting you talk about women's rights. I mean, Christianity is the... Sorry, I mean, I just don't know how hard to go in, really. I mean, you're talking about the religion that gave women consent in marriage. You're talking about the religion that gave women the right to say no, that elevated them from chattel into human beings. You want to return women to chattel. You want women to be like your wife, passed around town. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to...
I love how every single attack Milo uses is just like a personal attack against Destiny. But, no, I mean, it wasn't Christianity that gave women the right to vote. It's the Enlightenment. It's secular, liberal human values. I mean, it's not even really secular human values. It's Enlightenment liberal values, which you can be religious and hold Enlightenment values. So yeah, sure. It was Enlightenment values that led, because Christianity existed for, over 1,000 years, over 2,000 years actually. Over 2,000 years Christianity's existed. And during that 99% of that time, nobody could vote, including women.
Take moral lectures on the rights of women from somebody who treats supposedly their wife in what ought to be a holy sacrament as a communal sex toy. Give me a break. Give me a break. I'm not going to take moral lectures from somebody who, for all intents and purposes, may as well have a fleshlight instead of a wife, who demeans and besmirches her honor, who speaks about a woman who should be treated with the reverence and respect and love that we treat our own mothers with, like she was something you could buy, like she's something that just to get off with. Passed around to other men while you...
I probably shouldn't have played a team game while doing this, but I figured income defense... This particular version I wasn't familiar with, but income defense, I've played other versions that I've really enjoyed. Oh, welcome to the Discord. Thanks for joining, and thanks for watching.
Watch. Flicking yourself off. So forgive me if I decline to take any lectures from you on women's bloody rights. As for gay rights, no thanks. I didn't want them when I was having sex with men, and I don't want them now. Catholicism and Islam are growing, in case you aren't familiar with the world outside these borders. And the reason for that is that everybody sees what a bloody mess we're all in, thanks to globalization, thanks to the information economy, thanks to the kinds of changes that he says are inexorable, because, like a lot of undereducated people, he doesn't have much of a grasp of the world before he was born. I think if you were to glance a little further back, whether it were to ancient Greece, or Rome, or the Holy Roman Empire, you would see plenty of examples in history, or even, dare I say it, the Weimar Republic. A little bit closer to our own era, in which an era of rampant sexual degeneracy was indeed replaced by some quite stern social rules, to put it mildly. History is replete with examples of...
yeah, like the kind of people that Milo used to hang out with like 2 years ago, before we went on this Christian arc. Also, the stuff he's advocating for here are some pretty stern social rules, some crazy shit. He's gonna be talking about cutting people's tongues out pretty soon here.
What happens when the public gets sick of people like you fucking everything up, breaking everything apart, and destroying all the things that make society precious, that make relationships work? In fact, if you are to look back in history as far as Greece and Rome, you might say that history is really the story of how people like you, given undue influence and larger platforms than they deserve, continually express views that are so far outside of the mainstream and so out of step with what ordinary people think that you have to be regularly slaughtered and new governments have to be installed and coups have to be engaged in just to keep people like you in line.
He's so fucking crazy. He's so over the top. Like... People like you need to be slaughtered. Like, Jesus. Well, actually, apparently in this case, too much Jesus was the problem. Oh my God. It's so insane. It's so insane. Oh my God. I wish Dolor was still here for this. This is so wild, dude. This is... Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so fucking insane. Like,
because otherwise we'd all be dead. So I'm sorry, but I'm certainly not going to take any kind of moral lectures from you on anything. But I've given you a few examples of why everything you just said is complete and absolute nonsense. But let me tell you, if your memory stretches back, and as you're at university, you're an educated person, it should be further than 1980. Yeah, you absolutely can put it back in the box, and we must, and we should, because otherwise America is done.
All right, Destiny, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to respond to. I think it's a little funny that apparently I'm so far outside of what people regularly think, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I'm giving you a bigger audience than you've had in the past several years post your cancellation.
True.
But I see that this is what the dying throes, I guess, of an internet provocateur, as he self-described himself back when you were writing on the alt-right, then when you were writing on Trump. Now when I guess you're not writing on guys anymore because apparently you prayed away the gay. So whatever you're doing now. But I won't get into all that. I'll take the high road, despite the fact that you're one of the most obsessed with my wife's vagina gay guys I've ever seen in my entire life, which is very fucking weird, but very strange. I'll kind of reiterate what I said before, I guess. I don't know how long we're going to do this, but yeah, I think that Christian nationalism is largely a joke. I guess you can kind of see that the figures that are proponents of Christian nationalism, like Christian nationalism, are largely jokes. They don't really have any serious positions. They just sit up here trying to provoke. They really have nothing to offer the public, nothing to offer the public discourse, nothing to offer the people that are, I guess, trying to join and leave these movements, because obviously, as we can see online, they are ever fracturing and ever infighting more and more every single day. Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to the questions right now. The person who I will direct the question towards has 5 minutes to respond, and then the opponent has 3 minutes to respond to that. And the first question is from Milo. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations, and even amongst your faith, Catholicism, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible and other differing opinions. How would you and your Christian national society coexist with non-Catholics?
You don't have to... I mean... My patron saint, Louis IX, the only canonized king of France, says that... he knows what's coming already. It must be Elijah, I've been warned about you. Said that it wasn't really proper to debate these kinds of things, and it's better to run somebody through with a sword than to hear them besmirch the faith or whatnot. But if you think that coexistence with Christians is such an onerous and dreadful burden, perhaps you might like to tell the Jews, who seem to quite like it. In fact, Jews and Christians, it seems to me, do best in the sort of situation that you have in the West, with a Christian governing majority and a Jewish.
Bro, what? Bro, what? Bro, what? Does he not, man? Does he not know the history of the Jews living in Christian countries? Like, it's not just the Holocaust, right? We're talking about pogroms for 2,000 years, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the Holocaust itself didn't just happen randomly. There was already such a massive, widespread anti-Jewish sentiment in Germany and in Europe. That's what allowed these ideas to fester and grow, because they were already so prevalent in society. Hitler just took it to the next level.
Minority, so that we don't all get too super serious and up ourselves, and we have some good new interpretations of Mendelssohn now and again. There aren't any conflicting interpretations of the Bible in Catholicism. There is only church teaching, and church teaching is eternal, unless some pope comes along and decides that even Francis hasn't done that he's going to rip it all up. Coexisting with Christians is the easiest thing to do in the world. And I can't remember who gave this example, but...
Okay, I gotta confess, though, I am fucking trash. I love StarCraft, and I understand the mechanics pretty well, and map making pretty well, and use map settings I love, but I never really got big into Melee. Like, I enjoy it, but I am complete trash at it. Like, I cannot do Melees very well. I never got the build timings just right. Oh, fuck, it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious. Good thing I'm not the Phantom, though, huh? Because I'm only half paying attention to the game. But, yeah, I'm really bad, actually, with StarCraft, and it gotta go now. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, have a good night. Take care. It's good to see you, Hannah. But yeah, I'm just not good at StarCraft. StarCraft 2 I'm decent at. I got to Diamond. But StarCraft 1 I've not played in so long. And this is, of course, Phantom, so it's not a normal game. Yeah, let's unally him. There's no shot he's not the Phantom. Of course, there might be two. I'm not sure which mode we're playing. I don't know. OJ's got a lot of probes. Well, maybe not that many.
If you heard footsteps, this is not my analogy, but if you heard footsteps coming up behind you in a dark alley at night, would you feel safer if you knew that it was Dylan Mulvaney or any church-going Christian?
I mean, honestly, I'd take even Dylan Mulvaney over Milo. If I saw Milo, he's coming here to slaughter people like me.
All right, for Destiny, you have 3 minutes now to respond to that.
I'm sorry, can you read the prompt again?
Yeah, sure. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations. Even amongst your faith, Catholicism, Milo's faith, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible. How would your Christian national society coexist with non-Catholics?
Well, I mean, the society that I advocate for is the one that exists today, where people are allowed to worship whatever religion they want. I think that right now, America is superior to a Christian nationalist version of it, because if two different people decide they want to worship two different versions of Christianity, they have the right to do that. Obviously, in Milo's world, I guess the non-Catholics even, I think, would get killed. I don't know how many, where the killing starts and stops for his version of Christian nationalism, or ethnically, I don't know where that starts or stops. I heard the run through the sword thing. Maybe you forgot what you said. I'm not sure what you were doing in the bathroom while we were waiting for you for 20 minutes here, but maybe it's affecting your memory a little bit. But yeah, I think in the United States, I think one of the reasons why the United States works as well as it does is because we've allowed so many different people to come here, worship in the way that we want, or worship in the way that they want, and we should continue to allow them to do so.
40 minutes is a terribly long time to do a line of coke. I was late. I was...
I was late for the ordinary reasons that people are late. I was at the hairdresser.
All right, Destiny.
I have the personality I have. Sort of stuck with it now.
Now your question, Destiny. You have 5 minutes to respond to this, and then I'll have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that a society without religion at its core would devolve into a nihilistic society, deprived of any meaning or purpose. How would you prevent, in your society, non-Christian nationalist governing society, from devolving into a nihilistic, meaningless society?
I think that you have to have something greater than yourself to live for, and I think religion is like a really easy package to give somebody that kind of solves for a lot of those problems. It gives you a nice guide for how to view the world, it gives you a nice guide for how to view your family, it gives you a nice guide for how to live an ethical life, and through that package, people feel like they have something greater than themselves to live for. I don't think it's impossible to have that thing without religion, but I think right now we're very politically fractured as a country, and it makes it really difficult for us to have those things. So for instance, there are certain topics that are hotly contested that I don't think should be. So for instance, all of us should be able to say we're proud to be Americans. That includes progressives, that includes BLM people, that includes people on the left, that includes anybody that might, however far left you go, you should be able to say that. That shouldn't be ground that we cede.
Oh, he's just preaching to the choir here, man. Yes, 1,000%.
To people on the right. I think it's kind of a shame that if you see an American flag on somebody's car today, you basically know that they're a conservative because nobody on the left would put that on their car. I think that's an insane proposition. So I think that when we've gotten to this point to where we're so politically divided that people can't even feel proud of their country anymore, if you also take away religion from those people too, then they're kind of aimlessly, I guess, wandering from Twitter to Facebook to YouTube to whatever, just endlessly shitting on each other with no common united purpose. So I think that one of the things we need to work on more than anything else is kind of healing some of the political fracture that exists in this country. I think it's good that we argue with each other, but it's not good that we are relentlessly banning people from every platform so that we're all kind of like gathering in different areas and we're not even able to have conversations with each other in the same reality anymore.
Just look at the societies that Christians built. I mean, earlier he says, you get rid of the First Amendment, and there goes satire. Again, apparently a memory that doesn't stretch back before 1980. Because I think most of the best satirists were Christian Europeans, weren't they? And before that, they were pagans. And, we live in a very Hellenistic kind of inheritance, and it was just complete and total bollocks. And you've been doing a lot of complete and total bollocks, assigning positions to me that I don't hold, and saying, he wants to murder everyone, he wants to kill all the blacks! No. Look at the societies that Christians build. Look at the things they build. In Catholic theology, there's a thing called the transcendentals, and it's supposedly the things that all souls have in common, that all people yearn for, and which brings us closer to an understanding of God. Now, opinions differ on how many of these things there are, but the core three that everyone agrees on is beauty, truth, and goodness. And it seems to me that if you look at the frescoes in Italy, or you listen to German composers, or look at Dutch painting, that we, in Western Christian Europe, have done a pretty good job of embracing beauty, truth, and goodness, and also self-sacrifice and sacrifice for love, which is the central image of Christianity. Feuerbach, the philosopher who was not a Christian, did not like Christians at all, said that you can sort of tell what a culture is all about from its religion's kind of central symbol. Ours is Christ on the cross, dying for someone you love. It's Tristan and Isolde. It's all the things that we think are most noble. It's sending people to war to die for their country. All of those values, all those things we love, rest on the image of Christ on the cross. We are good only because we have learned goodness from Christianity. And we can insist in a prideful way that, no, I'm good because I made myself good, because I got there through reason. All right, mate. Just look at the societies that Christians build, and you tell me where you want to live. Is it Abu Dhabi? Is it the Congo? Is it Sparta? Or is it Western Europe, maybe 50 years ago? I know where I'd rather be.
All right, last question for Milo, and you'll have 5 minutes to respond to this, and Destiny will have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a Second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship with them forcing people to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
Well, the Soviets are crap because they failed. I mean, they failed to do what America has accomplished, which is have people thank you for their enslavement and ask for more chains. The Soviet Union never really achieved that, but America has, with prescription drugs and all the other things that people are addicted to. I mean, everybody in this room is dependent on a cocktail, a little package, a little consumer package of things that get them through, whether it's their credit cards or gaming or whatever, passing your wife around. These are the things that get you through life. I'm not terribly concerned about preventing another Inquisition. I think it'd be quite a good idea.
He's so triggered. He's so triggered by the fact that Destiny is polyamorous.
Got a pretty bad rap, just like the Crusades does. I mean, you won't hear this from dishonest people who throw accusations at, without really listening to the arguments of their opponents and who aren't educated prior to 1980. But the Crusades were a defensive war. The Inquisition wasn't all that it's been said to be. I don't have an enormous problem with us wandering around and making sure people aren't murdering each other in the womb and making, sitting back and making money off the poor, landlords in Brooklyn. I don't have a terrible problem with that.
Was that supposed to be a dog?
I don't think they're protecting against tyranny.
In Brooklyn? Was that supposed to be a dog whistle towards the Jews?
Is the thing that America should be most concerned with at the moment. I think an urgent, strict, and perhaps stern realignment to a much more conventional morality would make everybody happier. And I don't think that anyone in this room can honestly say that America is better now than it was when most people were going to church or at least God-fearing. It isn't better. And you don't have to be a Christian to participate in a Christian society. Christians are the best of all at letting people in, sometimes too much. Sometimes the people that come in end up messing everything up. You don't have to be a Christian to benefit from a Christian society, and lots of people in this room have done exactly that. But when you take God out and you know, things start to fall apart, you end up in a world nobody wants to live in. And we are in. Sorry?
What year? Like, you're referring to a traditional Christianity.
What do you mean?
Like, you're referring to a traditional Christianity.
Oh, well, I mean, if I had my way, I'd go back to about 1200. I mean, lots of propagandists in university departments call it the Dark Ages. You know, well, this is a conversation another day, really, but that seems to me it was quite a nice time to live. And I think that you would find, if you care about this kind of thing, if you do care about things above and beyond yourself, if you care about where we go afterwards, if you care about leaving a good legacy, if you care about being good to the people around you, I think a lot more people in 1400 got into heaven each year than do now. And I don't think you have to be a Christian to accept that that's because we're not nice anymore. And we're not good to each other. And the reason for that is a failing moral architecture and underpinning of society, which was required by the founders, or this stuff doesn't function. It's not.
All right, Destiny, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Can you hit me with that prompt again?
Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship where people have to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
I mean, it's kind of a hard question for me to answer because I'm not advocating for Christian nationalism, but I would say, obviously, we should be allowed to carry on as we are now, where everybody's allowed to choose what God they want to worship, choose the lifestyle they want to live, as long as they're not encroaching on the freedoms of other people. I think you should continue to have the right to do that. So it's my argument in the negative. Also, I do think it's kind of funny that Milo pointed out that everybody here is addicted to consumerist packaging, when I'm pretty sure that bag is worth like 10 times more than my entire outfit.
It is. It is.
All right, now we will do the last question for you, Destiny, and then we'll go to the Q&A/crossfire. Some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the exact same organizing faith or ideas that you want to stop?
I mean, I think the important thing is for people to have something bigger than themselves to live for. I don't think it has to be religion, but if it was religion, I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing in the world. I think that the defining aspect of the United States is that a lot of people with contradictory ideas can exist within the same geographic borders, governed by the same legal system, voting on the same politicians, and somehow finding a way to make all of that work. I think we've done it for hundreds of years. I think we do it better than any other country on the planet right now, today, not before 1980, not in the 1200s, but today in 2023. I think we have an incredibly diverse country of people, all sorts of creeds, all sorts of ethnicities, all sorts of different types of people that seem to be living together, making it work. I think we have problems right now, like I mentioned earlier, with the political division. I think that that's a real problem that we need to combat, but I think we need to do it by having honest conversations about what we can do to move forward, not by talking to people that want to look back hundreds or thousands of years to what society used to look like before there was Gucci and hairdressers.
I could live without both if it meant that you would be left on a mountainside somewhere, your parents wondering which god they'd pissed off, which is exactly what would have happened in a pre-Christian civilization to something like you.
Probably would have left the gays there before people like me.
Well, I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like or not. Maybe if it's your kid, but I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case.
I mean, you know all about kids liking, huh? Isn't that...
Would I? Tell us more about that. Would I? That's a pretty big allegation. Would I?
Would you what?
Would I?
We gotta rewatch. This is like the greatest fucking bird of all fucking time.
Be left on a mountainside somewhere, your parents wondering which god they'd pissed off, which is exactly what would have happened in a pre-Christian civilization to something like you.
Probably would have left the gays there before people like me.
Well, I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like or not. Maybe if it's your kid, but I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case.
I mean, you know all about kids liking, huh? Isn't that...
Would I? Would I? Tell us more about that. Would I? Because that's a pretty big allegation. Would I?
Would you what?
Would I know about that?
It seems like it's not what you got canceled for.
No, I got canceled for talking about the fact that I was a victim of clerical sexual abuse.
So about like little boys liking, right?
Oh, I see. Okay, well, yeah. I mean,
you got there eventually. It's okay. I can tell you're coming down right now, but I'll walk you through the rest of my jokes if you need me to.
No, fair enough. Okay, you're bringing it. Fine. Shame Father Michael's daddy would have liked that. I think if... I don't know that it makes me an expert on kids liking dick being raped by a priest, but if you want some comedy lessons afterwards, I'm happy to. I'll give you 20 minutes. What was the question? Sorry, I was so bored.
The question was, some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you, Destiny, prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the same organizing faith ideas?
I think it's a bit lazy to say, as people often do, that we now have a kind of alternate sort of progressive religion. I don't think that progressivism really functions like a religion. It's true that when you take God out of things, you don't just sort of, get rid of him in the same way that when you get rid of a king, you don't really get rid of the king. You still are ruled by people that you have no power over. The difference is in America, you don't know their names because they lurk behind that flag, rubbing their hands and making money off you and getting you addicted to things. You don't know their names, so you can't assassinate them. One reason monarchy is better.
He's talking about the landlords in Brooklyn again.
I think... Sorry, I forgot one question. Oh, it was about how do you prevent it from sliding? Yeah, I think it's lazy when people say, "Oh, we've replaced kind of one religion with a progressive religion." It's true that when God moves out, that other things move in. You don't just kind of get rid of it and now everyone's happy and everyone can just be nice to each other. That yearning that you've acknowledged that we all have has got to be satisfied by something. So if you take the Christian God out, something worse moves in because there isn't anything better than that. There isn't anything better than that for organising society. There isn't anything better than that for teaching people how to behave to one another. There isn't anything better than that objectively, practically, and empirically. So things do move in, but progressivism of the type that he likes doesn't function like a religion because all religions have one thing in common that his political orthodoxy doesn't, and that's salvation and forgiveness. Because there is no forgiveness for people who are cancelled, whether or not they were responsible for what happened to them and were trying to make sense of an abuse experience, or whether they said something that they shouldn't have said. There's no way back, there's no forgiveness, there's no redemption. And that's the thing all religions, except for this orthodoxy, seem to have in common. So I think it's a bit lazy to say that one religion gets replaced by another, but it is definitely true that you cannot simply chop off the top of the pyramid and expect everything to be fine. Something worse will slither its way up there, and it has.
Thank you guys so much. Let's give everybody, both of them, a round of applause, please. Now,
all right. Oh man. All right, we got more stuff we got to cover. Whew. As I launch my attack, I feel like I'm getting pretty good actually at balancing the game with welcome. It's going to be kind of a lazy day, okay? I got some other stuff here we can watch. I want to do some debates soon. I really do. I want to debate people, left or right. But yeah, I want to do some more debates. But I wanted this really, what I really want to do, I wanted to set up this debate with this Wesley Smith. He is a writer for National Review, and he's with a conservative think tank. And one of his big things, in fact, like his main thing, is that he's a big critic of cetacean personhood. And I so want to debate him on this. Like 1,000%. Like my view isn't that cetaceans necessarily possess human-like consciousness and human-like subjective experience and human-like intelligence. I'm leaning heavily in that direction, but my view is more that there are good reasons to think that that might be the case, and so we should be very, very, very thoughtful in how we consider that. And I think that there needs to be a lot of research into that. It's the biggest fucking, if true, it's the biggest fucking discovery of all time. Right? I really want to debate this guy. Like 1,000%. I sent him a DM on Twitter, but I don't know if he checks his Twitter very much. I think it's all he does, like post articles mostly, so he probably never intended to keep his promise. Well, actually he does post a few times. But yeah. Maybe I should just tweet at him outright, but 1,000%. This debate would be amazing. I had a whole list of where's all the stuff I set aside for. There we go. Can I not find it? I made a whole list of stuff I wanted to cover. Liana Kersner's video was one of them, and so was an interview with Abe Greenwald from National Review, and then also the Target Pride thing, and my opinion on the Nick Fuentes versus Destiny debate from a few days ago. Oh my god, dude. Destiny fucking destroyed him. Oh my god. When I saw this, like 100,000 people watching this is insane. And then 100,000 people saw Nick completely reverse his entire. He had to walk back every position. Nick Fuentes went in with the idea that the Jews control the world, defending this viewpoint. That was his view. The Jewish question was the debate. And his evidence for this was that the Jews wanted us to invade topple Saddam Hussein. So Destiny just like went through, and he kept being slippery. Nick kept being slippery and trying to like dodge the question and obfuscate and move on to like other stuff. But Destiny fucking nailed him on it. So the Jews wanted us to invade Saddam Hussein in 1991 during the first Gulf War. But so that's like, okay, well, why didn't they do it then? Why didn't the United States invade Saddam Hussein, invade Iraq, and topple Saddam Hussein in 1991? And Nick Fuentes' answer was, oh, well, the Jews weren't powerful enough to do that yet. They had a lot of power, but they're not that powerful. Okay, so they're not that powerful. But the Jews, they do want to topple Saddam Hussein. That's why they did it in 2003, and they wanted us to invade Syria and Lebanon too. But we didn't invade Syria and Lebanon. Well, the Jews, they wanted to, but they didn't have that much influence. They weren't able to pull it off, but they tried. And then they made the Office of Special Plans to invade Iraq because they wanted to create intelligence, or to provide the Bush administration with unfiltered intelligence to invade Iraq. That's the Jews. But why did they have to create the Office of Special Plans, Nick? Because the CIA told the Bush administration that the WMD claims were bullshit. And then Nick's is like, oh, well, the Jews don't really control the CIA. The CIA is an institution with many competing factions within it. The Jews are one of many factions. You know, that's why they had to make the Office of Special Plans to get the unfiltered intelligence up to the president. The unvetted intelligence up to the president. So it's like, okay, so the Jews went from being all-powerful, controlling the world, to now they are one of many factions that exist within the CIA, but they're not powerful enough in the CIA to actually do anything. So they have to make a separate organization outside of the CIA's infrastructure to try. And by the end of it, Destiny got Nick to say, well, here's my view on the Jews, actually. It's they don't control the world, but some Jewish people in the United States have loyalty to Israel. Like, he went from they control the world, they wanted us to invade Iraq, they wanted us to topple Saddam in 91, they wanted us to invade Syria and Lebanon, to, oh, well, some Jews have a pro-Israel stance. Like, it was an evisceration. It was an evisceration. Oh, it was glorious. Like, honestly, when you see 100,000 people are watching live and you're like, you better pull this off right, Destiny. And he fucking did. He fucking did. Like, oh, like, there's a lot of people who are just bad debaters. But he was a masterclass. It was able to adapt on the fly, and was able to actually like nail him down. And then the whole thing Nick wanted to argue too was, well, I've been banned from almost every website. That must be because of the Jews and the ADL. It's like, no, dude, you've been banned from every website because they don't want to be associated with a bunch of neo-Nazis talking, right? That's basically it. Like, I'm a free speech person. Like, I'm free speech. But I recognize that the reason you've been banned from places is because they don't want to be associated with Nazis, right? Like, even Nazis should have free speech. But it's understandable that websites don't want to host Nazis. They don't want to be like, this is the home of the Nazis. All the other places have banned you. We don't want to be the last place left where the Nazis, congregate. It's understandable. Still, I think free speech. Now, as for Nick himself, I don't know if he's violated terms of service in other ways. But in terms of just being a Nazi, I don't think that should be enough to get you banned. Now, he did call for a violent overthrow of the United States government. Like, that's when you get into like advocating for violence territory. Or, well, I don't know if I don't know if he explicitly called for the violent overthrow, but he participated in January 6th and encouraged people there. So, close enough as far as I'm concerned. All right, let me find that video we're gonna watch, and then we'll get probably in the stream after this. Maybe watch one or two more. We'll see. All right, cool. I'm gonna be right back. All right, thank you for your patience. Ugh. All right, this is gonna be a long stream, I guess, because honestly, I'm not gonna be streaming for a few days. I've got real life plans that are very exciting, and I'm gonna focus on those real life plans. So I won't have time to do YouTube stuff. I won't even have time to edit these streams into clips over the next until Monday, or maybe Sunday. Maybe Sunday. Sunday I'll be back. So. But thank you all for watching. I do appreciate the support. All right. This
Double standards.
39 minutes. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't know it was that long, but we can do 1.5.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, no Wellness Wednesday slate. This is sort of a mental health thing, but it's not really a Wellness Wednesday, but it kind of is. It's about the double standards. I said I'd talk about this on Monday. The double standards facing women and facing people commenting on women in media versus women in real life. And this is confusing and fraught and messes with everybody's head, but it's not, I thought I'd do it today instead of on Manly Monday, because this is going to be more from the girl part of me, that 30% that's still there, maybe on a good day. And one of the things, I cross my arms consistently, like, oh my God, uncomfortable. One of the things that I have been most torn about is not seeing myself in women in media. And, the closest I can think of recently is She-Hulk. And I know saying that makes guys' testicles suck up into their body. But hear me out. It's because she's somebody who has this, how the world sees me, how I see myself thing going on. And and this is something that's been missed in all the screaming.
I don't know about the She-Hulk show, but She-Hulk as the comics, as in terms of the character art, pretty fine. I'm okay with some green girls. Muscly green girls. No complaints from me. No complaints from me. That's all I'm saying.
Ultimately, she wants a guy to be interested in her, not the way she looks, which is why I thought pairing her with Matt Murdock was so works for me. That this depiction of She-Hulk, they can't do. They got into the promiscuity from the comics, and I think that the way they threaded that needle was an indication of this is the difference between women writing a woman with multiple sexual partners and men writing a woman with multiple sexual partners. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the runs of She-Hulk in the comics. It's just different. And because guys can't understand that particular insecurity women have about their bodies from the inside. It's just, well, trans men can understand it because they were raised being forced into these girl boxes, right? So they understand the programming, the pressure, right? A cisgender guy, or even, a trans woman understands it as an adult, and that's certainly more than cis men get. But that experience of being raised girl-coded it's insidious and stifling, and yeah, the world fucks up boys. The world fucks up girls in a way that's very unique. Remember that thing I said on Monday about women don't voice 90% of their opinions, which is why you get a bad reaction as a man when you voice one, because, you just went over your 10% allotment, basically, and that's a transgression in girl world. In girl world,
Wait, what?
And stifling, and yeah, the world fucks up boys. The world fucks up girls in a way that's very unique. Remember that thing I said on Monday about women don't voice 90% of their opinions, which is why you get a bad reaction as a man when you voice one, because, you just went over your 10% allotment, basically, and that's a transgression in girl world. In girl world, in non-European cultures, the idea that, and in a lot of different cultures, there's, you have to drag it out of you, right? Like refusing, oh, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. Oh, if you insist, girls are taught to not have an opinion or not voice a preference until it is dragged out of them because it's selfish. And that's well, some people may say, yeah, that happens to boys too. And yes, increasingly, that is how boys are being social.
To be fair, like I actually have noticed this, it seems, that maybe it does come from the way girls are raised, but it does seem like women are, on average, way less likely to chime up and express their views, which I think is stupid. It's stupid that they're raised that way, and it's stupid that they kowtow to it. I think they should say fuck it and just voice their opinions. It's weird. You see it on panels and stuff too. You'll see it on panels sometimes where there's like a debate panel, and like there's like the woman just sitting quietly. It's like, why? If you're not gonna like chime in, why are you here? Like, you either have something you want to say but aren't willing to jump in and interject, or you don't want to participate in this conversation. In which case, why are you there? But if you are nervous and scared, just fucking say it. Like, what's the worst that can happen? All right, what? Like, if you chime in the debate, and like did people shoot down your viewpoint? They're gonna do that if you're a man too, and maybe there are probably gender dynamics in terms of the way people debate, and that might disadvantage women in some ways, or it might advantage them too. I'm not sure. Actually, I think female politicians actually outperform male politicians in terms of electoral performance, if I'm not mistaken. But no, I think that the gender stuff is bullshit. And I think it sucks that women don't voice their opinions more often and more publicly, especially in political topics. It's a little bit annoying that society has a box, or had a box. They still feel like there's a box, and maybe there is still a box. Outperform politicians. But not honesty. I'm talking about help electoral performance versus. Was I wrong about this? I'm pretty sure I saw that when it comes to parliamentary bodies, women actually outperform men. That doesn't necessarily apply to executive roles, right? It could be the case that there's a male bias in executive roles. But for parliamentary bodies, I'm pretty sure women outperform men. Women outperform men in parliamentary elections. in the United States Congress in particular. Women win elections more than. I thought it was a very small gap, but there was a small gap leaning towards women. Is this wrong? Right, there can be sexism in other areas, right? Like being recruited into, or wanting to run, being recruited by party officials, right? There's a lot of different things that can go into it that are sexist. But I'm pretty sure when it comes to like actual electoral performances, when they do run, when women do run, they tend to win more often. Like this isn't something I'm gonna like super dive into. It's already getting late, but I do want to like, just briefly. Let's see the abstract for. Fuck. Well, okay. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. I it. Uh, this all seems to indicate that men and women win at basically equivalent rates. In equation 3, VIT represents two independent variables: general election party vote share and general election victory. It is a female candidate dummy variable equal to one if a female candidate won a male female House primary, and wait, what the is a female candidate dummy variable equal to one if what the fuck? I generally think of myself as a smart person, but I can't parse this language. Okay, well, I'm not going through all this right now. But, okay, maybe I'll say, let's just say for now that it's about the exact same, because I could be wrong about that. And I swear I've seen that. I don't know if it's true. I've not read the study myself, so.
But traditionally, and maybe it's sort of both. It's a mixed message facing boys now, because boys are often forced to speak strongly and with emphasis, even when they really don't care that much. It's like a performance. That's something that has driven me crazy about academic writing, that everything is just clobbering the reader, right? Instead of going, let's just explore this. The idea of state a hypothesis, test a hypothesis has become beat the audience over the head with your hypothesis, right? Beat the reader over the head with your opinion. And it's a very masculinized way of speaking. It's a masculine trained, not the way men speak. A form of speech associated with masculinity, right? Western masculinity, because in Japan there's a quieter, like Kiryu from Yakuza, right? He doesn't need to offer his opinion. It's a very different masculine archetype. But I mean, there it's like this as well, right? That, and I think it's important to keep in mind that there is no one masculinity, and that's why it's so important to consume media from outside of a Western paradigm. There's an incredible show on Disney Plus right now. It's an Afrofuturistic series of shorts, you know, like Marvel's What If or the Matrix cartoon. It's sensory overload. It works on one level of this is just freaking cool. If you get what they're drawing from, though, it's so good. I think it's called Kizai Generation of Fire. It's really good. Kizai, K-I-Z in America, A-I. K-I-Z-A-I. Or K-I-Z-A-Y. I'm not good at spelling out loud. In part because I gotta do the Z or the Z. Anyway, off topic. There are different masculine constructs, and there are different feminine constructs, and I talked on Monday about how freaking narrow the level of acceptability is for women. And this is where my philosophy of gender studies or gender advocacy, you can call it gender ideology if you want, differs from so many high-profile people in feminism. Because I think that ultimately the goal is to expand what is appropriate and acceptable for both men and women so that people can be individuals. And you're not allowed to say that in certain circles because that sounds too much like the sort of rationalist.
True. Ultimately, we are all individuals. And like this is something that the identity people don't get. I feel like I've criticized this maybe in some ways that'll get me into trouble, but in the past. But no, we ultimately are all individuals. We should view ourselves fundamentally as being individuals, not as being groups or members of groups. Or like I'm not. Oh, I'm white. I'm male. I'm bi. I'm a gamer. I'm fundamentally like a human being. I'm me, and like that's fundamentally how we should all see each other. And like that's not to say like, we actually should be. Yeah, the meme, right? We actually should all be colorblind. Like ideally, yes. And that doesn't mean like, oh, you're ignoring racism when it happens, right? That's not what that means. That means that you treat other people as if they're human beings and not just this is my black friend, this is my gay friend. This is it's just they're your friend. That's Tom, that's Sarah, that's whoever. That's how we should see each other. I feel like we're moving away from that actually as a society.
Enlightenment terminology. There was a lot of writing back then about doing things in accordance with one's nature. But of course, it was all white men. So the idea of what was natural got centered on white men. And the idea is fine. Just how narrow the debate about what is natural and harmless and then what is aberrant, even though some people want to do it, is fraught. And with women, it's the whole, choice feminism versus class feminism thing. And it forces anybody who has a passing interest in this stuff to be an advocate as long as you're conscious and sometimes when you're not. And that's not fair because that stifles artistic expression. Art has to be able to go into things that are wrong or flawed and examine it so that we can, in a way that's safe, examine the parts of ourselves we're not yet comfortable with. We're still trying to figure out where they fit and how to integrate the various aspects of ourselves. And integration's tough, right? Because as you integrate, some parts of us sort of fuse and you realize that, okay, these states of being that I thought were two distinct things are actually, like the heads and tails of a coin. It's one thing, all right. The more you can get the different parts of you talking to each other and working as a team, the happier, more centered, and less stressed you'll be. And in the 90s and the early 2000s, there was a lot of talk about the fragmentation of the female persona that you hear almost nothing about anymore outside Megan Thee Stallion's Savage song. That's what she's talking about when she says ratchet, bougie, classy. It's like every woman is each of those things sometimes. And ideally, we accept that, we are all these things. And you don't have to be classy all the time. And if you're bougie sometimes, you don't have to be bougie all the time. And we all have to sort of embrace, our inner ratchet, because we all have goblin mode, right? And that song, she does not get enough credit because she uses her sexuality. She does not get enough credit for what she's doing with her lyrics and the imagery she uses and the callbacks to history that she, employs. And, Nicki Minaj, before Nicki kind of got lost, same way. But Megan, she goes deep with her references, man. It's really impressive. But because of the way she presents,
I might have to skip this. I really don't want to hear about celebrity stuff.
People don't see it. And it's like the Beyonce Rihanna thing really never should have happened. But this is, it's the virgin whore dichotomy all over. And that virgin whore dichotomy, you're either, the virgin whore dichotomy, for people who don't know, is the reality in womanhood that if you're not totally pure, you're trash. Hence the ratchet, bougie, classy. You shouldn't have to be classy all the time, but let's face it, if you're not, you gotta be bougie all the time, or you gotta be ratchet all the time. You're not allowed to be classy sometimes and of anything else, because the minute, this is the de-pedestaling effect that happens on women, which is why saying women should be put on pedestals is not good. There's further to fall. That's what we're talking about here. But you get into games and it's fucked up. The one I keep going back to all the time of just, people didn't get it. And the problem is people start judging characters by trailers.
You don't have to be. I guess that's, I think that's true. I think that's true of everybody. I think that, or it should be true of everybody, that, I think of myself as an intellectual person who likes to play with ideas, and I do. I love it. But that's not me all the time. Like at work, I'm a different person. At work, I'm professional and do my job and take my place serious. Like today at work, there was a situation where I was dealing with this super complicated situation, and I could have easily just been and I probably could have been you know what, I could just easily go the easy way out and just kind of half-ass this, and no one will notice. But it was important to me that I did a good job and that I actually had integrity in what I did. So I'm no, I'm gonna do this right. Even if nobody else ever finds out, I don't ever get praised for it. I'm gonna go the full extra mile on this and make sure that everything gets done the way it's supposed to get done. Because that's who I am at work, or at least that's who I try to be at work and strive to be at work. And in here, I'm a little bit jokey, but I'm also mostly a super politics plugged in person who likes to have high level discussions, or at least in theory. I don't have too many lately, I guess. Need to have more guests on. But then, when I'm with my friends, well, I have multiple modes when I'm with my friends. Sometimes I'm with my friends, and I'll be kind of the politics guy who, some of my friends like politics, so we'll sit down and we'll talk about politics for hours. And sometimes I'm the super I don't know, I wouldn't say ratchety. Well, sure, we can say ratchety, sure. The super kind of hardcore party guy who's a total party animal, 10,000% extroverted. And this, it's not even just oh, I'm drunk or oh, I'm high thing. Even I can get that way sober, 100% sober. I can get that way and be super party mode. Especially at conventions I go to, anime cons and science fiction conventions and stuff, and a super hardcore party mode, Kevin, or Tachyon, or whatever you want to call me. And then I also obviously there's a sexual side too, when you have a good sexual energy and are hyper flirtatious and you can play in that world. I'm not as good at that as I'd like, but I'm definitely a lot better at it. And like it's a different mode of being, but it's all still me. Like I'm not like a different person in each of these contexts. I'm still the same person.
And the one I remember most distinctly is when the first Metal Gear Solid 5 trailer dropped with Quiet. And I remember you felt a bit of a thing. But I remember me looking at her and going, I rolled my eyes, but not for the same reason other people did. I rolled my eyes because, like, she's pale in the desert sun. I call bullshit. Now, we knew nothing about the character, right? That's, with Kojima, those anachronisms are always deliberate. And that's something I wish analysts would learn. Because the thing that came out about Quiet was, oh, she's named Quiet and she doesn't speak and look at the way she's dressed. And yes, that's a starting point. And ironically, people made the same mistake with Quiet that they did with She-Hulk, but it was different groups of people. In that when Tony Stark or Stephen Strange is a complete asshole at the beginning of the story, Star-Lord's the same way. Just men, children, assholes. Arrogant, shitty to women, shitty to everybody. You know, egomaniac wrecking balls. Oh, because that's the beginning of their story. But when a woman starts in a way that makes us uncomfortable or she does things that are antisocial, it's either, well, that's just a bad character, the show hates men. The assumption is that any depiction of women by a work of media is an endorsement of that state, not playing with the state. And the one that, again, doesn't get enough credit is Bayonetta. Because, I mean, the games after the first one weren't this solid, but the whole idea of Bayonetta is that she is the product of a forbidden union. She's the dark witch, not, you know, she's the wicked witch of the West. The good witch is somebody else. She's inherently tainted. And her enemies are the cardinal virtues. That's deliberate. And so all the things that people complained about with, you know, the nudity and the climax attacks, what was it? Was it kind of fan servicey? Yes, but I thought it was smart fan.
I'm a fake gamer. I actually haven't played Bayonetta. Well, I think I played it for like 5 minutes, but I've never actually played through the game to any real extent. But everyone says it's such a great game and a great example of how you can do like sexualized characters really well. But I still haven't played it.
And that it was challenging what's considered good in women. You know, because we don't see sexualized depictions of men as degrading the same way. At least not idealized sexualized depictions of men. Some guys are, well, if you look a certain way, please stop doing that. Just, please don't. Because if you push back all the time, things aren't going to get better. Because it's how it's used, not what's used. And this is the problem with gaming getting into a tropes versus women attitude. Because a trope is not against anybody. A trope is a trope. It's how it's used. You know, Michelle Yeoh in American Born Chinese plays the goddess of compassion. And she's, you know, Michelle Yeoh is 60. And she's depicted as this beautiful goddess. And then she's wearing sweatpants and putting together IKEA furniture. And she's having the time of her life. Like, chunky glasses, sweatpants. It's like, you can tell she's loving it. Because she got to be both things. And we're in a zone now where no idealized depictions of women are allowed to exist. But plenty of idealized depictions of men are. And what that means is that...
True, actually. True.
More states of manhood are considered good enough than women. Because if every different looking character is considered ugly when it's a woman, in a bad way, we can't diversify what people see as beautiful.
I might be fucked.
It's gotten to the point that if you type in beautiful woman in an AI art generator, you will get a white woman every single time. I think they're trying to fix that, but what it was fed, it's a white woman who's vaguely anime looking. Because it's so narrow. And...
It's over. It's over, Anakin!
I
have the high ground.
Because with men, you can look more muscular with armor, right? If you got armor on, nobody knows what you look like underneath. So power armor solves all the body problems. With women, powerful women are associated with being scantily clad. And if you do realistic armor for women, it's not designed to show off curves or cleavage. I mean, my big issue with Vess in The Witcher was not.
Oh wait, yeah. How do you
it
get
was
hero
ridiculous
units?
how much they focused on her stripy pants ass.
I forgot you could get hero units in that game. Oh my! I've not played StarCraft. I mean, I've played StarCraft a little bit here and there, but I've not like gone deep and like played a bunch of games like random ones. I played like Raccoon City like 6 months ago, but yeah, no wonder I was falling behind. I mean, I made it pretty far with no heroes, but yeah, I think the turrets aren't a great investment really. I mean, they're not terrible, but they just they only do 15. You can't upgrade them.
In the opening of that game. But my issue with Vess, uniquely, is that the sorceresses in The Witcher use glamours. So, and they have magic.
The final end game.
Vess has no magic. She's dead from one arrow. You know, sorceresses can stop that shit. And their clothing literally defies gravity. That's fine. That, you've explained it. But Vess, every guy in that merc unit has at least padded armor that protects the vital organs. And she's bare here. Yes, she's self-destructive, but it is not in keeping with what she says in the game, which is she doesn't want to be treated any differently than men. Because that's how they explain her doing the Red Sonja thing with Geralt at a tournament, and that's how you get to sleep with her. And it's like, men have needs, nobody judges them. It's like, yes, men, Vess, are also wearing armor that will actually protect your heart. It's not that she looks sexy. It's that the explanation was all over the place. Because, of course, then you sleep with her because she believes you don't treat her differently than a man. And then when she's raped by a king later in the game, you treat her differently than a man. And I was like, ah! That angered me because it's like the game forces you to go back on the conditions under which she consented to sex. And that's the difference between a consensual sort of casual encounter, it's not love, it's just feeling good, to false pretenses and low-key abusiveness. And that drove me nuts. But you don't hear that discussion. It's just, well, look at the way she's dressed. And I'm so sick of that. Because you can't slut-shame characters in things. I mean, there was that whole thing about Joss Whedon managed to convince Elizabeth Olsen that boring-ass Scarlet Witch shit was better than her iconic costume in the comics. Like, and you can tell how impressionable she is, right? And actors are. If a director tells an actor something, it automatically becomes truth in a lot of cases. And, you know, she went from, oh, yes, I didn't have cleavage, that's good, to, or I had too much cleavage.
Let's look this up. Well, hey, I heard cleavage. No, now we got to look it up. It's not really that impressive. That's the one she's talking about. Or maybe more like that one. Hey, I'm fine with that.
Cleavage, why is that? We need to fix that. To wearing the classic Scarlet Witch outfit as a Halloween costume. And yay! I don't blame her. Like I said, actors are malleable and impressionable. But yeah, that's a real mixed message. And meanwhile, you know, the Thor phenomenon. That last movie was so digital, like so digital. It was practically arcane the way everyone was painted over. And that's fine. If we all understand that we're supposed to be, like, these people we're depicting are gods. So, okay, it's not a regular person. We don't have to live up to that standard. There's no expectation there. And that, to me, is what the line should be in women in fictional media. One, are we truly showing the spectrum of what actual humans consider beautiful? Because what actual humans consider beautiful is not just skinny white girls under the age of 25. People like a broader range than that. And when gaming was allowed to just self-police, you know, we ended up with, okay, some of this was palette swaps in Mortal Kombat, but we have Tanya, who's, I forget what Tanya's supposed to be. Is she Latin coded? Is she Middle Eastern? But then you got Jade, and then you got Kitana, who's, you know, increasingly, you know, they play up her Asian features. You know, when it's, and that, they did that way before anyone was forced to. You know, Mortal Kombat was the no good, very bad game up there with Doom back in 93 through 96. That was, you know, the hearings that brought in the ESRB. So it didn't get government regulated. You know, Lara Croft was originally named Lara Cruz, as in C-R-U-Z, or Z, Cruz, Latin last name. She was based on, Tank Girl Nina Cherry, who was a singer at the time, who's mixed race. And yes, I mean, okay, the polygon count back then, I really do think it was different because you couldn't make characters look human, so who cared if you gave them kind of bizarre proportions? It was just polygons, like, chill. There's also a dinosaur in the game. It's not real. But this assumption that games must reflect real life, that it must be representation, does not apply to men. You know, nobody complains when a guy has pectoral muscles the size of a human head, you know, is 9 feet tall, has a 12-pack. I remember this. I don't remember if it was Rob Liefeld who drew it, or it was just the Rob Liefeld era, but there's a Namor cover where he literally has, like, too many abdominal muscles. Like, it's called the six-pack for a reason. It's 3 segments. And most men's abs are not symmetrical. The muscles are actually interwoven, and symmetry is a big deal in bodybuilding. But if you look real hard at a lot of, you know, competitive athletes and things like that, it's not symmetrical, and it's not going to be. And we don't talk about these when it's, I mean, the guys who play games do not look like the guys who are in games. If it did, gaming would look like the cast of
wait, what
Alan
the
Wake,
hell is
right?
this?
With Alan and Barry, and then play Alan Wake.
No one said I'd be personally attacked. What the fuck? Hang on. Now, hang on. Let me look. Let me pull up a picture of myself. See how. This is me at Comic-Con last year. Oh yeah, you like that? True. True. Unedited photo.
Like before, I think it's free if you've got a subscription like Game Pass or PS Plus. There's an enhanced edition or something like that. But you know, you don't tend to get men in games who look like the guys who play games. Occasionally you get a game like Heavy Rain or something like that, right? But we don't talk about how bad that is because, you know, we're going against a larger cultural backdrop. And I've always believed that let's expand what we present as beautiful in games as opposed to no, has to look like a real person. And to me, one of the greatest examples of that in games is The Legend of Zelda. I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom right now, and you've got the Gerudo women who, you know, are very curvy and scantily clad, but they live in a desert climate, but they're darker skinned, but they've got like red hair. That's not a combination you see in nature. Trust me. Pale. This is me after getting sun. Okay, this is the darkest I get. I had to use self tanner when I was on television, and that stuff is fucking awful. And yeah, I didn't do it by choice. I had to because of the way things were lit. Talk about normalizing beauty standards. Like, fuck it. They used to tell, it was me and then one other lady, her name was Rachel Perry, kept getting told to get a tan. But then you've got Zelda, who's blonde in this game, which is... Zelda goes back and forth because different Zeldas. But then you've got a whole bunch of different, like, the different scientist girls who are kind of cute. I'm like, yeah, they're working for me. And then you've got the
Wait,
Great
there are
Fairies,
scientist girls in Zelda?
who are,
Hang on,
from where I come from, Zelda.
Perua? Okay. Well, they have like kid ones too? No, that's just no. No, you ruined it. You ruined it. You can't have kid ones too.
Like full figured. And they're the most physical sexual characters in the whole game. They're BBWs, man. They're curvy. And they're like wearing more jewelry than actual clothes. That's the way to do it. So everything, every statement about what's beautiful isn't resting on the shoulders of one character. Enough with making the playable character the most important thing in a game. It's not. That's not how it works. Stop calling it a protagonist. That's a literary term. That's not how games work. What does the protagonist of Far Cry 3 look like? What does Vas Montenegro look like? You see what I mean?
Wait, what? I'm totally cool with people using protagonists, so why would we be opposed to that? Like, the main character.
Box art character for a lot of games is not the protagonist. And that's very different than a lot of movies. You tend to put the lead on the poster, right? Whereas in novels as well, Moby Dick is not the main character, Moby Dick, and Dracula is not the point of view character or even the main character of the novel Dracula. It's Jonathan Harker, you know? And Frankenstein is not the monster. It's the doctor. But if we look at this stuff with actual rigor, not just picky choosing, having an emotional reaction, then coming up with a theory to justify it, we get very different analysis than what we've still been getting in games with the freaking out about, oh, this was so stupid on social media, whether the playable character in Fable is hot. You could make your guy get fat, like gross fat, not pleasant, you know? There's something to sometimes, guy with a tummy, you know? Like, nothing wrong with that. Sometimes that can work. But you like rolls, right? And Hannah, in Fable 2, the old lady with the big hammer, she was pretty big, like, but the main character in Fable has always been sort of goofy. Almost like a Monty Python character, or like, you know, not buff when it was a guy. So the fact that people lost their shit because they created a female equivalent to what is a pretty standard formula for a playable character in a Fable game. You know, people are forgetting what Fable was before they went to that shitty pre-built character multiplayer horseshit. But you know, the cool looking characters are people like Whisper, you know, not the hero or whatever you wanted to call him. I liked setting my manner of address to Arseface. It was that kind of game. You know, Chicken Chaser was another thing. But people like, she's not hot. Roar! And to me, and I am not sure, so I am testing this theory. That is not so much about what guys want from women in real life, because I know some of the guys who go at this stuff. They would be happy if a girl talked to them. I don't think that's what it's about. And if I'm right, everything has been handled wrong. I think that rather than this idea that we need boobies and butts and narrow waists because it's comforting, I think guys are, they separate, right? Men don't expect heroic media to represent them. Which is what I learned from She-Hulk, because I'm like, why would a guy recognize himself or relate to the shitbags that are there and gone, you know, I don't even remember their names, as opposed to Daredevil, I'm blanking on the dude's name, the friend, or like the poop bathroom guy. He's a keeper. Like, why? Because guys put themselves as a bystander in heroic media and superhero media. They do not see themselves in Master Chief, Kratos, you know, so which was mind blowing to me because Kratos is on screen.
Hey, don't speak for all men. What the hell? What the hell is this? I showed you, man. That's me at the Comic-Con. Ridiculous.
The point that there's a video still on YouTube of me dressed as with the Kratos makeup and everything like that. Reasonable facsimile. It was for Ladybits. The crowdfund, yes.
Oh, I'm so fucked.
I'm like, that's me. That's me on screen.
Did I go too many heroes?
A lot of guy gamers don't do that. And I think maybe the make women look like us is hitting some button in because guys don't have the same emotional vocabulary. It's coming out wrong. But if guys are made to think about how they stack up to your standard male heroes in gaming, that's gonna feel bad. Like, that comparison doesn't go too well for the average guy. And guys play games to not think about that. And I know one of the enjoyment I have in playing male characters, except Kratos, who is me, is that I get away from the burdens of being recognized as a woman. So if I can make choices in an RPG and be rewarded for my natural, somewhat aggressive instinct instead of, you know, oh, the nice thing that we're expected to nice with a side of nice in the real world. Nice doesn't get shit done. But that's why it's so great to be kind of rewarded for my natural inclination. It's escaping reality. It's not reflecting reality. Oh my.
I agree. Fuck being nice. By the way, I don't know if I got any younger people here watching, but yeah, don't just be nice, right? This is something that is so cringe. Don't just be nice. Like, if you talk to women, for instance, don't just be nice. Like, obviously, don't be an asshole, but nice won't be very useful. Like you have to be nice to an extent, but be interesting. I think it's more important to be interesting. And well, it depends on what you're looking for too. Like if you're just looking to like go to the club or whatever, like fuck. But if you're actually looking for like a life partner, like yeah, just being nice is really dumb. You should be like think about what it is that you want in other people and what you like about yourself and what you want to improve upon yourself, and pursue that. And go to places like if you want to meet people, like go to places where you'll encounter people like that. Like that's something that I've been doing more and more. And well, I was kind of hit a bit of a roadblock with that, some car issues, but no, yeah, 1,000%. Just talk with women in a non-dating context, and just be a cool, interesting person and have confidence in yourself. But don't be a giant dick either, of course. You have to. But people mistake nice for like, oh, being like overly, what's the word? Overly. There's a specific word for it where you're acquiescent. Synonyms for equi. We're pulling out this thesaurus. Specific word to describe a personality type. How am I blanking on this? I don't care. There's 2 minutes left. And then I just exited the game. We're done with the game. Yeah, but basically acquiescent, where you're just like, oh, just purposely go along with the flow. And you have like no personality. You're like a wooden fucking piece of you're a fucking log. That's all you are. You're a wall.
Fucking God.
And that's not good. You want to have a personality.
We do not want.
Will make you way more attractive.
Games that reflect reality for the average woman. Oh God, it would be the most depressing fucking thing. But maybe the reality for the average guy is kind of depressing too, which is why we don't do it and they don't expect it. But what do you think? Is this something underlying the debate that we have missed in the discussions of this? I'm interested in what you think. Help support this channel. Become a monthly patron. If you like this, please kick me a few bucks, either via Patreon or Coffee.
All right. Well, there were a couple more videos I wanted to watch tonight, including an article as well I wanted to cover, but it's getting late. We've already been going for what, 4.5 hours? Almost 5. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna wrap this bad boy up. Well, I've got 3 steady viewers. Had a pretty active chat earlier too. Thank you for watching. We can let's see who is streaming. There were a bunch of people I followed that were streaming like a few hours ago, like literally 30, 45 minutes ago, including people I don't usually interact with too much. But right now, I could, who am I? We could redirect you to Fresh and Fit, which I'm not going to do, not at all. NASA, which we might do. That could be fun. Young Turks, no. The Prime Thanatos or Stardust, which we rated her last time, so whatever. I guess we'll rate her again. Oh my God, is she actually doing the fucking Nick Fuentes debate? Oh my God, she's gonna get fucking banned from YouTube. Like it's so fucking hilarious, but no shot, no shot. This is horrible. You can't. You're good.
Too, are we not? I know. But is that
oh my God, she actually is. Oh my God, dude. Oh, this is how you get yourself nuked. Okay. I suggested she cover this because I think it's good content, and it is good content. But I was like half kidding. This is not a good idea. YouTube's not going to be super friendly. I don't know, maybe they don't care. I mean, she's debated far right people, but like usually the far right people will use like euphemisms and stuff to describe They purposely went on a 100% free speech platform to have this conversation precisely because they didn't want to get banned from YouTube. The Fresh and Fit people did. Man, oh, I can't believe it. Oh, I'm kind of interested to see what her take is on this, though. But yeah, sure, I'll. This might be the last stream she ever does, if YouTube is very unforgiving. So I'll redirect you to Stardust's last stream. If I can figure out how to get back to the studio thing. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you all for watching. I do appreciate it. We got 3 viewers, and you've been pretty steady watching it. We had chatters earlier. This was a really fun stream. Relaxing. I do want to get some debates in. I really hope that the Wesley Smith reaches back out to me. I need to find his email address. I'm sure it's on his website, so I can send him an email, because I'm not sure he checks his Twitter DMs ever. Because that would be a fucking awesome debate. But also, conservatives who want to talk to me, debate a leftist, a cringed, unhinged SJW. Come on, take me on. Or, I could debate some far left people too, but that's not as fun. All right. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and end the stream. Thank you all. See, it's gonna take me a minute to figure out the studio dashboard thing. Pretty sure is that it? Yeah. Okay. Edit. There we go. Cool. Well, thanks. Have a great night, everyone. And I do appreciate you coming on and watching. I know that there's a lot of things you'd rather be doing on a weeknight or just in general, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff that everyone always says. Have a good one.